Chapter 1519. You told that Vestrif about my purpose of going to my Tina town? This was the news that Yang Ming wanted to know the most. If the man with glasses had told the Blackhawk gang the purpose of his trip, then Yang Ming had to make some adjustments to his action plan this time. Of course, but it doesn't make sense for you to know this. The man with glasses said disdainfully, "It doesn't matter if you told me or not. Do you think you could still leave here today? You mean to say that you want to keep me here?" Yang Ming's expression was solemn, but he asked without the slightest fear. Hee, this is also your previous honesty. The man with glasses said regretfully, "If you were a member of the police, I might have some concerns before I touched you." After all, a police officer suddenly disappeared. This is not a trivial matter. The Songjiang police will not let it go. But since you are not, then I don't have to worry. The only person who knows that you came here is Sun San, but you disappeared in this place. He can't guess what happened. In other words, even if he knows that I did it, it doesn't matter. This time, since I directly made a move against you, then I won't think about going back. After I kill you, I'll directly cross the border. I'll still be able to eat there. Oh, is that so? I don't intend to let you go back, Yang Ming said with a slight smile after listening. However, I don't mean to let you cross the border. Since you have this intention, then you can stay here. Stay here? What do you mean? Are you confused? The man with glasses was stunned, but after being stunned, he looked at Yang Ming with ridicule. Do you think you are invincible? You think you can escape from my gun? Since you want to die so much, then I will fulfill your wish. You want to kill me with this gun? Yang Ming didn't care and pointed at the gun in the man's hand. Why? What's wrong? The man with glasses looked at Yang Ming nervously. Don't play tricks with me. Your hand, don't move, or I will shoot immediately. Well, then you shoot. Yang Ming nodded and actually agreed. The man with glasses was a little confused by Yang Ming's righteous image. He vaguely felt that something was wrong, but he couldn't figure out what was wrong. However, since he couldn't figure it out, the man with glasses didn't think about it anymore. The person in front of him was weird. It was more appropriate to kill him first. Otherwise, if this person really had some ability, it wouldn't be worth it if there was an accident. Thinking of this, the man with glasses looked serious and pulled the trigger of the pistol in his hand. However, there was no gunshot sound as expected, only a slight click sound. The bespectacled man felt a chill in his heart. Could it be that the gun was jammed? Why am I so unlucky? Because the man with glasses stayed by Pu Daniu's side. He rarely used his gun. He hadn't used this pistol many times either. Therefore, when he suddenly saw that the pistol was out of bullets, the man with glasses panicked a little. He quickly pulled the trigger again, but unfortunately, there was still no gunshot sound. It was still the same click sound. The man with glasses broke out in cold sweat. Looking at the calm Yang Ming in front of him, who seemed to have expected this situation, the man with glasses was even more shocked. Could it be that this person in front of him did something? Why? Is there no more bullets in the gun? Yang Ming showed his teeth innocently. He was like a child who had found a treasure and was showing it to an adult. He extended his hand and a few bullets appeared in his palm. Are you looking for this? Why are the bullets with you? Impossible. The man with glasses couldn't believe that Yang Ming could actually steal the bullets in his pistol silently. He opened the magazine crazily, but he was disappointed to find that it was empty. The man with glasses' face twitched twice. The pistol fell onto the deck with a pa sound, just like the phone from before. His eyes were filled with fear. You suspected me long ago? Yang Ming nodded. When Yang Ming was suspicious of the man with glasses, he removed all the bullets in the man's pistol just in case. For Yang Ming, the king of assassins, this matter was not difficult at all. He completed it quietly without the man with glasses noticing. It was also because of this that Yang Ming was fearless. Otherwise, no matter how arrogant Yang Ming was, he would have to take countermeasures when a gun was pointed at him. He couldn't let the man with glasses do as he pleased. You kept looking at the time before, and then kept asking me how to get ashore, so I had some doubts. Yang Ming said, however, it was just a suspicion, so after I took the bullets in your pistol, I didn't do anything to you. This was just a precautionary measure. If you didn't have any bad intentions towards me, this wouldn't have any effect on you. However, I didn't expect that you were really a member of the Blackhawk gang. I see. It seems that I was still too impatient. Although the man with glasses' face was pale, he pretended to be calm and said, "So, what do you want to do with me now?" When he said this, the man with glasses' eyes glanced at the side of the ship. Obviously, he had lost the pistol in his hand. He knew that he had no ability to compete with Yang Ming, so he planned to take the opportunity to escape. How could Yang Ming not see the intention of the man with glasses? Seeing his pretentious look, Yang Ming was amused. He curled his lips. "I've already said before. You can stay here." "Okay, if that's the case, I will accept it." The man with glasses nodded with a determined look. He slowly stood up with a gesture of sacrifice. However, the moment he stood up, his body tilted and fell toward the side of the ship. His whole body instantly jumped into the water. In the opinion of the man with glasses, as long as he jumped into the water in this dark night, even if Yang Ming's strength was tyrannical, he couldn't do anything to him. The man with glasses confirmed that Yang Ming didn't have any firearms like a pistol in his hand except for a few bullets. When he took out the pistol from the bag, he had already disappeared into the water and disappeared into the darkness. The opportunity had been missed, and it was too late. When Yang Ming saw the man with glasses jump into the water, he didn't stop him. Instead, he showed a look of disdain. His right hand shook slightly, and a bullet flew toward the top of the man with glasses. Accompanied by a muffled groan, the man with glasses fell into the water with a plop sound. After a few ups and downs, he disappeared in an instant. "You jumped in yourself. It saved me the trouble of throwing you in." Yang Ming casually threw the remaining bullets into the water and then clapped his hands. Yang Ming could easily control and kill people with small objects like flying needles, let alone this bullet. Yang Ming saved a flying needle like this. As for the man with glasses, he probably couldn't understand how Yang Ming could kill him with just a bullet. If he knew that Yang Ming was the king of assassins, he probably wouldn't have been so careless. However, the man with glasses couldn't understand this in his life. He died in a daze. He didn't even know how he died. Chapter 15:20. After doing all this, Yang Ming reached out and took out the phone that he placed in a secret place when he sneaked onto the boat. He pressed the stop button on the video. Previously, the phone's camera was pointed at the bespectacled man. Every word that the bespectacled man said was recorded in the phone. Yang Ming was going to send it to Pu Dainiu to give him an explanation. Although Yang Ming didn't need to give Pu Dainiu any explanation with his skills, this Pu Dainiu was quite to Yang Ming's liking. Therefore, Yang Ming took the opportunity to return him a favor. Otherwise, when Pu Dainiu found out that the man with glasses disappeared, he might think that Yang Ming killed him. At that time, he would cause trouble for Uncle Sun San for no reason. Although Yang Ming wasn't afraid that Pu Dainiu would do anything to him or Uncle Sun San, Yang Ming wasn't willing to be the scapegoat, especially for such an evil person. Yang Ming wrote an email and sent it to Pu Dainiu's email. He believed that Pu Dainiu would understand everything after watching this video. After doing all this, Yang Ming jumped into the water again and swam quickly in the direction of My Tina Town's pier. This smuggling boat that looked like a small fishing boat was parked alone in the middle of the sea. At My Tina Town's pier, a middle-aged Caucasian man in his 40s sat in a luxurious RV. He could see the scene at the pier through the glass of the RV. However, the man didn't look at the pier. This was because the pier was filled with his subordinates dressed as sailors. As long as someone went ashore, they wouldn't be able to escape from these people's sight. This person was the deputy leader of the Blackhawk gang, Vestrov. He was also Nicholas Shevich's uncle. "Respected Mr. Vestrov, it's already very late. You should take a rest. It'll be fine with us on duty," a subordinate said respectfully to Vestrov. Vestrov waved his hand. "This person is a little strange. Although the information that Glasses gave me previously said that this person wasn't part of the Songjiang police force, he didn't look like an ordinary person from the way he acted. If he wasn't from the legal world, then he should be from the underworld." "Oh, is this man really so great, Mr. Vestrov?" asked the man cautiously. "Powerful? He's more than powerful. The entire Golden Hawk gang was wiped out by him. None of the core members escaped alive. Our years of operations in Bianhai City were destroyed by him in half a day. What do you think of this person's ability? Westruff sneered. I have a feeling that this person is not from the police. He must be from the underworld. Of course, the latter is more likely. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so ruthless. The Golden Hawk gang was destroyed by a person called Li Muyi. The subordinates were shocked. Although this matter had not spread widely within the Black Hawk gang, as the confidants of the core leaders of the gang, they had all heard of it. However, this was the first time they had heard that it was done by Li Muyi. Who else could it be? Vestruff said. But it's strange. Why would this person get involved in this mess? Our opponent is the Songjiang police. What does it have to do with this Li guy? If it weren't for him and Glasses inadvertently revealing that he really came for the two hostages, we would still be in the dark. We wouldn't know when we offended such a person. Mr. Vestruff, could it be that the Songjiang police wanted to cover it up? It is not good to use normal means and identity to do this, so they created this Li Muyi. After all, this kind of thing is not easy for the police to do. The subordinate thought about it and analyzed. What you said is not impossible, Vestruff said. Every country has such special agents who carry out special missions. It is normal for them to be fierce and ruthless. So this is why I value this person so much. Oh, what do you mean? The subordinate didn't understand Vestruff's words. Don't you know my brother-in-law's other identity? He is the counselor of my Tina town and the honorary chief of the police station. If this Li guy is really an agent from China, and if he's captured by us, my brother-in-law can hand him over to the intelligence department. It is also a great contribution to the future development of our gang. Vestruff said, the more prominent my brother-in-law's political position is, the more powerful our gang will be in my Tina town. So that's how it is, Mr. Vestruff. You're so thoughtful. His subordinate nodded and said in admiration, Jivanov, go to the nearby convenience store and buy me a cup of coffee. I am old. I can't stand staying up all night. Vestruff sighed and said, Okay, Mr. Vestruff, I will go now. This subordinate, who was the Jivanov in Vestruff's words, quickly responded. He got out of the car and quickly ran to the coffee shop on the dock. Vestruff also closed his eyes and began to rest. Yang Ming slowly floated to the surface of the sea and slowly breathed a sigh of relief. He swam quickly to the dock without any disguise. A few sailors who were transporting goods at the dock saw this scene and exchanged a look of understanding with each other. Then, they continued with their work without batting an eyelid. Yang Ming quickly swam to the shore and quickly climbed up. Hula! The sailors who were transporting goods immediately put down the goods in their hands and quickly surrounded Yang Ming. One of them, who seemed to be the leader, said coldly to Yang Ming, Don't move. Who are you? Stand there and raise your face. Yang Ming also raised his head without hesitation. He looked at the leader and snorted coldly. Jivanov? The leader was obviously stunned after seeing Yang Ming's face. Mr. Jivanov, why are you here? Jivanov was Vestruff's confidant, who on the dock didn't know. So when they saw Jivanov coming out of the water, although they were very surprised, their attitude immediately took a 180-degree turn. They were extremely respectful and did not dare to be the slightest bit rash. Mr. Vestruff, Yang Ming coldly replied with an ambiguous sentence. It was not that Yang Ming did not want to explain, but Yang Ming had only learned one sentence of Russian after learning for so long. This Jivanov was Yang Ming's illusion. Yang Ming had observed the situation on the shore for a long time in the sea. After finding Vestruff's car and seeing the conversation between Vestruff and Jivanov, he made the decision. Although Yang Ming did not know what the two of them were talking about, he could obviously see that this Jivanov was Vestruff's confidant. So Yang Ming made up his mind to go ashore with this person's image. Presumably, these subordinates would not dare to ask too much. If they really asked him, he just had to vaguely say Mr. Vestruff that he had just learned. Sure enough, Yang Ming's ambiguous sentence suddenly stunned these subordinates. Although they did not know what Yang Ming meant, they did not dare to ask more. At this moment, Yang Ming had already walked quickly to Vestrif's luxury RV. A few of his subordinates on the dock shook their heads with a wry smile. The leader of the sailors also shrugged helplessly. Although Jivanov usually tried to curry favor with Vestrif, he was like a fox pretending to be a tiger in front of his subordinates. These people also knew that he was Vestrif's favorite, so how could they dare to offend him? "Captain, look, what does Mr. Jivanov mean?" After Yang Ming's Jivanov had gone far away, one of the men asked the leading sailor carefully. "Who knows? But who dares to ask more? It's not like you don't know Jivanov's temper. He relies on his identity as the deputy leader's confidant to be arrogant and domineering. He doesn't put us in his eyes at all." Captain Look was obviously full of resentment when he mentioned Jivanov, but there was nothing he could do. However, he must have done something for Mr. Vestrif. "It's not good for us to ask. It's better not to provoke such a villain in the future." Yes, only people with the identity of Captain Look dared to speak rudely to Jivanov. Although the other subordinates hated Jivanov very much, they still had to respectfully call him Mr. Jivanov. "Okay, continue to work. Do our job well. Other things have nothing to do with us," Captain Look said to his subordinates. Therefore, these men continued to pretend to be sailors and began to be busy at the dock, repeatedly moving some goods back and forth. They were so tired that they were happy just to put on an act. If they knew that the target they were looking for had just slipped away in front of their eyes, and they were still pretending to be coolies, they would be furious. Chapter 1521. The moment he turned around and walked toward the RV, Yang Ming's face transformed into the previous Li Mui image. Because he had just come ashore from the water, Yang Ming's head was covered by a hat, and Yang Ming had his head lowered, so no one noticed the change in Yang Ming at this moment. Yang Ming came to the RV and reached out to open the door. "Jivanov, you're back so soon?" Vestrif heard the sound of the door opening, but he didn't open his eyes. He just asked faintly. Vestrif didn't have any vigilance here, because the Blackhawk gang had basically occupied the vicinity of the dock. Only a few of his confidants could get close to his car. The one who got in the car at this moment should be Jivanov, who went to buy coffee before. Although Vestrif felt that Jivanov's speed was a bit fast, he didn't think much about it. "Mr. Vestrif, right? Let's get to know each other. My surname is Li." Yang Ming quickly jumped into the car, then closed the door and said indifferently to the white man in front of him. Yang Ming used Chinese. He believed that Vestrif should be able to understand because when the man with glasses called him before, he used Chinese. People like them who focus their business in China should be proficient in Chinese. So Yang Ming didn't even bother to use English and simply spoke directly. Hearing that the person actually spoke Chinese and said that his surname was Li, Vestrif was shocked. His eyes suddenly opened, and he looked at Yang Ming in disbelief. However, Vestrif was the deputy leader of the gang. Although he showed a surprised expression for a moment, he quickly recovered his calmness and looked at Yang Ming up and down. "Li Mui? It's really you?" Vestrif narrowed his eyes and said very calmly, as if he was talking to an old friend he hadn't seen for many years. He didn't show any nervousness at all. "Li Mui? For the time being." Yang Ming smiled and said non-committally, "Mr. Vestrif, it doesn't feel good to pretend to be calm, right?" "Pretending to be calm?" Vestrif coldly snorted. Don't think that you can do anything just because you sneaked into my car. Do you think you can still escape?" "Escape? Why should I escape?" Yang Ming shrugged. "I have no intention of escaping at all." "What do you mean?" Vestrif finally showed a hesitant expression as he looked at Yang Ming in surprise. "I've already learned of your identity from that spy, Glasses. You're the deputy leader of the Blackhawk gang." Yang Ming slowly said, "Very good. This way, it saved me the trouble of looking for you. You took the initiative to wait here, saving me a lot of trouble." Ever since Yang Ming knew that the bespectacled man had leaked his information to Vestrif, he had made adjustments to his plan. It turned out that Yang Ming's idea was to sneak into Mytina town first, then find out where Victor Rajiv, the leader of the Blackhawk gang, was. He would capture him as a bargaining chip in exchange for Chun Ming Yin and Yang Ming. Originally, Yang Ming was still worried about where Victor Rajiv was. This time, Vestrov came directly to his door. Although he was only a deputy leader, he could be used as a powerful bargaining chip. Yang Ming's eyes widened. In that case, the bespectacled man did a good thing. It was not easy for Yang Ming to avoid the Black Hawk Gang's men when he went ashore. However, that was for others. For Yang Ming, it was not a problem. Yang Ming transformed into Vestrov's confidant, Jivanov, and got directly into Vestrov's RV. You want to use me as a bargaining chip in exchange for the 2 hostages? Vestrov raised his eyebrows and directly guessed Yang Ming's idea. It seems that you are quite smart, Yang Ming said lightly. Of course, this is only the best plan. Even if you don't appear here, I will take the initiative to find you or Victor Rajiv and use you as hostages in exchange for Chun Ming-yin and Yang Ming. Best plan? It seems that you still have a middle and a bad plan? Vestrov asked. You want to stall for time and wait for Jivanov to come back, right? Yang Ming smiled and exposed Vestrov's purpose. It could be seen that Vestrov was not stupid. Yang Ming was in front of him, and he did not make any unwise moves. He was afraid that he was not sure whether Yang Ming had a backup plan and would suddenly attack when he made a move. Therefore, Vestrov thought of Jivanov. As long as Jivanov came back and found Yang Ming in the RV, he would definitely announce it. Even if he was killed by Yang Ming, it would at least attract the attention of others. This was his plan, but he did not expect Yang Ming to say it out loud. Oomph. Vestrov snorted coldly. Although he was a little embarrassed to be exposed by Yang Ming, his expression remained calm. If you think I'm stalling for time, then you can proceed to the next step. I want to see how you're going to take me away under this heavy encirclement, or use me as a bargaining chip to exchange hostages. It doesn't matter. Since you want to wait for Jivanov, of course you can. Yang Ming shrugged and said indifferently, if you want to hear my middle and bad plans, I might as well tell you. If you want to say it, then say it. Vestrov saw that Yang Ming was so calm and felt a little guilty. He did not know why Yang Ming was like this. Could it be that he was really fearless? If I really can't find you or Victor Rajiv, then I will go directly to the place where Chun Ming-yin is being held. This is the middle plan, Yang Ming said. Holding place? How can it be so easy to find? Vestrov sneered. Then what's the worst plan? The next plan is very simple. I'll kill every member of the Black Hawk Gang that I see. I'll kill every single one of them. Unless you don't appear in my Tina Town again, I'll kill every single one of you. I'll find a nest and destroy it until you compromise. Of course, it's fine if you don't compromise. I don't mind destroying your Black Hawk Gang directly, Yang Ming said lightly. What a big tone. After listening to Yang Ming's words, Vestrov showed a skeptical and disdainful expression on his face. Kill them all when you see them? Who do you think you are? Or do you think that our Black Hawk Gang members are made of mud, and you want to destroy our nest? Have you lost your mind? Don't you know if my tone is big or not after you try? Yang Ming did not argue and did not care whether Vestrov would believe what he said. Don't think that you are invincible just because those trash from the Golden Hawk Gang were destroyed by your hands. Vestrov suddenly changed the topic. If I'm not wrong, you're an agent sent from the other side, right? Agent. This time, it was Yang Ming's turn to be stunned. A funny expression suddenly appeared on his face. You think I am an agent? Why? You don't want to admit it? Vestrov wanted to trick Yang Ming, but he did not expect Yang Ming's expression to look so innocent and shocked. Vestrov was a little uncertain and wondered if his guess was wrong. Sorry, I'm really not. Yang Ming shook his head and said, and my identity is actually not a secret. I won't hide it from you. My identity is an assassin. Chapter 1522. Vestrov finally couldn't help but exclaim in surprise in his heart. Assassin? What? You're an assassin? What's wrong? Is there anything wrong? Yang Ming raised his head and looked at Vestrov. I'm afraid you're just exaggerating, right? Vestrov hesitated and smiled. Don't think that you've become an assassin just because you killed a few people. Do you know what an assassin is? Yang Ming was slightly stunned. He didn't expect Vestrov to be so cautious. His words didn't move him. He was completely different from the glasses man, Hu Dainiu, and even Lukowski. However, it was no wonder. If he wasn't a calm person, how could he be the deputy leader of the Blackhawk gang? Why? Mr. Vestrov, do you mean that you know the assassin industry very well? Yang Ming smiled and asked. I don't know much, but I think you know very well what I do, Vestrov said. Vestrov said, as the deputy leader of a gang, I know a lot about the assassin industry. Mr. Li Muyi, which organization do you belong to? Vestrov was naturally testing Yang Ming. Yang Ming was able to get into his luxury RV under heavy siege. Naturally, he had something extraordinary about him. Therefore, Vestrov didn't dare to act rashly. He had been using words to probe Yang Ming's origin. However, he didn't believe that Yang Ming was an assassin because there weren't many famous assassins in China. Most of the powerful assassins were distributed in Europe and America. Vestrov also knew a few of the large-scale assassin groups. You won't know which organization I belong to even if I tell you, Yang Ming said faintly. However, you have an organization called the Hawkeye Assassin Group on your side, right? Hawkeye Assassin Group? Vestrov's eyes sharpened and then returned to normal. We do have the Hawkeye Assassin Group on our side, but why are you mentioning this assassin group to me? Don't tell me that you're from the Hawkeye Assassin Group. Or, you know about the Hawkeye Assassin Group, which means that you're in the industry. Hawkeye Assassin Group? Of course I am not. Yang Ming shook his head. Since you know about this assassin group, it is easy to handle. Easy? Vestrov sneered. If you had mentioned this assassin group a while ago, no matter what relationship you have with them, I would have been afraid. Maybe I would have directly returned the 2 hostages to you. But now, you mention the Hawkeye Assassin Group in front of me. Obviously, you are too uninformed. Connections? Return the hostage to me directly? Yang Ming suddenly showed a strange expression. Does this assassin group have so much face? Of course there was in the past. Vestrov said without hiding anything. Although I'm in the underworld, I'm still very afraid of the assassin industry. I try not to offend them as much as possible. After all, these people are very difficult to deal with once they are provoked. But now, I naturally won't be afraid of this Hawkeye Assassin Group. I might as well tell you that the Hawkeye Assassin Group has been removed from the Russian industry. Removed? The expression on Yang Ming's face became even more strange. It seems that they have no other capable assassins except for the pillar, Delay Man 001. It's no wonder that a third-rate assassin group can have such a good assassin. Once Delay Man 001 dies, this Hawkeye Assassin Group is finished. Do you know Delay Man 001? Vestrov was finally shaken. Many people knew about the Hawkeye Assassin Group. As long as they were in the underworld, they would know more or less. However, not many people knew Delay Man 001, but it was not absolute. After all, Delay Man 001 was the pillar of the Hawkeye Assassin Group, and he was also famous. Oh, of course I know. He died under my hands, said Yang Ming calmly. Died under your hands? The expression on Vestrov's face became more dignified. Although he didn't believe it, Yang Ming finally caught his attention. What evidence do you have? Evidence? Yang Ming shrugged. I killed him. Do I need any evidence? All right, then where did you kill him? Vestrov asked with a gloomy face. At this moment, he had changed from his initial disdain to caution toward Yang Ming. Macau. Yang Ming didn't hide it and looked at Vestrov with a smile. Right, in fact, I might as well tell you that the reason why I killed him was because there was a kid named Ouyang Junyuan who wanted to harm my woman. I broke his finger to teach him a lesson. I didn't expect this kid to be so stubborn. He actually went back to find his elder brother, Ouyang Junwei, to avenge him. His elder brother actually went crazy with him. Not only did he call his father, Ouyang Kanki, from Russia, but he also brought his family's #1 assassin, Delay Man 001, to trouble me. There was no other way. In order to get it done once and for all, I had to kill his father and Delay Man 001 together. Vestrov's face finally changed color. The names that Yang Ming said were methodical. Vestrov knew that the Hawkeye group was supported by the Ouyang family. However, this kind of secret was not known by everyone, especially the real name of the behind-the-scenes leader of the Hawkeye group, Ouyang Kanki. This was not known by most people. Vestrov also knew these secrets because he had some business with the Hawkeye group. He didn't think that Yang Ming could inquire about these things if he wasn't in the industry. How could Vestrov not understand the hidden meaning in Yang Ming's words? A person like Vestrov naturally knew what Yang Ming was hinting at. How could Yang Ming's words be said casually? Instead, it was implied. The meaning was obvious. He once destroyed the entire Hawkeye group for a woman, and now he was looking for Vestrov for 2 women. If Vestrov was not smart enough and stubbornly resisted to the end, then Yang Ming did not mind repeating the same mistake. How can I believe you? Vestrov finally understood that he was now in a dilemma. The person in front of him was definitely not an ordinary person. He absolutely could not use common sense to deal with him. If he was not careful, he would bring a bigger disaster to the Blackhawk gang. However, he was unwilling to hand over the 2 hostages, Chun Ming-yin and Chun Ming-yin. He still had a glimmer of hope in his heart. Yang Ming was just an alarmist. The purpose was to intimidate him. Do you believe? Yang Ming shook his head and said, "In fact, the best way is for you to refuse me now. Then, I will take you away or kill you directly. Then, I will kill some of the Blackhawk gang members. I am not afraid that Victor Rajiv will not take the initiative to compromise." Before Yang Ming finished speaking, the door of the luxury RV was opened at this moment. Jivanov was holding 2 cups of coffee and was about to get in the car with a flattering expression. "Mr. Vestrov, I have bought the coffee." "Huh? Who are you, Before Jivanov could finish his words, he fell straight to the ground. The coffee spilled all over the floor and almost scalded Vestrov. He interrupted our conversation. I told him to shut up. "Mr. Vestrov, you won't mind, right?" Yang Ming grinned as if he did not do this at all. However, he felt a little distressed in his heart. He had wasted another flying needle. Vestrov was already an experienced person. Even if there were not 1,000 people who died in front of him, he would not even blink his eyes. But this time, Vestrov was afraid. Yes, he was really afraid. He did not see how Yang Ming did it. It was as if Yang Ming gently moved his fingers and Jivanov became a corpse. He did not even have the chance to struggle and resist. He died without knowing why. Vestrov quickly glanced at Jivanov's body and did not see any external injuries at all. However, with Vestrov's eyesight, he could see that Jivanov was really dead. He could still distinguish between coma and death. Vestrov and Yang Ming had talked for so long. This was the first time he felt cold sweat. Chapter 1523. A chill ran from Vestrov's back to the back of his head. He had not felt this way for a long time. This time, Vestrov really felt the danger of death, the sense of crisis that was close at hand. He was confident that he'd been through hundreds of battles and was experienced, but he didn't know how Yang Ming killed Jivanov. He didn't even see clearly whether Yang Ming used a weapon or not. Thinking of this, Vestrov was scared for a while. If Yang Ming wanted to kill him, then he would have become a corpse like Jivanov. The ridiculous thing was that he thought that he was very cunning to guard against Yang Ming's sudden outburst. He even thought that Yang Ming was also afraid of attacking the rat for fear of breaking the vases. He didn't dare to act rashly without full confidence. However, he didn't expect that killing a person was as simple as yawning, or even simpler than yawning. For the first time, Vestrov felt the insignificance of life and the sense of powerlessness that was not in his control. At this moment, there was no need for Yang Ming to say anything. Vestrov already believed that Yang Ming was an assassin. He also believed that Delay Man 001 and Ouyang Kenki's family were all killed by this person in front of him. Vestrov didn't have the slightest chance of winning against such a person. Instead of this, it was better to compromise as soon as possible. Otherwise, if things got out of hand, it would only be bad for the Blackhawk gang. "Mr. Lee, you must be joking. It is my responsibility to teach an unruly subordinate a lesson. Now that Mr. Lee has done it for me, I can't thank you enough. How can I blame you?" Vestrov said with a forced smile. Yang Ming sneered in his heart. "Your attitude changed quite quickly, huh?" Before this, Yang Ming had already noticed Jivanov walking toward the luxury RV with his special ability, so he deliberately led the topic to how to prove himself. He took advantage of the moment when Jivanov got in the car to make a move. In this way, there was no need for Yang Ming to say anything. Vestrov would not ask such a stupid question again. "Mr. Vestrov, shouldn't we talk about the two hostages now?" Yang Ming lazily crossed his legs and laid on the sofa of the RV. He didn't even look at Vestrov, as if he wasn't afraid that Vestrov would attack him. In fact, this was also Yang Ming's pretense to give Vestrov psychological pressure. No matter how arrogant Yang Ming was, he wouldn't joke about his own life. Although Yang Ming's eyes weren't looking in Vestrov's direction, it didn't mean that Yang Ming wasn't monitoring Vestrov. It must be known that Yang Ming's ability allowed him to see 360 degrees. Even if he didn't look in Vestrov's direction, he could know what he was doing. Seeing Yang Ming's attitude, Vestrov didn't dare to have any other thoughts. Before he knew Yang Ming's ability, Vestrov still thought that Yang Ming was an alarmist. After knowing Yang Ming's ability, Vestrov was thinking about how to send this great god away. The matter of the hostages can be discussed, but Mr. Lee, our Black Hawk Gang, is also a reputable organization. We are also well known internationally. Vestrov pondered for a moment and said, "Although the situation is forcing us to compromise, can you tell me which organization you belong to? This way, even if we release the two ladies, others won't say anything about us when they know. Otherwise, our Black Hawk Gang's reputation will plummet. If it really comes to that, then our Black Hawk Gang doesn't mind fighting to the death. After all, those who don't know can't be blamed. No matter how powerful the force behind you is, you are still alone." "Oh." Yang Ming narrowed his eyes and looked at Vestrov with a strange expression. How could he not hear that Vestrov was just an alarmist? However, Vestrov wanted to find a way out for the Black Hawk Gang so that they wouldn't lose face. "Do you think you have the qualifications to fight to the death? I can find my way to your car without alerting anyone outside. Similarly, I can find my way to your residence. Or do you think the people outside can stop me?" Vestrov only wanted to find a way out for the sake of the gang's reputation, but he didn't expect Yang Ming to not give him any face at all. He suddenly blushed. He couldn't do such a stupid thing as using the Black Hawk Gang to fight Yang Ming. "But since you want to know, there's no harm in telling you," Yang Ming said faintly. "I'm from the Butterfly family. As for whether you have heard of it, I don't need to say anything more to you." Butterfly family. Vestrov's face suddenly turned pale when he heard the name. How could he not know about the famous Butterfly family in the assassin world? Originally, Vestrov was still thinking about the possibility of keeping Yang Ming here. Anyway, Yang Ming was only one person now. No matter how strong one person was, he was outnumbered. When the time came, he could just find a way to keep him here forever. However, when he heard that Yang Ming was from the Butterfly family, Vestrov suddenly felt like a bucket of cold water had been poured on his forehead. He suddenly sobered up a lot and threw away these unrealistic thoughts. He didn't dare to have such thoughts anymore. The Butterfly family was the most terrifying existence in the legends. If the Hawkeye group was famous in Russia, then the Hawkeye group was not worth mentioning at all compared to the Butterfly family. "Europe, Elo Town, Butterfly Castle?" Vestrov asked carefully. "You know quite a lot, don't you?" Yang Ming looked at Vestrov with a smile. "I had the honor of meeting the family master of the Butterfly family in the past. I wonder if he is doing well?" Vestrov asked tentatively. "Uncle Wong is in good health. You don't have to worry about him," Yang Ming replied faintly. He knew that Vestrov wanted to confirm whether he had anything to do with the Butterfly family, so he simply continued. "Butler Moo is also very good. What else do you want to know?" Vestrov was a little embarrassed when he saw that Yang Ming had seen through his intentions. He coughed twice. "Nothing, I was just casually asking." However, Vestrov was also completely sure that Yang Ming was indeed from the Butterfly family. Otherwise, it was impossible for him to know the surname of the family master of the Butterfly family and Butler Moo. "Okay, that's enough nonsense. My patience is limited. When are you going to bring him to me?" Yang Ming waved his hand impatiently and asked Vestrov. The reason why Yang Ming chose this negotiation with carrots and sticks to solve the problem was that he had his concerns. According to Yang Ming's style of doing things and his current ability, he could completely destroy the Black Hawk Gang in one fell swoop. However, Yang Ming could not guarantee that the Black Hawk Gang would not leave any backup plans. They would not do anything to harm Chen Mingyan in a desperate situation. Therefore, Yang Ming did not dare to take the risk easily. Moreover, this negotiation method of deterrence was also the fastest way to solve the problem. Yang Ming did not have so much time to dawdle. This matter was related to Chen Mingyan's safety. Yang Ming did not want any accidents. As for the Black Hawk Gang, it had nothing to do with Yang Ming. As long as they didn't find trouble with Yang Ming didn't mind letting them go. Anyway, they didn't do evil in his own territory. As long as he intimidated them into not coming to China and not coming to Songjiang to cause trouble, even if they destroyed my Tina town, it had nothing to do with Yang Ming. Since everyone has made it clear, we, the Black Hawk Gang, will definitely return the people to Mr. Li, Vestrov said. Vestrov said, we, the Black Hawk Gang, don't want to offend such a terrifying existence like the Butterfly family. However, Mr. Li, you also know that these two people are our bargaining chips to threaten the Songjiang police. If we give them to you, then we will lose the qualification to negotiate with the Songjiang police. Do you mean that you're not going to let them go? Or do you want to bargain with me? Yang Ming's expression suddenly became stern. He glanced at Vestrov coldly, and his voice was bone-chilling. Chapter 1524. Mr. Li, you misunderstood. Vestrov's expression froze, and he suddenly sobered up. Now, Li Xiqing was not talking to him about conditions, but he was speaking to him in an almost commanding tone. That is, he had to release the hostage, even if he didn't want to. Misunderstood? Yang Ming sneered and said, I didn't misunderstand. The matter between you and the Songjiang police is your business. It has nothing to do with me. It's 1:30 in the morning. If I don't see anyone before 5 o'clock in the morning, then I'm sorry. You have to bear the consequences. Mr. Li, isn't the time a little too tight? I still have to discuss with Mr. Victor Rajiv. Although he's my brother-in-law, he is still the leader of the Black Hawk Gang. I'm just his deputy. I can't make the decision. Vestrov said with a smile. You're talking nonsense with me. I've already wasted 5 minutes. It's now 1:35. Yang Ming said faintly, I don't care what method you use. If I don't see anyone before 5 o'clock, then don't blame me for starting with the Black Hawk Gang. Mr. Li, do you really want to fight to the death? You know, the hostage is in our hands. It won't do you any good to push us too far. Vestrov said in a threatening tone. Oh, is that so? Yang Ming glanced at Vestrov coldly, and then said, if you have any unrealistic ideas or hope for a fluke, then I don't mind killing Nicholas Shevich and others. Although they are in the hands of the Songjiang police, you should know that this is not difficult for me. The expression on Vestrov's face finally changed. Although his nephew's drug trafficking was probably a capital offense, he still fantasized about sending Nicholas Shevich back to China. Therefore, he was not very worried that the Songjiang police would directly convict him. However, what Yang Ming said about sneaking into the Songjiang police station and killing Nicholas Shevich was not impossible. With Yang Ming's strange skills, it was indeed not easy for him to easily avoid the many people he ambushed at the dock. Vestrov sighed as he looked at the expressionless Yang Ming. He took out his phone and dialed Victor Rajiv's number. Vestrov, how is it? Is everything going well? Victor Rajiv stretched comfortably and answered Vestrov's call. Victor Rajiv had also received the news of Yang Ming's arrival. He had been waiting for the news in the villa. Brother-in-law, something unexpected happened. Vestrov smiled bitterly. Previously, when he came here, he was in high spirits, thinking that it would be a piece of cake to deal with one person. However, he did not expect that not only did he fail to deal with this person, but he was also threatened by this person. Accident? What was going on? Could it be that you accidentally killed him when you were capturing him? Victor Rajiv asked. If that's the case, then it won't be easy. It's a pity that we didn't manage to get the details of that person. Vestrov was speechless. Wasn't his brother-in-law too arrogant? Accidentally killing someone? It was already good enough that he didn't accidentally kill us. Brother-in-law, the other party is not dead. He is sitting in front of me. What? Not dead? You caught him? Victor Rajiv was stunned and asked, Then what's the surprise? Is there something wrong with the other party? Brother-in-law, I didn't catch the other party. Instead, I was threatened by him. Vestrov smiled bitterly. The other party asked us to return the 2 hostages to him before 5 o'clock. What? Vestrov, are you okay? The other party is only one person. How can he threaten you? What nonsense are you talking about? Victor Rajiv almost fainted after hearing Vestrov's words. Before 5 o'clock? Bring this person me right now. Brother-in-law, I don't have the ability to take this person away. Vestrov quickly explained, the other party's identity is not simple. He has already said that if we don't see the 2 girls before 5 o'clock, he will attack our Blackhawk gang. Not only that, but he will also kill my nephew, Nicholas Shevich, from the Songjiang police station. His identity is not simple? What kind of identity can make you so afraid? Victor Rajiv was furious when he heard Vestrov's words. He actually used my son to threaten me? No matter what his identity is, he dares to threaten me. Do you think I will let him go? His tone is so arrogant. He actually wants to attack our Blackhawk gang? Did he get the wrong place? I want to see who is in charge of this Mytina town. This, Vestrov said helplessly. Brother-in-law, the person who came to me is an assassin. Assassin? You said he is an assassin? Victor Rajiv frowned and said hesitantly, the other party is an assassin? How do you know? Brother-in-law, do you know Delay Man 001 of the Hawkeye assassin group? Even a terrifying existence like Delay Man 001 was killed by him. Vestrov explained, Brother-in-law, we can't afford to offend such a person. He killed Delay Man 001. Victor Rajiv obviously didn't believe Vestrov's words. He hesitated and said, Vestrov, you don't believe him just because of a few words, right? Brother-in-law, I didn't believe it at first, but you know what? Jivanov was killed in an instant right in front of my eyes. I didn't even see how he did it. I only saw him casually raise his hand, and Jivanov was killed. Vestrov's voice was a little frightened as he said this. His eyes glanced at Jivanov's body on the ground. Such a terrifying existence. If he wanted to kill me, I would have already become a corpse. So you're saying that this person is really very strong? Victor Rajiv had to pay attention to Vestrov's words. Are you sure you can keep him here? Brother-in-law, this person is from the butterfly family. Vestrov smiled bitterly. What? Butterfly family? Victor Rajiv was still quietly sitting on the recliner and drinking coffee. Although he heard that it was an assassin and that it might be a little tricky, he was not very nervous. However, when he heard Vestrov say that the person was from the butterfly family, Victor Rajiv was shocked. He stood up from the recliner, and the teacup in his hand fell to the ground and shattered into pieces. Yes, brother-in-law. This is the accident I was talking about. Vestrov sighed. Even if we hand him over, others won't say anything about the Blackhawk gang. At most, they will say that we are wise. I'm afraid that if we fight to the death with the butterfly family, we won't even know how we died. Others won't say that we are heroes. Instead, they will say that we are idiots. Wait for me. I'll go over now and meet this Mr. Lee in person. After Victor Rajiv heard the words butterfly family, he could no longer sit still. As the underworld's godfather and the counselor of Mytina town, he was not afraid of anything. If the other party was also a gang leader, Victor Rajiv did not need to give them any face as long as they were in Mytina town, no matter how powerful they were locally. However, this Lee Mui was different. He was an assassin from the butterfly family, the terrifying existence of the world's #1 assassin group. If the Blackhawk gang had a grudge with this kind of organization, it would be better to disband as soon as possible. The gang leaders should quickly go home and commit suicide. Otherwise, they would be destroyed sooner or later. Especially for someone like Victor Rajiv, he understood how terrifying an assassin was. Therefore, after listening to Vestrov's words, Victor Rajiv planned to meet this Mr. Lee in person. If what Vestrov said was true, then he must not offend this person. Otherwise, he would be courting death. When Vestrif was on the phone, Yang Ming was sitting next to him, but he turned a deaf ear to his words. However, Yang Ming was a little amused. This Vestrif was actually so afraid of him. If he didn't say it, Yang Ming really wouldn't know that he had such a strong deterrent effect on him. Chapter 1525. Victor Rajiv hung up the phone, then opened the door and walked out of the room. The secretary, sitting on the sofa, was resting with his eyes closed. When he heard the sound of the door opening, he opened his eyes abruptly. When he saw Victor Rajiv coming out, he quickly said respectfully, "Mr. Victor Rajiv, what can I do for you? Prepare a car for me. I want to go to the dock immediately." Victor Rajiv said to his secretary, "By the way, where are the two girls who were sent in yesterday being kept?" "The two girls are locked in the basement of our headquarters." "Mr. Victor Rajiv, is there a problem?" The secretary asked carefully. "Get someone to send the two girls here. Be quick. Don't let anything happen to them." Victor Rajiv told the secretary, "Right? Don't be rough. Don't offend these two people." "Yes." The secretary wondered why Victor Rajiv said this. Is it necessary to be polite to the two hostages? However, the secretary didn't dare to ask casually and had to do as he was told. Sigh. Victor Rajiv sighed deeply as he watched the secretary leave. He was mentally and physically exhausted. How did the plan that I was so proud of end up provoking an assassin? The Black Hawk gang was very efficient. After a while, Chun Mingyan and Victoria were taken to the ground floor of Victor Rajiv's villa. AMPV was parked quietly below. Victor Rajiv walked out of the villa and glanced at the MPV. The secretary quickly ran over and said respectfully, "Mr. Victor Rajiv, the car is ready, and the two girls are in the MPV. What do you think? Let the MPV follow behind us. We're going to the dock now." Victor Rajiv nodded and told the secretary. "Yes, then let's go now." The secretary responded and whispered to the MPV driver, then asked Victor Rajiv carefully, "Let's go." Victor Rajiv nodded and got into his Rolls-Royce luxury limousine. Vestrif sat in the car nervously. He looked at Yang Ming, who was resting with his eyes closed, then looked out of the window again. He anxiously looked at his watch, then looked out of the window again. Why hasn't my brother-in-law arrived yet? The Black Hawk gang members disguised as sailors and porters on the dock also withdrew under Vestrif's orders. They went to rest at the stronghold. It didn't make sense to stay here now. Vestrif didn't think that he could do anything to Yang Ming with so many people. Instead, it would make Yang Ming feel disgusted, so he simply generously withdrew his people. After a while, Victor Rajiv's Rolls-Royce limousine and the Chrysler Grand Caravan carrying Chun Mingyan and Victoria quickly drove to the dock and parked next to Vestrif's luxury RV. The secretary got out of the car first and helped Victor Rajiv open the door. Victor Rajiv got out of the car and walked quickly in the direction of the RV. Vestrif saw that Victor Rajiv had finally arrived and immediately breathed a sigh of relief. He opened the door of the RV and said with a bitter face, "Brother-in-law, you are finally here. What's wrong? Is Mr. Lee in a hurry?" Victor Rajiv glanced at Vestrif and asked calmly, "No, but it's almost 3 o'clock in the morning. There are only 2 hours left from the time Mr. Lee gave." Vestrif smiled bitterly. "Brother-in-law, Mr. Lee is in the car. Would you like to meet him?" "Okay, wait for me in my car for a while. I will meet this Mr. Lee." Victor Rajiv was a gang leader after all. He was much calmer than Vestrif. Even after learning that Yang Ming might be a member of the Butterfly family, he did not show too much panic. He was indeed a talent. Vestrif naturally nodded and got into Victor Rajiv's Rolls-Royce first. When Victor Rajiv got into the RV, Yang Ming also opened his eyes at this time. "Victor Rajiv, the leader of the Black Hawk gang?" "That's me. Your surname is Lee, and you are from the Butterfly family?" Victor Rajiv nodded and then looked at Yang Ming. However, to his disappointment, he couldn't see anything from Yang Ming's expression. This person's expression was always that kind of indifferent and calm. Yang Ming nodded slowly. "Victor Rajiv, you should be here to confirm my identity, right? If I guess correctly, the person I want is in the Chrysler Grand Caravan business car. Is that so?" Yang Ming said that he was guessing. In fact, after Victor Rajiv's car appeared at the dock, Yang Ming used his special ability to scan the situation in the two cars first. When Yang Ming saw that Chun Mingyan and Victoria were safe, he was relieved. Otherwise, Yang Ming would not be in the mood to talk to Victor Rajiv anymore. If this person was not smart enough to bring Chun Mingyan, then Yang Ming would not mind letting him die in pain after agreeing to his conditions. Mr. Lee is really a smart person. Victor Rajiv saw that Yang Ming did not want to beat around the bush, so he simply admitted, "Yes, how can you prove that you are a member of the butterfly family? How do you want to prove it?" Yang Ming looked at Victor Rajiv with a smile and turned the same question back to him. "Since you are from the butterfly family, you must be very famous in the assassin world, right?" Victor Rajiv said, "I think that since you dare to come here alone and speak so arrogantly, you must not be a nobody. If you are really powerful, I believe that you must be the top existence in the butterfly family. What do you want to say? Don't talk nonsense." Yang Ming frowned and waved his hand to interrupt Victor Rajiv's words. Victor Rajiv's expression changed slightly, but it returned to normal in an instant. In Mytina town, no one dared to speak to him so impatiently for a long time. Mr. Lee in front of him made Victor Rajiv a little angry, but thinking of his identity, Victor Rajiv did not dare to offend Yang Ming too much. If what he said was true, then he would have provoked an extremely terrifying organization. It's very simple. Since you are not a nobody, you must have some acquaintances in the assassin world. Victor Rajiv said, "I also know the helmsman of an assassin family. Our relationship is not bad. I will call him. If he can prove your identity, then I will let you go without saying anything." Victor Rajiv said that their relationship was not bad, but in fact, they were just familiar with each other. The two sides had some cooperative relationship. Victor Rajiv was a long-term client of the assassin family. What family? Yang Ming frowned. There are countless assassin families in the world. An assassin is a very secretive profession. You could just find a family. How can I know them? Don't worry. The assassin family I'm talking about is second only to the butterfly family. I believe you should not be unfamiliar with it. Victor Rajiv said, "This family is the Charles family." Charles family? Yang Ming's face suddenly showed a strange expression. "Yes, I have some personal relationships with the family master of the Charles family, old Charles. I will call him. If you can get him to help you prove your identity, I will believe you," said Victor Rajiv. Do I need to do this?" Yang Ming sneered. "However, since you are willing, then let's do it. Although I don't mind destroying the entire Blackhawk gang. I am really too lazy to do it." It was not that Yang Ming was too lazy to do it, but his action against the Blackhawk gang was not only known to the Songjiang police, but also to Xia Bingbao. If he exterminated the Blackhawk gang, he believed that part of his strength and trump cards would be exposed in front of Xia Bingbao. After all, with such a big movement, it was impossible for Xia Bingbao not to find out that it was him who did it. As long as there was a slight association, it could be linked together. Chapter 1526. In order to prevent such a situation from happening, Yang Ming did not mind letting the Blackhawk gang off for the time being. If they were smart, they would not provoke him again. Then, they would still be free and happy, and Yang Ming would not bother to trouble them again. But if they really wanted to die, then Yang Ming would not mind cleaning them up after this incident. Now it was an eventful time. The behind-the-scenes boss, the mysterious Elder Yu, and the Central that he had inexplicably offended. Yang Ming could be said to be in a precarious situation. It was not a wise move to reveal his strength at this time. The commotion caused by the Lancer family in Europe was already big enough, so Yang Ming had to keep a low profile at this time. This saved the Blackhawk gang from a disaster. Of course, on the other hand, it was also because this drug trafficking organization was foreign. As long as they did not poison Yang Ming's own compatriots in the future, what did it have to do with Yang Ming? Yang Ming was not an Interpol, nor was he Superman or Ultraman who maintained world peace. Naturally, he would not be bothered by what he did not see. Seeing that Yang Ming agreed with his idea, Victor Rajiv's heart sank. Yang Ming dared to do this, which meant that Yang Ming might be related to the Charles family. It seemed that he had to put aside his unrealistic ideas. Victor Rajiv did not come here with the intention of letting them go directly. Although Chen Mingyan and Victoria were in the commercial car outside, once Victor Rajiv determined that Yang Ming's identity was fake, he naturally would not let them go. He even had the idea of keeping Yang Ming here forever. However, on the surface, Victor Rajiv took out his mobile phone quietly, dialed the number on it, and then waited quietly. "Hello, is Butler Zhou here?" Victor Rajiv changed his indifferent and equal tone when talking to Yang Ming. His voice directly became flattering. This change made Yang Ming despise him. He thought that Victor Rajiv was a person who did great things and would not lose his composure in front of him like Vestrif. He did not expect that Victor Rajiv would be like this because he did not know his identity. After hearing Victor Rajiv's words, the person on the other end of the phone replied faintly, "Butler Zhou has retired and returned to his hometown more than a month ago." "Who are you? Why are you looking for him?" After Victor Rajiv heard the other party's words, his expression suddenly changed. He said in surprise, "What? Butler Zhou is not here? Retired and returned to his hometown? How is that possible? Aren't people who serve the assassin family unable to leave for the rest of their lives?" Although Victor Rajiv was an underworld godfather, he also knew some of the rules of the assassin family, so he was very surprised that Butler Zhou could retire and return to his hometown. Not to mention the assassin family. Even in the Blackhawk gang, it was not so easy for these core executives to retire. They had to live within the gang's sphere of influence. It was impossible for them to return to their hometown. "We don't need to explain these things to you." When the other party heard Victor Rajiv's question, he coldly refused. "Who are you? What's the matter?" Victor Rajiv's heart shuddered, and he recognized his identity. "Yes, the assassin family doesn't need to explain anything to me. How am I qualified to ask anything?" Thinking of this, Victor Rajiv quickly said, "I am Victor Rajiv of the Blackhawk gang in Mytina Town, Russia. I am a long-term customer of your organization. Excuse me, can I ask Mr. Old Charles to answer the phone?" "What's the matter?" "Mr. Old Charles is very busy now." The person who answered the phone sounded a little displeased. It was no wonder. Calling to inquire about the internal affairs of other people's families was a taboo. Victor Rajiv was speechless for a while. He was a well-known figure in Russia, but he was actually spoken to in such an indifferent tone. Previously, he was full of anger at Yang Ming. This time, he was met with a nose full of dust. However, he did not dare to be angry. "Do you have anything to say?" The other party saw that Victor Rajiv was speechless and was a little impatient. No matter what gang you are from, you have nothing to do with harassing an assassin family. Isn't this courting death? "Excuse me, are you the new butler? What's your surname?" Victor Rajiv thought hard, but he couldn't figure out who the person who answered the phone was, so he began to get close to him. If this person was someone he had dealt with before, then the other party would probably give him some face by saying a few words. However, if he directly said that he wanted to ask Mr. Old Charles to help confirm a person's identity, the other party would probably hang up the phone without even thinking about it. "Help you confirm someone's identity? I don't have this obligation." In the beginning, the relationship between Victor Rajiv and Butler Zhou was quite good. It was possible to make an exception, but this person who answered the phone had no friendship with him. "Yes, my surname is Jean. Do you have anything else?" "The leader of the Blackhawk gang?" The other party had obviously quickly checked Victor Rajiv's client identity through the computer, but his tone was not enthusiastic at all. It was still as cold as ever, but his previous impatience was slightly restrained. After all, Victor Rajiv had done a lot of business with the Charles family. "Surname Jean?" Victor Rajiv had never seen this new butler surnamed Jean. He had never even heard of him. For a while, he really didn't know what to say. He didn't know him at all. How could he get close to him? "Give me the phone." Yang Ming looked at Victor Rajiv, who was sweating anxiously, and said to him with a faint smile, "Give it to you." Victor Rajiv was stunned for a moment. He hesitated, but finally handed the phone to Yang Ming. At this time, Yang Ming asked for the phone. He must have his reasons, so Victor Rajiv did not hesitate. In any case, he helped himself out of the situation. "Hello, Golden Bull, it's me," Yang Ming said faintly on the other side of the phone. "Ah, leader, why is it you? I didn't know that you were on the side. Please forgive me for offending you." Butler Jean was shocked when he heard Yang Ming's voice. He was shocked and quickly apologized. This Butler Jean was naturally Golden Bull of the Black Butterfly Assassin Group. He was also a veteran of the Black Widow Assassin Group. When the Black Butterfly Assassin Group went to Africa to develop, Yang Ming sent Golden Bull to the Charles family as a butler. After all, old Charles was also preparing to gradually hand over the family business to the Black Butterfly Assassin Group. Golden Bull was one of the people that Yang Ming was optimistic about. After Zhou Jiejia's father retired, Yang Ming let him take over as a training. Golden Bull could naturally hear Yang Ming's voice, especially since Yang Ming did not speak English like Victor Rajiv did. He spoke Chinese, so Golden Bull's hearing was more sensitive. "Go and call old Charles. Just say that I am looking for him." Yang Ming did not mean to blame Golden Bull. If it were someone else, they would also treat Victor Rajiv coldly. "Yes, leader," Golden Bull said quickly. Although Victor Rajiv couldn't hear what Butler Jean said on the phone, he heard Yang Ming's words clearly. Yang Ming actually spoke to Butler Jean in such a tone. He even called him by his name and even used a commanding tone. How could Victor Rajiv not be horrified? At this moment, he was 100% convinced of Yang Ming's identity. The fact that Yang Ming could order the Charles family's butler around already explained the problem. Of course, Victor Rajiv did not doubt that Yang Ming might have colluded in advance. After all, he made the call using his own mobile phone. It was impossible to fake it. When he thought of this, Victor Rajiv regretted making this call. No matter what the result was, he was suspicious and distrustful of Yang Ming. He had already offended Yang Ming. Yang Ming's identity should be more powerful than the Charles family's butler. Victor Rajiv really had the urge to cry after offending such a person. "Why am I so unlucky? Mr. Li, I don't think we need to trouble Mr. Old Charles. I already believe in you," Victor Rajiv said carefully, trying to make up for his previous mistakes as much as possible. Chapter 1527. Let's trouble him. Yang Ming glanced at Victor Rajiv with a smile and said faintly, "Moreover, it's not troubling him if I ask him to answer the phone. He'll be very happy." Originally, Victor Rajiv was a little suspicious and surprised by Butler Jin's attitude toward Yang Ming. At this time, when he heard Yang Ming say this about old Charles, he suddenly felt a chill in his heart. He didn't think that Yang Ming was bragging. At this time, there was no need to boast at all. If he boasted, he would soon be exposed. Judging from the current situation, the other party's attitude toward Yang Ming could already explain everything. Victor Rajiv's mouth moved, but he didn't say anything in the end. It was too late to say anything now. He could only wait quietly for the result. Soon, old Charles answered the phone. "Mr. Yang?" "It's me, Li Mui," said Yang Ming suggestively. He believed that old Charles should be able to understand what he meant. "Oh, it's Mr. Li. Excuse me, why are you looking for this old man?" Old Charles was very smart. He immediately understood what Yang Ming meant. Perhaps Yang Ming used the alias Li Mui because it was inconvenient for him to announce his true identity on some occasions. Although old Charles heard that the voice was Yang Ming's, he would still have some doubts if Golden Bull hadn't told him that the caller was Yang Ming. However, since Golden Bull had confirmed it, old Charles would no longer doubt anything. Golden Bull and Yang Ming were very close. It was impossible to be mistaken. "This is the case. Do you know Victor Rajiv of the Russian Black Hawk Gang?" asked Yang Ming. "Oh, this person. I have dealt with him several times. He is a client of our Charles family." "What's wrong? Mr. Li, why are you asking about him?" Golden Bull didn't tell old Charles about Victor Rajiv, so old Charles still didn't know about him. "Since you know him, it's easy. Help me prove to him that I am an assassin of the Butterfly family," said Yang Ming to old Charles. "Oh, okay." Although he wondered why Yang Ming wanted to do this, since Yang Ming had a request, old Charles naturally would not refuse and directly agreed. Yang Ming handed the phone back to Victor Rajiv. Okay, you could talk to old Charles. Is this the respected Mr. Old Charles? Victor Rajiv carefully took the phone and asked nervously. It's me, Victor Rajiv. Mr. Lee just asked me to help him prove that he is an assassin of the butterfly family. Old Charles said, Do you have any objections to this? No, Victor Rajiv quickly replied. How could he dare to have any objections? That's good. I don't know why Mr. Lee would do that, but you'd better be careful. Don't do anything that will hurt our friendship. Old Charles vaguely guessed some of the reasons for the matter, but he was not sure. However, he secretly warned Victor Rajiv. Yes, don't worry, Mr. Old Charles. I know what to do. Victor Rajiv's heart trembled. He no longer had any doubts about Yang Ming's identity. Not only did he not have any doubts, but Victor Rajiv also roughly understood that Yang Ming's status in the butterfly family was definitely not low. Those who dare to speak to Butler Jean and Old Charles in this tone were definitely the higher-ups of the butterfly family. Only the core members of the world's #1 assassin family dared to speak to Mr. Old Charles, the helmsman of the world's #2 assassin family, the Charles family. Okay, the call is over. Mr. Victor Rajiv, shouldn't you let him go? Yang Ming glanced at Victor Rajiv and asked. This, of course. Victor Rajiv's heart was really bitter at the moment. If he had known earlier, he would have just let them go and left a good impression on Yang Ming. Now, he was naturally much weaker. Anyone would think that he was forced to make this decision. Although this was the case, if he were more decisive and let them go without making this call, he believed that even if he could not turn the enemy into a friend, he would not leave any bad impression on Yang Ming. Then hurry up. Yang Ming looked at his watch faintly. It's almost 4 o'clock. If you don't want to be exterminated, bring them here quickly. Victor Rajiv's heart suddenly jumped. Although Yang Ming's tone was very arrogant before, it was not so ruthless and ruthless. But now, Yang Ming's words were almost a naked threat. How could Victor Rajiv not know what was going on with this gap? But what could he do even if he knew? How could a small Black Hawk gang be an opponent of the butterfly family? Especially when he heard the conversation between Yang Ming and Old Charles. It seemed that their relationship was very good. If something happened to Yang Ming, he believed that the Charles family would stand up for him. Under this double pressure, if Victor Rajiv had any other thoughts, he would be mentally deranged. Yes, I'll call my secretary and ask him to bring them here. Victor Rajiv did not dare to delay and responded quickly. You don't have to bring them here. Prepare a motorboat and bring them directly onto the motorboat. I'll be there soon. Yang Ming waved his hand and ordered. Yes, I'll have someone prepare it now. Victor Rajiv said quickly. Don't think about doing anything to the motorboat. I don't think you were that stupid, right? Although Yang Ming felt that Victor Rajiv was not a fool, he still reminded him. If there was a problem with the motorboat, Yang Ming could naturally swim back easily. The key was that he did not know if Chen Mengyan and Victoria could hold on. The sea was still quite cold in this season. How would I dare? Victor Rajiv smiled bitterly and said somewhat self-deprecatingly, for a small Black Hawk gang, both the Butterfly family and the Charles family are giants. Very good, but I have a piece of advice. Do you want to hear it? Yang Ming nodded with satisfaction. He stood up and was about to get out of the car when he suddenly thought of something and turned around to ask. I am naturally listening to Mr. Lee's advice. Victor Rajiv said with a serious expression. This time, I am very dissatisfied with your approach. You actually dared to doubt my identity. Yang Ming said coldly. This time, I will not pursue it because I am in a hurry. However, in the future, don't let me see anyone from the Black Hawk gang in China. Otherwise, you will have to bear the consequences. Yang Ming naturally did not want a drug trafficking organization like the Black Hawk gang to operate in China. Although Yang Ming was not a peacekeeper, he did not want to see his compatriots being harmed. Therefore, it was better for the Black Hawk gang to operate less in China when it came to drug trafficking. Otherwise, Yang Ming would not mind solving it. Okay, I understand what to do. Although Victor Rajiv did not want to agree with Yang Ming's advice, he did not want to be exterminated. God knew what would happen if he offended Yang Ming. Although giving up the Chinese market made Victor Rajiv's heart ache, there was no other way. AI. Victor Rajiv sighed. If he had been more alert and let them go directly, would this ending have been different? However, he didn't know that Yang Ming's suggestion would still be made even after he let them go. I hope you will do as you say. Otherwise, I forgot to tell you. I live in China. Yang Ming patted Victor Rajiv's shoulder and dispelled his last trace of hope. After saying this, Yang Ming got up and got out of the luxury RV. Victor Rajiv smiled bitterly and followed Yang Ming out of the RV. He gave a few instructions to the secretary who had been waiting outside the door. Although the secretary did not know why Victor Rajiv gave such instructions, he glanced at Yang Ming beside Victor Rajiv in surprise. However, he did not dare to ask anything and quickly went to carry out Victor Rajiv's orders. Chapter 1528. With the strength of the Black Hawk Gang, almost the entire dock was under the control of Victor Rajiv. It was no wonder that the Black Hawk Gang could unscrupulously traffic drugs through the dock. Soon, a brand-new motorboat was tidied up and docked at the dock. He believed that Victor Rajiv had already ordered a detailed and rigorous inspection of the motorboat to prevent any problems from occurring. Now, Victor Rajiv didn't dare to do anything to Yang Ming. He was even more afraid that something would happen to Yang Ming. If something happened to Yang Ming now, he couldn't explain it clearly even if he had a mouth. The Butterfly family and the Charles family would think that he did it, and no one would listen to his quibbles. Therefore, Victor Rajiv prayed that Yang Ming would go back safely and not make any mistakes on the way so that he wouldn't be implicated. It was a failure to live to this extent, especially for Victor Rajiv, the underworld's godfather. He had never done such a shameful thing in his life. Since taking over the power of the Black Hawk Gang from his father, Victor Rajiv had always been a superior existence, no matter who he was in front of. This also had a lot to do with his other identity as a member of the parliament. But today, Victor Rajiv had to lower his head. If he didn't lower his head, he would be beheaded. What are they going to do? Chen Mingyan and Victoria were brought to the dock in the middle of the night. No one told them what to do with them. After the car stopped, there was no movement. Chen Mingyan was naturally a little anxious. I don't know. Victoria shook her head, but they intend to exchange us for the prisoners detained by the Songjiang police. We don't have to worry that they will harm us. It's all because of me that you are implicated, Sister Mingxi. Chen Mingyan looked at Victoria apologetically. They are targeting my dad. You are implicated. Victoria hesitated. She felt that in this situation, it was time to lay her cards on the table with Chen Mingyan. This would also allow Chen Mingyan to be mentally prepared. If there was a suitable opportunity to escape later, she could also let Chen Mingyan know in advance and cooperate. Otherwise, Chen Mingyan would definitely be suspicious if he suddenly showed some unusual behavior and actions. Now that there was no one watching from the side, it was a good opportunity to talk. Miss Chen, I think it's time to tell you some things. In this case, there's no need to continue hiding it from you. Victoria pondered for a moment and said, Miss Chen? Chen Mingyan was slightly stunned. She looked at Victoria in surprise. Sister Mingxi, what are you talking about? Why are you suddenly calling me Miss Chen? Miss Chen, please don't interrupt me. Let me continue. Victoria made a gesture to calm down and then said quickly, My true identity is not a relative who came from the mountains to seek refuge from Yang Ming, but a slave boxer trained by someone. Chen Mingyan listened to Victoria's words and looked at her incredulously. Slave boxer? What do you mean? My real name is not Chen Mingxi. Chen Mingxi is just a name that Yang Ming casually gave me. Maybe it's because he likes you too much? As Victoria said this, she glanced at Chen Mingyan with a smile. She unnaturally thought of the situation when she seduced Yang Ming. Yang Ming did not take the bait. She was a little dissatisfied, but she did not show it. My real name is Victoria. Yang Ming rescued me from my original owner and brought me back here. Victoria, Africa. The impact of Victoria's words on Chen Mingyan was too great, but she also knew that in this case, Victoria had no need to lie to her at all. So although she felt that what Victoria said was too weird, she still chose to believe it. But why didn't you tell me before? Why did you lie to me? However, Victoria's sentence, maybe it's because he likes you too much, made Chun Mingyin's face blush slightly. Although it was not obvious in the dark, Chun Mingyin still subconsciously lowered her head. Mr. Yang offended some people. He was afraid that these people would harm you, so he sent me to protect you. Victoria said, I didn't tell you before because I was afraid that you would be worried after knowing. Offended some people. Chun Mingyin suddenly felt that she still didn't understand Yang Ming. From the beginning until now, she had never really understood Yang Ming. Although she now felt that she understood Yang Ming a lot more than before, it was still the tip of the iceberg. I didn't expect that those people didn't come to the door, but the Black Hawk gang came to the door first. Victoria sighed. At that time, the people who came had pistols in their hands. I didn't have full confidence that I could guarantee that the three of you would not be injured, so I could only take a step back and choose to come here with you. Sister Mengshi, you shouldn't be saying this to me casually at this time, right? Chun Mingyin had not fully digested this shocking news, but this was not a good time to digest it. Victoria explained a lot to her at this time, so there should be a purpose. Seeing that Chun Mingyin still called her Sister Mengshi, Victoria did not deliberately correct it. A fleeting joy flashed in her eyes, and then she said, Yes, they locked us in the basement before. I couldn't find a chance to escape, but now it is a good opportunity. Sister Mengshi, you mean we have a chance to escape tonight? Chun Mingyin was overjoyed when she heard this. It's possible. Chun Mengshi nodded. They suddenly brought us to the dock. According to my analysis, there are only two possibilities. Chun Mingyin raised her eyebrows and seemed to have guessed something. Sister Mengshi is saying that they are going to exchange hostages? This is one of the possibilities. Victoria nodded appreciatively after listening. They picked us up from the basement in the middle of the night and brought us here. It must be an emergency. Something unexpected happened, so it is like this. Exchanging hostages is naturally one of the possibilities. However, with my father's temper, I am afraid this is not possible. Chun Mingyin immediately sighed. You should not use criminals to exchange for my safety. If it were an ordinary person, my father may do so, but I am his daughter. Even if he is unwilling, he will not do so. Chun Mingyin had heard about Chun Fei's temperament since she was a child. She also understood Chun Fei's personality and temper, so the possibility that her father could send someone to exchange for her this time was not very high. Yes, I don't have much hope for this. Victoria nodded. After all, we have only been captured for a day. Even if the Black Hawk gang put forward conditions, the Songjiang police have to hold a meeting and ask for instructions from the higher-ups before making a decision. This takes a period. It is impossible to be so fast. This is true, but Sister Mengshi, I only thought of this possibility. In addition, why did they bring us to the dock? Chun Mingyin thought about it, but she still couldn't think of an answer. Since it is not an exchange of hostages, what else can they do by bringing us to the dock? Victoria smiled. What is the dock for? Boat. Chun Mingyin's eyes lit up. Under Victoria's reminder, she quickly thought of this. They brought us to the dock in such a hurry. There should be an accident. Since it is the dock, the next step is likely to be to take us away from the dock by boat. Otherwise, why would they come to the dock where cars can go? Yes, that is the case. Victoria agreed. The reason why I explain the details to you first is that when we get on the boat, it will be a good opportunity to escape. Chapter 1529. Get on the boat and escape? Sister Mengshi, are you planning to seize the boat? Chun Mingyin asked in surprise. It shouldn't be difficult to seize the boat, and they can't put too many people on the boat. Victoria said, from the beginning to the end, I haven't exposed my skills. The other party shouldn't have much defense, so it should be easier to succeed. But Sister Mengshi, wasn't it a good opportunity to escape when we were taken out of the basement and into the car? At that time, there were only two people watching us. It should be easier, right? Chun Mingyin suddenly thought of the previous situation and asked curiously. It wasn't difficult to escape before, but where can we run to? Victoria smiled bitterly. Miss Chun, this is my Tina Town, the Black Hawk Gang's base. We don't even know how to speak Russian. Where can we run to? I'm afraid that we won't be able to go far, and we will be caught back. Instead, we will alert the enemy. That's true. I neglected this point. Chen Mingyan smiled embarrassedly. Then, after we seize the boat, we should have the confidence to escape, right? Of course, there is confidence, but it is only 50%. Victoria sighed. However, even if we fail, there will be no loss. The worst result is that we will be caught again. They won't force us. The other party is afraid of taking action for fear of breaking the vases. They are counting on us to exchange for the criminals in the hands of the Songjiang police. Naturally, they won't allow us to have any accidents. Before the criminals are exchanged, we are safe. Even if we seize the boat and escape, they can only chase behind. They won't dare to attack us with weapons. This is why I intend to take a gamble. I hope it will succeed. Is there anything I can help with? After Chen Mingyan listened to Victoria's analysis, her heart was relieved. Not yet. I'm telling you in advance because I'm afraid that you will be too surprised when the time comes. Victoria smiled. However, relax a little. It doesn't matter. Even if we fail, it's not that there's no chance to go back. I believe that after Mr. Yang comes back and finds out that we are missing, he will definitely come to us. I have already made a clear mark near the basement, where we are being held while the Black Hawk Gang's people are not paying attention. After Mr. Yang sees it, he will come to rescue us. Yang Ming? Is he better than you? Chen Mingyan vaguely felt that Yang Ming should be better than Victoria, a professional black boxer. Otherwise, how could Victoria be used by him? Hee. Victoria smiled faintly. It's not that I look down on the Black Hawk Gang's people, but if Mr. Yang came... Don't make a sound. Their people are coming. Hearing the faint sound of footsteps outside the car, Victoria made a silent gesture and said quietly to Chen Mingyan. Chen Mingyan nodded, and her face also changed into a serious expression. The car's glass was closed, and the situation outside couldn't be seen, so it was impossible to judge who the other party was. The door of the commercial car was opened, and two men in black with sunglasses stood in front of the door. They were the two people who were responsible for monitoring and guarding Chen Mingyan and Victoria. They received the order from Victor Rajiv's secretary to invite the two ladies to board the boat. Although they didn't know what Victor Rajiv meant, they didn't dare to be rough. They were also very polite. Ladies, please get out of the car. The boat is ready. Come on board with us. After that, one of the men in black led the way in front, and the other followed behind. Together with Chen Mingyan and Victoria, they walked to a speedboat on the edge of the dock. Victoria and Chen Mingyan were also aware of the attitude of the two men in black, but they didn't think much about it. After all, it was an emergency. The other party might not want to cause more trouble, so they were so low-key. Ladies, please board the boat. The men in black said to Chen Mingyan and Victoria when they came to a very luxurious speedboat. Chen Mingyan and Victoria didn't say much. They got on the boat and went into the cabin, but the strange thing was that the two men in black didn't follow them in. After sending them to the boat, they turned and left. This made Chen Mingyan and Victoria somewhat inexplicable. Chen Mingyan and Victoria sat in the cabin and watched the two men in black leave instead of boarding the boat. They were puzzled. Sister Mingxi, why did they leave? I don't know. Who knows what they are planning? Victoria also frowned. She glanced at the cabin and found that there was no one inside. In other words, only Victoria and Chen Mingyan were left on this boat. I just don't know if there is anyone in the cockpit. What should we do now? Asked Chen Mingyan. Let's wait. I am afraid that someone will come up to sail the boat in a while. After the speedboat leaves the dock for a certain distance, we will seize the boat. The success rate of running away is higher. Otherwise, if we escape now, we will probably be caught by the ships next to us before we can leave the dock. Victoria hesitated and said, In a while, I will ambush behind the cabin door. When someone gets on the boat, I will catch him by surprise. Then, I will wait in the cabin and wait for the boat to sail. Then, I will find a way to go to the cockpit and kill the person who is sailing the boat. Okay. Chen Mingyan nodded and sat quietly in the cabin, intending to attract the attention of the people coming. How do I cooperate? In a while, you lie on the chair in the cabin and pretend to be asleep to attract the attention of the people coming. Then, I will wait for the opportunity to make a move, said Victoria. Mr. Lee, the speedboat is ready. The two young ladies are also on board. What do you think? Victor Rajiv carefully said to Yang Ming after listening to the secretary's report. Good, the efficiency is good. It's not 5 o'clock yet. It seems that you really put in a lot of effort. Yang Ming nodded with a satisfied smile on his face. In fact, Yang Ming was far away from the MPV where Chun Ming-yen was, but because of his special abilities, he was relieved to see them safely on board the boat. Then, this humble one will not keep Mr. Lee any longer. Since Mr. Lee has something to do, this humble one will respectfully send Mr. Lee off. Victor Rajiv was not stingy with addressing himself as this humble one to Yang Ming. He was respectful to the butler of the Charles family, let alone Yang Ming, who was a higher existence than them. Victor Rajiv was an ambitious person who knew how to adapt to the circumstances. He knew that he did not have the strength to shake Yang Ming, and he was afraid that he would never be able to get back the humiliation he suffered today. Victor Rajiv also accepted his fate and felt that it did not matter. Yang Ming nodded and glanced at Victor Rajiv with a smile. Remember what I said. If you don't take the initiative to look for me in the future, I won't take the initiative to look for trouble with you. Mr. Lee, please rest assured. This humble one is not the kind of person who doesn't know what to do. This humble one will not do something that will destroy the future of the gang. Victor Rajiv was afraid that Yang Ming would not believe him, so he repeatedly promised, "By the way, Mr. Lee, do you need a sailor to steer the boat for you?" "No, I could drive the speedboat myself." Yang Ming had already learned this knowledge, so there was no need for others to steer the boat. Moreover, Yang Ming did not want a third party to be present. "Well, then I wish Mr. Lee a smooth journey. In this sea area, I dare not say anything else, but if you encounter a patrol boat on our side, just say my name," Victor Rajiv said flatteringly. Yang Ming did not pay attention to Victor Rajiv anymore. He just waved his hand faintly, turned, and walked to the speedboat. Yang Ming was very excited to see Chun Ming-yen soon, but he could not change his appearance in front of Victor Rajiv, so he could only maintain the appearance of Li Muyi and board the speedboat. However, just as Yang Ming entered the cabin, a strong wind hit Yang Ming head-on. Chapter 1530. Yang Ming felt a chill in his heart, but then a trace of doubt appeared on his face. Originally, Yang Ming thought that Victor Rajiv had set up a trap for him and was ready to attack him the moment he boarded the boat. But after thinking about it, he felt that it was impossible. After all, if Victor Rajiv wanted to do it, he would have done it earlier and would not have waited until now. Moreover, in the current situation, would he dare to do anything to Yang Ming? If Victor Rajiv didn't know that Yang Ming was an assassin of the Butterfly family and didn't call old Charles, then Victor Rajiv might have done something beyond common sense on impulse. But now, he knew that Yang Ming was a top assassin. Whether it was Yang Ming himself or the strong background behind Yang Ming, Victor Rajiv and a small Blackhawk gang could not compete with them. In this case, what was the difference between doing something unwise and courting death? Moreover, although Yang Ming's eyes were not always on the speedboat, when Victor Rajiv's men prepared the speedboat, Yang Ming deliberately scanned the interior of the speedboat with his special ability and did not find any abnormalities or suspicious people inside. After the speedboat docked at the dock, the maintenance technician repaired the speedboat and refueled it. All the people on the speedboat left until Chun Ming-yen and Victoria boarded the boat. No one else boarded the boat. Therefore, Yang Ming could quickly judge that the person who attacked him on the boat at this moment could not be Victor Rajiv's people. This person was either Chun Ming-yen or Victoria. Thinking of this, Yang Ming immediately stopped his killing move. Yang Ming was originally prepared to kill the person who attacked him mercilessly, but after understanding the reason, he was scared. If he found out that the person he was going to attack was Chun Ming-yen or Victoria, it would be too late. Even if he wanted to stop, it was impossible to stop completely. The best result would be a minor injury. But fortunately, Yang Ming stopped his killing move in time. For this aggressive attack, he just dodged slightly and blocked it with his hand. He easily resolved this round of attack and firmly grasped the attacker's hand. "Ah!" Victoria suddenly exclaimed. She didn't expect the person's skill to be so fierce. Not only did he easily avoid her attack, but he could also grab her wrist. At this moment, Yang Ming also entered the cabin in a flash and then closed the cabin door. Victoria saw that she had been exposed, so she could only bite the bullet and continue to fight. This was the only chance. If she lost it, she didn't know when she would have to wait. Moreover, since she had already shown her skills in front of the opponent would definitely be more vigilant against her. It would be impossible to win by surprise next time. Of course, the only thing that made Victoria feel strange was that the person she attacked didn't shout for reinforcements. Instead, he closed the cabin door. Isn't this creating an opportunity for me? Could it be that he is very confident in his skills and thinks that I am definitely not his opponent? Victoria, it's me. Yang Ming saw that Victoria was going to continue to attack him and whispered quickly, "You?" Victoria listened to this familiar voice and looked at Yang Ming with some surprise, but she couldn't see any clues on Yang Ming's face. This was the face of a middle-aged man in his 40s. There was no sign of disguise at all. It was completely different from the person she was familiar with. There was no similarity at all. Even the shape of the face had changed. These are not things that could be easily changed with a disguise. Just as Victoria was bewildered, Chun Mingyan exclaimed in surprise, "Yang Ming, it's you." As she spoke, she directly rushed into Yang Ming's arms, regardless of whether Yang Ming's face was this 40-year-old face. Looking at Victoria's bewildered look and Chun Mingyan's completely different certainty, Yang Ming was a little confused. Although he hugged Chun Mingyan tightly in his arms, he asked curiously, "Mingyan, how are you so sure that it's me? Your voice, your eyes, and the smell on your body." Chun Mingyan said without hesitation, "These can't be changed. I have been with you for so long. I am already familiar with these. So when I saw you for the first time, heard you for the first time, and smelled you, I was sure that it was you." "Really? Am I so easy to be seen through?" It seems that this disguise really failed. Yang Ming smiled bitterly and touched his nose. Then, he casually wiped his face and restored his original appearance. Although Victoria stood aside and stared at Yang Ming without blinking, she did not see how Yang Ming erased the disguise. It was as fast as a face-changing master. Yang Ming had to admire a woman's intuition and keen sense. With his special ability, Yang Ming was sure that it could be flawless, but it was still easily seen through by Chun Mingyan. Victoria, on the other hand, was secretly ashamed, although she was also somewhat sure that the person who came was Yang Ming. Yang Ming's voice and the fact that he directly called out the name Victoria had made Victoria confirm the identity of Yang Ming. In particular, with Yang Ming's fierce skills, Victoria was sure that she could knock down a person without any defense. There were not many people who could be stronger than her. Among the people she knew, Yang Ming was one, and Wang Xiaoyan was another. As for the others, she really did not meet any opponents. However, she still hesitated. Compared to Chun Mingyan's days and nights together, Victoria still lacked the sense of familiarity with Yang Ming, which caused her to be suspicious. "Not really. I'm afraid it's just an intuition." Chun Mingyan suddenly remembered that Victoria was still by her side, and this was definitely not the time to be affectionate. They were still in danger. How could they be sentimental? Chun Mingyan blushed and hurriedly left Yang Ming's arms and said softly. Yang Ming nodded. He could only attribute it to intuition. Otherwise, Yang Ming would feel that he was a failure as an assassin. "It's fine now. Let's go back to Songjiang." Yang Ming glanced at Victoria and said, "Black Hawk Gang." Victoria looked at Yang Ming strangely. It was a little strange. How could it be fine all of a sudden? "I talked to their leader. They will not appear in Songjiang again in the future." Yang Ming said, "Now I'm going to sail the ship. You two rest in the cabin. If there is anything, wait until we return to Songjiang. I will go to the cockpit with you." Chun Mingyan had just escaped from danger. especially when she saw Yang Ming, who she had not seen for a long time. She was even more reluctant to be separated from him. So she took the initiative to ask, "Well, if you're not tired, you can come together." Yang Ming did not force her and nodded. "I could drive a speedboat. I can help you," Victoria said subconsciously for some unknown reason. Yang Ming glared at her. Originally, Yang Ming was still thinking about being intimate with Chen Mingyan in the cockpit, but he did not expect this woman to join in. However, before Yang Ming could speak, Chen Mingyan spoke first. "Okay, Sister Mingxi, you can come together. Otherwise, it is meaningless for you to stay in the cabin alone." Since Chen Mingyan said so, Yang Ming did not say anything more. He was still grateful to Victoria. After all, when Chen Mingyan was in danger, she could stand up and take the initiative to go into the tiger's den with Chen Mingyan. Although nothing dangerous happened, and the matter was quickly resolved, at least it could be seen that Victoria was loyal. However, for some reason, Yang Ming always felt that Victoria seemed to be seducing him. He didn't know if it was Yang Ming's illusion, or Victoria really did not avoid suspicion and treated him as one of her own. Thinking of that time in the hotel, Victoria was naked in front of him. Yang Ming was embarrassed, but there was a ripple in the depths of his heart. Chapter 1531. Mr. Yang, how did you disguise yourself before? Why is it so realistic? Victoria turned her head and asked Yang Ming curiously. Drive your boat? Well, I will tell you about this when I have time. After Yang Ming knew that Victoria could drive the speedboat, he simply gave her the right to drive the speedboat. Since you regard yourself as one of us, right? Then, Yang Ming simply treated Victoria as if she didn't exist. He directly hugged Chen Mingyan in his arms. Victoria snorted and glanced at Yang Ming, but she didn't say anything. She continued to focus on the speedboat and turned a deaf ear to the matter between Yang Ming and Chen Mingyan. Chen Mingyan was a little shy and couldn't stand it. She pushed Yang Ming and whispered, "How about after we get home? There's still people here. I am her master. It doesn't matter." Yang Ming smiled faintly. Chen Mingyan struggled, but she couldn't break free. She changed the topic. "Yang Ming, why did you come so quickly? When they brought me and Sister Mengxi to the dock, I thought that my father sent someone to negotiate the exchange of hostages. Uncle Chen is also in a difficult situation. I hope you don't blame him." Yang Ming sighed. After all, there is always a choice between public and private matters. "I know. I can naturally understand." Chen Mingyan nodded. "If my father really gives up his original principles because of me, then I will look down on him. I have admired him since I was a child. I even hope that my future husband will be such an indomitable person, eliminating violence and bringing peace to the people. But now it seems that this wish can't be realized. Why? Am I that bad?" Yang Ming was a little dumbfounded. Eliminating violence and bringing peace to the people? If he knew that Chen Mingyan liked Superman, Yang Ming would have spent a little effort to get rid of the Blackhawk gang. Of course not. Chen Mingyan smiled slyly and said, "You barely qualify as an indomitable spirit, but you're still a student. You just have to do what you're supposed to do. Of course, you don't have to do anything else. I thought you wanted me to be Ultraman." Yang Ming was speechless for a while. He felt that he was tricked by Chen Mingyan. "Ha, of course not." Chen Mingyan laughed and said, "By the way, Yang Ming, how did you get the Blackhawk gang to release him? Does my father know about this?" "Uncle Chen naturally knows that I'm here to save you." Yang Ming said, "As for how I made the Blackhawk gang release you, it's actually very simple. I called a friend of mine. He is the person in charge of a force in Europe. The leader of the Blackhawk gang, Victor Rajiv, can't afford to provoke that person, so he can only return you to me." It's that simple?" Chen Mingyan blinked and looked at Yang Ming in disbelief. "And how do you know the person in charge of the big European force?" That person is a partner of my father's company in Europe." Yang Ming said with some truth. "He has a lot of power over there. He has an unexpected influence. It turns out to be like this." Chen Mingyan didn't ask more after listening to Yang Ming. The speedboat sailed quickly on the sea, but when it approached the waters of Bianhai City, a patrol boat sent a signal and intercepted the speedboat Yang Ming was in. Obviously, the other party regarded him as an illegal immigrant. "Mr. Yang, what should we do? Should we break through or return?" Victoria looked at the situation in front of her and frowned as she asked Yang Ming. "The other party asked us to get closer for inspection. Just listen to him." Yang Ming glanced at the patrol boat in front of him. After confirming that it was a regular official patrol boat, he instructed calmly. "Okay." Victoria hesitated. Although she didn't know why Yang Ming wanted to do this, she still followed Yang Ming's instructions. She continued to drive the speedboat forward and was ready to dock next to the patrol boat in front. "Yang Ming, are you a stowaway?" Chen Mingyan also reacted at this time and roughly saw some clues. Previously, she and Victoria were taken to Mytina town in Russia by a stowaway boat. Yang Ming was now driving the speedboat back, so it should be the same. Sort of. Yang Ming shrugged. "Do you need to call my father?" Chen Mingyan hesitated after listening to Yang Ming's words. "No need. I can solve it." Yang Ming smiled and said indifferently. Seeing Yang Ming's confident expression, Chen Mingyan was relieved and no longer said anything. When the speedboat approached the patrol boat, it slowed down and docked at the patrol boat. At the same time, a light beam came from the patrol boat, and a voice shouted, "Who is in the speedboat in front of us? Please stop the boat for inspection." "Do as he says," Yang Ming said to Victoria. After listening to Yang Ming's words, Victoria docked the speedboat next to the patrol boat and turned off the motor. On the patrol boat, several armed Border Patrol officers jumped over one after another and boarded Yang Ming's speedboat vigilantly. Obviously, Yang Ming didn't grasp the patrol time and pattern of these people, so he happened to bump into them. Pu Daniyu and Victor Rajiv's people had probably grasped the patrol pattern and found a loophole to exploit. "Who are you? Take out your documents." The leader of the patrol officers looked at Yang Ming and the other two and asked. The others held their guns in their hands and were on high alert. Yang Ming took out 2 documents and handed them to the patrol officer. One was from the Supernatural Investigation Bureau, and the other was from the Army. They were both given to him by Xia Bingbao. Yang Ming wasn't sure if the people here would recognize the Supernatural Investigation Bureau's documents, so he also handed them to the patrol officer along with the local army's documents. After the patrol officer saw the cover of Yang Ming's Supernatural Investigation Bureau's documents, his face changed into a solemn expression. His attitude towards Yang Ming was not as cold as before. He carefully opened the documents, checked the authenticity of the photos and documents, and handed them back to Yang Ming. As for the Army's documents, he didn't even look at them. He also knew that this document was enough. It didn't matter if he looked at the others or not. The patrol officer was also a person with good eyesight. When he saw that there were other people beside Yang Ming, he wasn't sure if Yang Ming was hiding his identity. He was no stranger to the people from the Supernatural Investigation Bureau. These people often crossed the border to perform some secret missions, so it wasn't unusual for them to recognize this document. After hesitating, the patrol officer didn't expose him. He just said to Yang Ming, "Mr. Yang, thank you for your cooperation. Sorry for wasting your time. You can leave now." "It's okay." Yang Ming smiled slightly, put away the documents, and didn't say much. The patrol officer quickly withdrew and then quickly drove away. Yang Ming's speedboat continued to drive to the pier of Bianhai City under the control of Victoria. "Yang Ming, what kind of identification did you show him just now? Why haven't I seen it before?" Chen Mingyan looked at Yang Ming curiously and asked, "Can you show it to me?" "It's nothing. Before I left, Uncle Chen asked someone to help me get a document. It could be used to deal with the border inspection." Yang Ming didn't say anything about the Supernatural Investigation Bureau. Instead, he took out the Army's document and handed it to Chen Mingyan. The lights at night were very dim. Chen Mingyan didn't see it clearly. Naturally, she didn't know that Yang Ming had another document. She took a look at it and looked at Yang Ming strangely. "The Army's document? In order to save you, it's just a name. After I go back, I have to return it to your father." Yang Ming smiled. "I see." I was still a little excited. "I thought you really became a person who got rid of violence and brought peace to the people." Chun Mingyan shook her head with some disappointment. She had just finished talking about getting rid of violence and bringing peace to the people. Now that she saw Yang Ming become a soldier, she felt that her dream had come true. However, she didn't expect that it was just a name. After she went back, she had to return it. Yang Ming smiled and put away the document. Then, when he looked up, he happened to meet Victoria's smiling eyes. Yang Ming was slightly stunned and guessed roughly. With Victoria's keen observation, she obviously saw that the document that Yang Ming just gave out was another document. However, she didn't expose it and immediately continued to focus on the speedboat. Chapter 1532. At around 6 o'clock in the morning, the speedboat finally docked at Bianhai City's pier. Pu Dainiu had already received the news and was quietly waiting for Yang Ming's return with his men at the pier. At this moment, Yang Ming had once again returned to his original appearance as Li Mui. Chun Mingyan and Victoria were very curious as to how he managed to change his appearance so quickly. They wanted to ask in detail, but felt that it was not the right time, so they remained silent for the time being. Mr. Li, congratulations on your safe return. Pu Dainiu saw Yang Ming coming ashore and took the lead to rush over to greet Yang Ming. Of course, it was because Yang Ming helped him find out the spy who had been lurking around him for many years. More importantly, it was because Yang Ming was able to bring the person back from the Black Hawk gang, and it seemed that there was no injury at all. Pu Dainiu was very clear about how powerful the Black Hawk gang was. At this pier, he couldn't even compete with the Golden Hawk gang, a branch of the Black Hawk gang, let alone the Black Hawk gang headquarters. Furthermore, they were in other people's territory. Yang Ming even brought 2 weak women back safely. How strong did he need to be to do that? Therefore, when he thought of this, Pu Dainiu became even more respectful towards Yang Ming. Didn't we agree to call me Old Li? Did I call you Dainiu? Yang Ming naturally understood why Pu Dainiu was like this. He smiled and said, Dainiu, you can rest assured from now on. The Black Hawk gang won't send people over anymore. Really? Brother Old Li, this is really good news. Dainiu, thank you. Pu Dainiu had been worried that although the Golden Hawk gang was destroyed, the Black Hawk gang, as the headquarters, would definitely not let go of such a favorable geographical location like Bianhai City. They might even send people to take over the business here again. Therefore, after Pu Dainiu was happy, he returned to normal. Now that he heard Yang Ming's news, he was very excited. Of course, this is true. Yang Ming nodded and changed the topic. However, Dainiu, you and I are kindred spirits. As a brother, I'll give you a piece of advice. It's up to you whether you want to listen or not. However, I still have something to say. Oh, Brother Old Li, please speak. Pu Dainiu listened to Yang Ming's words and asked cautiously with a serious expression. Dainiu, it's better if you don't do illegal immigration in the future. Yang Ming said, Dainiu, I'm not asking you to stop doing its illegal immigration. Pu Dainiu's expression changed slightly as he lowered his head. How could he not understand Yang Ming's words? As the head of the local gangs, of course, they would not look for stowaways themselves. Many of the stowaways were found by their own subordinates, the so-called henchmen or flying saucers. In order to get a commission, most of these people used all their means and resorted to every conceivable means. They tricked some people who lived in poverty and described the world to be full of gold and a place where it was easy to make money. These people were moved and gave all their savings to these henchmen to help them stow away. In the end, most of them found that this place was even poorer than China, and it was even harder to find a job. However, it was too late for regrets now. The smuggler and his henchmen had long disappeared. Moreover, they had to constantly be on guard against being caught by the local police as an illegal immigrant and sent back to their country. Their dream of making a fortune abroad was shattered just like that. Of course, even so, they could only admit that they were unlucky. Did they still have the guts to reason with the snakehead? Therefore, people like this kept coming in batches after batches. Although Pu Dainiu knew that a lot of people were tricked by his henchmen, he pretended not to know. As long as the henchman paid the fee, he would also pretend not to know. Yang Ming had obviously noticed this. After pondering for a while, he told Pu Danyu about it. Mr. Li, we rely on this for a living, Pu Danyu said awkwardly. Danyu, I'm only telling you this because of our relationship. If it were the Golden Hawk Gang, Yang Ming sneered. As for their living, the Golden Hawk logistics has already collapsed. They won't be coming back. I believe I don't need to say more. You know that logistics is a very profitable industry. Although it can't be compared to their old business of drug trafficking, it's comparable to you being this head. After hearing Yang Ming's words, Pu Danyu's face darkened. Then his eyes lit up. Pu Danyu could naturally tell that Yang Ming was threatening him. Although he was a little unhappy, he knew that he wasn't Yang Ming's opponent. The other party could easily destroy the Golden Hawk Gang and take the hostages back from the Black Hawk Gang. With this kind of ability, it would only take a breath for him to destroy Pu Danyu. Pu Danyu didn't think that his relationship with Yang Ming was very deep. He and Yang Ming had only known each other for less than a day. He only knew Yang Ming through Uncle Sun San's introduction. Therefore, Pu Danyu didn't dare to say anything about this. Although he felt that Yang Ming was cutting off his source of income, he couldn't do anything about it. However, when he heard Yang Ming's last sentence, Pu Danyu was overjoyed again. If the Golden Hawk Gang's previous logistics business was transferred to him, then Pu Danyu wouldn't need to be an illegal immigrant anymore. He could totally rely on the logistics business to become rich. Mr. Li, are you serious? Although Pu Danyu was overjoyed, he knew that he wasn't the only one who had their eyes on the logistics business. Other than him, there were others who had been drooling over the Golden Hawk Gang's logistics business for a long time. I'll talk to Uncle Sun San and ask him to help you settle it, Yang Ming said calmly. That's good. Thank you for your trouble, Mr. Li. Pu Danyu was relieved when he heard that Uncle Sun San was going to help him. Yang Ming didn't stay in Bianhai City for long. Instead, he went to the place where he stored his car. He drove Chun Mingyan and Victoria back to Songjiang. As for what Yang Ming said to Pu Danyu, it was also because of his feelings. Yang Ming didn't know if his mentality had changed or if it had never changed at all. That was the conscience and kindness in his heart. Although Yang Ming felt that his inner heart had been trained to be ruthless and decisive enough, that was only toward his enemies. He still couldn't bear to do that to those innocent people. Therefore, Yang Ming naturally wouldn't be stingy with helping when he could. Yang Ming's word were said behind Chun Mingyan and Victoria's back. Therefore, the two of them didn't know what Yang Ming and Pu Danyu talked about. They only thought that Pu Danyu was just a friend of Yang Ming's. When the car stopped at Chun Mingyan's neighborhood, it was already noon. The area around Chun Mingyan's neighborhood was still filled with police cars. There were also a few plainclothes officers walking back and forth. It was believed that the incident this time had raised the Songjiang police's vigilance to the highest. They were afraid that the Black Hawk Gang would still choose to target the families of other police officers. Therefore, the residential area was filled with police officers. This was especially true for the families of several bureau leaders and members of the Anti-Narcotics Brigade. Yang Ming's BMW number was registered in these people's hearts. Therefore, when the car entered the neighborhood, there was no obstruction. However, when Yang Ming, Chun Mingyan, and Victoria got out of the car together, a few plainclothes officers who saw them had an unbelievable look in their eyes. It was no wonder. They heard that the Bureau had been in a meeting since last night to discuss the rescue of the hostages. The people on duty also took shifts. They had just changed shifts. Naturally, they knew that the results of the discussion were not out yet. However, the hostages that they were discussing in a meeting actually appeared in front of their house safe and sound. How could this not surprise these people? The plainclothes officer rubbed his eyes hard. He thought that the long hours on duty had caused visual fatigue and caused him to hallucinate. However, after rubbing his eyes and taking a closer look, it was indeed Chun Mingyan. He couldn't help but open his mouth wide. Mingyan, why are you back? Why, Uncle Li? Can't we come back? Yang Ming smiled and greeted the plainclothes officer on duty. This person was Chun Fei's former subordinate, the vice captain of the criminal investigation team. Now, he was Xia Shui's subordinate. Yang Ming had seen him many times. When Chun Fei was in a car accident, Yang Ming had dealt with him. Later, Yang Ming also had contact with him during Wang's Shifan series of incidents, so they were very familiar with each other. Little Yang, how did you come back? Does Bureau Chief Chen know? Vice Captain Li confirmed that it was Yang Ming and Chen Mengyan, so he immediately asked in surprise. Not yet. Yang Ming smiled bitterly and shook his head. Previously, when he was swimming in the sea, the mobile phone had entered the water. It could still be used to record videos and send multimedia messages to Pudaniu. However, after a while, it couldn't be turned on anymore. Apparently, the seawater had corroded the circuit board, making it completely unusable. Chun Mengyan and Victoria's mobile phones had long been confiscated by the Blackhawk gang. Yang Ming didn't intend to use other people's phones. This might leave some unnecessary trouble and clues. Therefore, he simply drove all the way back and went straight to Chen Mingyan's house. He didn't contact Uncle Chun and the others in advance. Chapter 1533. In the conference room of the Songjiang police station, it was divided into two sides of the moment. They were fiercely debating. Chief Chun, I think the most important thing at the moment is the safety of Chun Mengyan. Let's postpone the other things. On one hand, people felt that the safety of the hostage was more important than anything else. Since the other party had proposed an exchange request, they might as well meet the other party's request first. They would extradite the criminal back to their country and let them deal with it themselves. It would also save a lot of trouble. But on the other hand, they felt that if they let the criminal go so hastily, wouldn't they be compromising with the other party's evil forces? Chun Fei also had a headache. Although he was worried about the safety of Chen Mengyan, he couldn't just care about his daughter's safety and ignore the overall situation. Some of his subordinates were devoted to the public, and some were trying to please him. How could Chun Fei not see it? Among the people who agreed to exchange the criminal for Chun Mengyan, some were genuinely concerned about the safety of the hostage. They felt that the safety of the hostage was more important than anything else, but some were only in favor of it to please Chun Fei. Chun Fei sighed. It was difficult to make a choice. After all, he only had one daughter. Although Xia Shui said that Yang Ming had gone to rescue Chen Mingyan alone, Chun Fei didn't know how strong Yang Ming was. He only knew that Yang Ming was a member of the Supernatural Investigation Bureau. He knew that Yang Ming must have something extraordinary, but even if he had something extraordinary, facing the power of the other party, he could only temporarily retreat. While he was in a dilemma, Chun Fei's cell phone rang. Chun Fei glanced at the caller ID. It was Deputy Captain Li of the Criminal Investigation Team. He made a silent gesture to the others and picked up the phone. Old Li, what's the situation? Chun Fei had already instructed everyone before that if there was nothing important in the meeting, they shouldn't call so as not to affect the normal progress of the meeting. So, when Deputy Captain Li called at this moment, it was obviously something important. Chief Chun, Mingyan is back. Little Yang brought her back. They came back together with the girl named Chun Mengshi, who was kidnapped together. Deputy Captain Li's voice was very happy. What? Old Li, you said that Yang Ming brought Mingyan back? Where? Chun Fei was stunned, and then asked in disbelief. Old Li, are you sure? Chief Chun, they're right beside me. Please wait a moment. I'll get Mingyan to talk to you. Vice Captain Li didn't believe it when he saw Yang Ming bringing Chun Mingyan back with his own eyes, let alone when Chun Fei only heard a few words over the phone. Therefore, Vice Captain Li didn't bother to explain further. He simply asked Chen Mengyan to answer the phone. Dad, I'm at home. I'm fine. Chen Mengyan picked up the phone. She had wanted to tell her father that she was safe for a long time, but she didn't have a chance along the way. Mengyan, it's really you. Chun Fei was so excited that he suddenly stood up. The other people who were attending the meeting at the side looked at Chun Fei in surprise. When they heard him exclaim, Mengyan, they didn't know what had happened. However, looking at his expression, he was very happy. He didn't have the slightest anxiety or worry. It must be good news. Dad, Yang Ming brought me and Sister Mingxi back safely. You don't have to worry. Chen Mingyan was touched when she heard her father being so excited. It seemed that her father was worried about her safety all the time. Thinking about it, with her father's position and responsibilities, it was very difficult for him to face the choice between family and justice. He was already very strong to be able to hold on until now without collapsing. It's good that you're back. It's good that you're back. The big stone in Chun Fei's heart finally fell. However, he didn't expect that Yang Ming actually did it. In addition to being happy, he was also amazed. No one of the people over there valued Yang Ming so much. It seemed that Yang Ming had extraordinary abilities. Thinking that Yang Ming was discovered by himself, Chun Fei smiled and said, "Ming Yin, give the phone to Yang Ming. I'll talk to him." "Oh, okay." Chun Ming Yin still wanted to complain to her father, but she didn't expect her father to look for Yang Ming directly. She had to hand the phone to Yang Ming reluctantly. "Yang Ming, my dad is looking for you." "Hello, Uncle Chun." Yang Ming took the phone and said with a smile. "Little Yang, Uncle Chun really didn't expect it." Chun Fei didn't care about the strange looks of his colleagues. "Uncle Chun has already said that Uncle Chun thinks highly of you. You really didn't let Uncle Chun down. This time, it's all thanks to you." It seems that Uncle Chun had a lot of foresight in the beginning. Chun Fei was a little incoherent because of the sudden joy. It was also difficult for him. His daughter was caught, but he had to harden his heart and ignore the demands of the robbers. He had already withstood a lot of pressure to do this. When his daughter suddenly came back safely, Chun Fei suddenly exploded and chattered like a child. After Yang Ming heard Chun Fei's words, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry, but he had a feeling of nostalgia. Thinking about last year, it was probably around this time. On the eve of the college entrance examination, he came back from a date with Chun Mingyan, but he met Chun Mingyan's father in his own courtyard. Of course, at that time, he didn't know that Chun Fei was Chun Mingyan's father. He even stupidly said that he liked Chun Mingyan. What he didn't expect was that Chun Fei said, "Uncle Chun thinks highly of you." Thinking of the past, Yang Ming touched his nose. "Yang Ming, you and Mingyan wait for me. I will go back now." Chun Fei may have also thought of Yang Ming's embarrassment at that time. He suddenly felt a little embarrassed and said with a laugh, "Okay, then Mingyan and I will go upstairs first." Yang Ming responded and hung up the phone. He returned the phone to Deputy Captain Li. "Uncle Li, Mingyan and I will go upstairs first. Uncle Chun will be back in a while. Do you want to go upstairs with us to rest?" "I won't go. Although you are fine, I'm still on duty. How can I just go upstairs to rest?" Deputy Captain Li smiled and said. Yang Ming nodded and went upstairs with Chun Mingyan. At the door of Chun Mingyan's house, there was no police guarding. Instead, the door was closed. Yang Ming had the key to Chun Mingyan's house. He took out the key and inserted it into the keyhole to open the security door. When he opened the door, he heard Mother Chin's roar. "You dare come back? Didn't I tell you? If you don't save your daughter, don't come back." Accompanied by the roar, a sofa cushion flew toward Yang Ming's head. Yang Ming was shocked. He smiled bitterly and reached out to grab the sofa cushion in his hand. He said, "Auntie Chun, it's me, Yang Ming, Yang Ming." When Mother Chun heard Yang Ming's voice, she suddenly felt apologetic. She quickly got up from the sofa in the living room and walked toward the door. Chun Mingyan was kidnapped. Mother Chun and Chun Fei argued more than once. She even gave Chun Fei a death order. No matter what, even if he didn't want to be the bureau chief, he had to bring his daughter back safely. When she heard the sound of the door opening, Mother Chun thought that Chun Fei had come back. When she thought about it, she was angry, so she threw the sofa cushion without thinking. After all, except for Chun Fei, only Chun Mingyan and Yang Ming had the key to this house. Chun Mingyan was kidnapped, and only Yang Ming was left. Although Mother Chun didn't know that Yang Ming went to rescue Chun Mingyan, at this time, it was impossible for Yang Ming to open the door with the key without knocking. That was impolite. Therefore, Mother Chun didn't think much about it. After hearing Yang Ming's voice, she knew that she hit the wrong person. Chapter 1534. Yang Ming, why are you here at this time? Mother Chun was a little puzzled. After all, Yang Ming should be in school at this time. Even if he came, he couldn't use the key to open the door by himself. Mom, are you at home? Chen Mingyan saw that the door of the house was closed. She subconsciously thought that her mother had gone to work and there was no one at home, so she asked Yang Ming to take out the key to open the door. She didn't expect that there was someone at home. Little Yin, Mother Chen exclaimed in surprise. She immediately quickened her pace and stumbled over. When she saw that it was really her daughter standing at the door, Mother Chen couldn't help but burst into tears. Xiaoyan, you really back? That's great. Mom was so worried about you. With that said, Mother Chen hugged Chen Mingyan tightly in her arms and kept patting her back. Little Yin, if you didn't come back, Mom would die. Chen Mingyan looked at Yang Ming, who was smiling but not smiling. She was embarrassed and said, Mom, Yang Ming is still here. When Mother Chen saw that Chen Mingyan suddenly returned home, she was so excited and happy that she directly ignored Yang Ming, who was beside Chen Mingyan. When she heard Chen Mingyan's reminder, she remembered that there was still someone beside her. She suddenly felt very embarrassed. Chen Mingyan, I'm sorry. I'll let you see a joke. Annie is too happy. When I get excited, it's okay, Annie Chen. You're also confused because you care. Yang Ming smiled and said, When I first saw Mingyan, I was also like this. Victoria didn't go upstairs and was left in the car downstairs. Yang Ming didn't let her come up. Otherwise, some things would be difficult to explain. Yang Ming also didn't want Victoria's identity to be exposed because it also involved part of his privacy. Mother Chen was very satisfied with Yang Ming's tactfulness. She smiled and said, By the way, Mingyan, how did you come back? Did your father finally agree to use criminals in exchange for you? At least he still has some conscience and knows which is more important. After Chen Mingyan heard Mother Chen's words, she looked at her mother in shock. She was stunned for a moment before she finally understood the meaning of her mother's words. She didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Mom, it was Yang Ming who saved me, Yang Ming? Mother Chen turned her gaze to Yang Ming in disbelief and said, Mingyan, is this true? Didn't your father use that drug dealer to get you back? Mom, how can my dad be that kind of person? Even if he exchanged me for a drug dealer, I would only look down on him. Chen Mingyan shook her head. She didn't know whether to laugh or cry as she said, It was Yang Ming who used his connections to talk to the leader of the Black Hawk gang. Then, Sister Mingxi and I were released. Using his connections? Mother Chen was obviously not as simple as Chen Mingyan. Naturally, she wouldn't believe Yang Ming's words. In fact, Chen Mingyan and Victoria were the bargaining chips for the leader of the Black Hawk gang to safely rescue his son. How could he just let them go? Even if he used his connections, the leader of the Black Hawk gang probably wouldn't agree, right? How sharp was Yang Ming's intuition? He immediately noticed Mother Chen's suspicion, so he smiled and said, If it were an ordinary person speaking, the leader of the Black Hawk gang would naturally not give face. However, this person is my father's business partner, the current patriarch of the Buffon family, the largest family in Europe. He has considerable power throughout Europe. Russia is also a European country, so the Black Hawk gang had a compromise. The Buffon family, it turns out to be like this. No wonder the Black Hawk gang would compromise. Mother Chen showed a clear expression after listening to Yang Ming's explanation. The cooperation between Ming Yang Heavy Industry and the Buffon family was not a secret. Mother Chen naturally knew about it. What kind of existence was the Buffon family? Mother Chen was also very clear about it. Even if the Black Hawk gang was an underworld gang, it was impossible for them not to give face to old Buffon. Even if they were reluctant, they could only swallow it. This was a major event that involved the survival of the entire Black Hawk gang. She believed that the leader of the Black Hawk gang could make a wise choice. This is also a fluke. If the Black Hawk gang was not in the European territory, I believe that things would not be so smooth. Yang Ming sighed and said ambiguously, This is true, but anyway, Yang Ming, Annie thanks you. Mother Chen took a deep breath, patted Yang Ming's shoulder, and said sincerely, Annie Chen, what are you saying? If I don't save her, who will save her? Yang Ming suddenly felt a little dumbfounded. Mengyan is your daughter, but she is also my girlfriend. Haha, but you're quite considerate, child. Mother Chen sighed, and then said slowly, before this, I was still worried about handing Mengyan over to you. I was afraid that you would not treat her well in the future. I was afraid that you could not protect her, but today I am completely relieved, Mom. Chen Mengyan suddenly blushed, and she was a little embarrassed. What are you talking about? Yang Ming also had a strange expression on his face. He didn't expect that his words would lead to so much emotion from Mother Chun. Little Yin, don't talk first. Listen to me. Mother Chun waved her hand and interrupted Chun Mingyan's words, not letting her disturb. Oh! Chun Mingyan had to nod and no longer say anything. Yang Ming also listened attentively. Before, when you were together, there were some words that I didn't say because you were still young. It was a bit early to say those words. So, I plan to wait until the day of your wedding to say it. Mother Chun said, but now it seems that those words don't need to be said. What words? Chun Mingyan blinked her eyes curiously. Looking at her mother's serious expression, she knew that she had something important to say. Yang Ming, in fact, in addition to Little Yin, you are still entangled with 2 other girls. Your Uncle Chen knows about this matter, and I know about it too. Mother Chun changed the topic and said seriously, although the things between the 2 girls named Lin Jiyun and Zhou Jia have some coincidences and intentions, I don't know how you let Little Yin accept this fact and maintain the balance, but what I want to say is that now you're still young. I won't interfere with these things, but one day, when you and Little Yin get married, other relationships will be cut off. I don't want my daughter to be unhappy. This, Yang Ming's heart was shocked. His face was full of cold sweat. He originally thought that only Uncle Chen knew about these things, but he didn't expect Mother Chun to know such details, especially Mother Chen's decision. It made Yang Ming feel shocked and embarrassed. It was absolutely impossible for him to give up Zhou Jia and Lin Jiyun because of Chun Mingyan. Not only Yang Ming, but even Chun Mingyan's face changed at the moment. Although she acquiesced to the existence of Lin Jiyun and Zhou Jia in her heart, it was another matter if her parents knew about it. Chun Mingyan had a feeling of being in a dilemma. Don't say anything first. Listen to me. Mother Chun made a gesture to Yang Ming to calm down and then continued. However, after today's incident, I think I don't have to say these words in. Yang Ming's eyes lit up. He faintly guessed what Mother Chun was going to say next, and his heart was suddenly happy. There's an old saying that a husband and wife are birds in the same forest, but they fly away separately when a disaster befalls them. Mother Chun looked deeply at Yang Ming and said, a husband and wife are already like this, not to mention that you're just a boyfriend and girlfriend relationship. Yang Ming, you can stay by Little Yan's side at this time and save her. This makes me very gratified. Although this time, you asked someone to talk to the leader of the Blackhawk gang, I'm afraid you are aware of the risks in this. Some things can't be solved by just talking to someone. If the other party goes crazy, they might even leave you there. You dared to go to Russia alone and bring Lil Yin back. What else can I say? With this incident, I can see your feelings for Little Yin. So, I won't say what I originally said. As long as Little Yin is happy, and she feels that it's nothing, I will no longer interfere in your matters. This, Yang Ming looked at Mother Chun in disbelief. That's it. Originally, Yang Ming thought that he would be scolded severely. After all, which mother would let it go so easily when she found out that her daughter's boyfriend had other girlfriends? Chapter 1535. Even Chen Mingyan had a look of disbelief on her face. Mom, are you telling the truth? Mother Chen smiled and nodded calmly. Mom, you are so nice. Chen Mingyan's heart was relieved. She hugged Mother Chun in surprise. This matter had always been a sore point in her heart. She didn't know how to explain it to her parents, especially after living under the same roof with Lin Jiyun and Zhou Jia. She was worried that one day her parents would discover the secret. However, when she heard that her mother finally relented and agreed to this matter, how could Chen Mingyan not be happy? After all, It was most important to get the understanding of her parents. So nice. Mother Chen looked at her daughter's happy look and couldn't help but smile bitterly. Little Yin, Mom won't pursue this matter. The one who should be happy should be Yangming. Why are you so happy? Chen Mingyin's face turned red and found that something was wrong. I shouldn't be happy about this matter. Why am I happy? She glared at Yangming fiercely, turned her face away, and ignored Yangming. Mother Chen smiled. The original knot in her heart also disappeared with Chen Mingyin's attitude. Her daughter didn't care, so why should she care? As they were talking, the sound of the key opening the door came again. Chen Fei rushed in. As soon as he entered the door, he almost bumped into Yangming and Chen Mingyin, who were standing at the door. Old Chen, why are you so impatient? Although Mother Chen was no longer so angry with Chen Mingyin because Chen Fei had returned, the whole thing was caused by Chen Fei. If it weren't for the drug dealer, would Chen Mingyin be kidnapped? Therefore, although she no longer hated Chen Fei in her heart, her tone was still cold with no trace of friendliness. Mingyin, you really came back. Chen Fei didn't care about Mother Chen's sarcasm. He looked at Chen Mingyin with a smile and looked at Yangming on the side. His big hand directly hit Yangming's shoulder. Good boy, you didn't let Uncle Chen down. Let's go to the study with Uncle Chen. Let's have a good talk. Oh, okay. Yangming thought, luckily I have practiced. Otherwise, wouldn't my shoulder be broken by you? If it were someone else, he would definitely be sitting on the ground. If I didn't insist on training, how could I withstand such a blow? Chen Fei was slightly puzzled. He was too excited to control. He didn't control of his strength, but Chen Fei was shocked. He knew the power of his palm very well. One had to know that he had once won the title of the provincial police's internal mixed martial arts champion. With this slap, even if Yangming did not sit on the ground, his arm would have been dislocated. The best-case scenario would have been a black and blue bruise. However, Yangming seemed to be fine and easily endured it. His shoulders did not even tremble, and his expression did not show any signs of discomfort. This made Chen Fei feel surprised. Yangming really has some skills. No wonder they value Yangming so much. You and Mingyin prepare some delicious food. Yangming and I will drink to celebrate tonight. Chen Fei instructed Mother Chen. It's okay to prepare it for Yangming, but it's not okay to give it to you. Mother Chen snorted. It was obvious that she was still angry. Chen Fei didn't care. He pushed Yangming to the study room. He closed the door after entering the study room. What they were going to talk about was confidential. Even Chen Mingyin and Mother Chen couldn't know about it. Mother Chen and Chen Mingyin looked at each other and smiled. Little Yin, you're tired too, right? Go and rest. I will prepare some food. Then, I will order a few bottles of beer from the supermarket downstairs. Mom, I'm not tired. Chen Mingyin shook her head and rejected Mother Chen's request. I'm not sleepy now. My mental state is good. Oh, you're not sleepy? Mother Chen was stunned. You didn't sleep last night, right? My Tina town is so far away from Songjiang. You have to travel all the way, right? No, the one who drove the boat was Sister Mingxi. After that, the one who drove was Yangming. I was resting all the time, so I wasn't tired at all. Chen Mingyin smiled. Sister Mingxi, are you talking about that Chen Mingxi? Mother Chen's gaze focused. She remembered the girl who was kidnapped together with Chen Mingyin. Previously, because she was worried about Chen Mingyin's safety, she didn't think about the identity of this Chen Mingxi. Now that she had calmed down, Mother Chen had some doubts. Little Yin, tell me the truth. That girl named Chen Mingxi, who is she? Who? It's nothing. She's just a relative of Yangming. She doesn't have a household registration in the mountains. Yangming helped her to register a household registration here so that she can go to school with me. Chen Mingyin blinked. She didn't say the true origin and identity of Victoria. Faintly, Chen Mingyin felt that these should be secrets. Since Chen Mingxi confessed to her, she couldn't simply tell her to avoid causing unnecessary trouble. Relative? Mother Chen still frowned. Little Yin, don't be fooled by appearances. Why haven't I heard Brother Dahai mention that the Yang family has any relatives in the mountains? This person, is she also Yang Ming's? What? Chen Mingyin was stunned. She looked at her mother puzzledly. You child, Why are you so careless? Mother Chen glanced at her daughter helplessly and said with love, I suspect that Chun Mengxi is also related to Yang Ming. Is she also his girlfriend? Ah, Chen Mingyan thought that her mother suspected that there was a problem with Chun Mengxi's identity, but she didn't expect that her mother was worried about this. She didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Mom, you are overthinking. Sister Mingxi is definitely not his girlfriend. I can be sure of this. Really? That's good. Mother Chen nodded. Seeing that Chen Mingyan was so sure, she didn't continue to say anything. Well, let's go to the kitchen to cook. As the mother and daughter were talking, the phone in the living room rang. Mother Chen walked over and picked up the phone. Hello, who are you looking for? Mother Chen thought that it was a colleague who cared about Chen Mingyan or Chen Fei's colleague who called, so she didn't care. But there was a familiar voice on the other side of the phone. Xiaoyu, I am your elder brother, Chen Jifu. A male voice came over the phone. It's big cousin. Mother Chen's name was Chun Fengyu, and Xiaoyu was her nickname. She and Chen Fei both came from the Chun family village. The Chen family village had close relationships. Cousins, uncles, and so on were everywhere in the village. This Chen Jifu was one of them. He was one of the more famous people in the village. Although he was called Big Cousin, he had no real relationship with Chun Fengyu. It was just that the people in the village called him that. Chen Jifu sold pager parts back to the north from Guangzhou in his early years and made a lot of money. Now he was running an agricultural product company with a decent scale. He could earn tens of millions a year. He was a celebrity in the Chun family village. Of course, Chen Jifu was not the richest person in the Chen family village. The richest person in the Chun family village was Chen Jifu's younger brother, Chen Jie. However, Chen Jie had offended a big hooligan in Songjiang in his early years. At that time, Husan could do whatever he wanted in Songjiang, let alone the villages and counties near Songjiang. Chen Jie could only run away and go to the south. He left for 8 years, but he didn't expect to meet a nobleman by chance. That nobleman was a big boss in a foreign country who started a business in China. Chen Jie had been working under him and was very important. Chapter 1536. Chen Jie was the same as Chen Jifu. They were both smart people. Originally, he was one of the best businessmen in the Chen family village. However, because of a business matter, he offended Songjiang's gangster leader, Husan. He had no choice but to leave his hometown. His eldest brother, Chen Jifu, was also afraid of being implicated, so he hastily ended the business of pager parts in his hand. He was afraid that Husan would vent his anger on him if he couldn't find Chen Jie. Later, Sandong was exposed and uprooted. His subordinates and related people were also sentenced. Only then did Chen Jie breathe a sigh of relief. Chen Jifu and Chen Jie started working again in the Chen family village. With Chen Jie's support and financial support, Chen Jifu quickly established an agricultural products company that specialized in selling some northern specialties. Because his younger brother, Chen Jie, had strong funds and advanced equipment, he quickly made a name for himself and accumulated a lot of wealth in a few years. Of course, compared to Chen Jie, Chen Jifu was still a lot worse. Chen Jie was very discerning and good at flattering. The foreign boss was a young man in his 30s. After being fooled by Chen Jie, he immediately turned Chen Jie into his confidant. Many things were handed over to him. Gradually, Chen Jie also grasped part of the company's power. After Chen Jie negotiated a few big orders, the foreigner was happy and gave Chen Jie a part of the company's shares. Although it was not much, it was compared to the overall scale of the company. In fact, it was enough to make Chen Jie instantly become a billionaire. It wasn't that Chen Jie didn't think of using some tricks to get the company into his hands. After all, this was China. Chen Jie knew the laws and rules better than the foreigner, especially under the premise that he gradually took over the company's power. As long as he gradually moved his hands and feet, the company would eventually become his own. However, Chen Jie was just thinking about it. In fact, he didn't dare to do so, because his boss, The foreigner Kaik was not a simple person. Behind him, there was a huge family supporting him. Although Kaik was not a direct descendant of that family, he came from a huge family no matter what. There was no doubt about this. Chunjie had also heard that these big families were very protective. Perhaps Kaik wasn't an heir in the family, so he wasn't valued by the family. However, if he was bullied outside, it would be tantamount to slapping the family's face. In any case, the family wouldn't tolerate such a thing. This was a matter of the family's face. If they endured it, they would be ridiculed by other families. Therefore, although Chunjie coveted the huge amount of money at his fingertips, he didn't dare to act rashly. He could only fantasize in his heart to satisfy his greed. Previously, when he had offended that big hooligan Hussein, he had to leave his hometown and hide in the south. If he were to provoke such a huge family, wouldn't he have to hide on an alien planet? Chunjie had to give up and stop controlling the company's power. Instead, he became more respectful to Kaik. Before doing anything, he would consult Kaik first. This made Kaik value and trust Chunjie more. Chunjie's position also rose again and again. From the initial assistant to the chairman, he had reached the current position of the company's general manager. Although his power was about the same as before, and he was Kaik's absolute confidant, his status had risen. Chunjie had also become the pride of the Chun family village. He was even more respected than Chun Fei, the bureau chief. He was a billionaire. In such a small village like the Chun family village, such a person had never appeared since ancient times. Originally, Chunjie also planned to work for Kaik for the rest of his life. Although he couldn't monopolize the power, he could still get a lot of benefits. Besides, he was also above everyone else in the company. His power had also reached the peak. Although he had to consult Kaik for many of his decisions, Kaik only took a look and rarely denied them. Most of the time, Chunjie's decision was the final decision. Other people in the company also knew about this matter, so their respect for Chunjie was almost the same as their respect for Kaik. However, things were unpredictable. Although it was rare for a pie to fall from the sky, it happened to Chunjie. Just a few days ago, Kaik suddenly received a notice from his family that there were some problems at home. He was asked to return to his home abroad immediately. Chunjie also knew that Kaik was going back to China, but he didn't take it seriously at first. Kaik often went back to China before and came back after a while. Chunjie was already used to it, so he patted his chest and promised that he would work hard to run the company well during Kaik's absence so that Kaik could rest assured. However, after Kaik heard it, he smiled non-committally and didn't say anything. This made Chunjie a little nervous. Is Kaik worried about me? Chunjie tried hard to recall what he had done during this time, but there was nothing excessive. He had always been respectful to Kaik. He only did everything after consulting Kaik. It was impossible for Kaik to see through his ambition. It was not wrong for him to be ambitious in the past, but he had completely given up recently. He didn't show anything in his expression or actions at all. Thinking of this, Chunjie became more and more nervous. He became more cautious and conscientious every day. He didn't dare to have the slightest disrespect. He knew very well that his current status and power all came from Kaik. Once Kaik took back his power, he would be nothing. Those subordinates respected him because he was the general manager. If he was not the general manager, who would know that he was just an idiot? Just as Chunjie was feeling uneasy, Kaik suddenly found Chunjie to talk to him alone. Chunjie didn't know why Kaik wanted to talk to him before he left. In the past, Kaik had left many times, so he was used to it. He just simply told him a few words. This time, he said that he wanted to talk to him. This made Chunjie's heart feel uneasy, and he lost his backbone. Mr. Kaik. Chunjie knocked on the door of Kaik's office. He found that these foreigners didn't like to be called chairman, so and so. Instead, they called him Mr. So and so. It seemed that this made them feel more like gentlemen. Oh, it's Mr. Chun. Please come in. Kaik heard Chunjie's voice, raised his head, and motioned for him to push the door and come in. At first, Chunjie was not used to Kaik calling Chunjie Mr. Chun. But after a long time, Chunjie got used to it. Anyway, this was Kaik's habit. When in Rome, do as the Romans do. Mr. Kaik, I'm here. Do you have any orders? Chunjie carefully pushed the door and walked into Kaik's office, then quietly closed the door again. Sit down. Kaik looked at the cautious Chunjie with some doubts. What's wrong with you today? You are usually very easygoing. Nothing. I know that Mr. Kaik is going back to China, so I'm going to part with him. I'm not in a good mood. Chunjie casually found a reason. Oh, you know? Kaik was slightly stunned. He glanced at Chunjie with some surprise and said, Since you know, I won't say much. You have been with me for so many years. You have been busy. It's been hard on you. It's not hard. When Chunjie heard Kaik's words, his heart suddenly went thump. Is Kaik really going to fire me? I know in my heart how you treat me. You know in your heart how I treat you. Kaik said, Take a look at this document and sign it now. Chapter 1537. Huh. Chunjie was dumbfounded. He looked at the document handed over by Kaik. He was so stunned that he didn't know how to take it. His mind was blank. Am I really fired just like that? Does Kaik know that I have done some little things behind his back? But that was in the past. I didn't know the family behind Kaik. When I knew the power of the Kaik family, I had no other thoughts. Mr. Chun, what's wrong with you? Kaik looked at Chunjie inexplicably. No, nothing. Chunjie quickly collected his thoughts and said pitifully, Mr. Kaik, I have been devoted to you all these years. I am also devoted to the company. Please believe me. Chunjie cried with snot and tears. It was no wonder. The feeling of falling from the top of the clouds to the ground was uncomfortable. Mr. Chin, of course I know what you said. That's why I asked you to sign this document. Kaik was even more inexplicable. He thought, is this Chunjie so moved that he can't be any more? It doesn't seem like it. Ah, then you still want to fire me? Chunjie was a little confused. In this case, why do you still want to fire me? Who said I want to fire you? Take a look at this document first. Kaik looked at Chunjie with a dumbfounded expression and pushed the document in front of him. Chunjie carefully took the document in his hand and read it carefully. At first glance, he was stunned. There was an incredible expression on his face. Mr. Kaik, you want to give me all 41% of the company's shares? It was no wonder that Chunjie didn't believe it. Kaik had already given him 10% of the shares. The market value was already about 100 million yuan. This time, he gave him 41%. Wouldn't that add up to 500 million yuan? Moreover, the key problem was not this. It was that Chunjie's own shares added up to 51%. In other words, the person with the most shares in the company was the company's chairman. If he became the chairman, what would Kaik do? Moreover, although the company was not listed, he was not the only one who held shares in the company. Although the others were few, they added up to about 5%. In other words, Kaik only had about 45% of the shares left in his hands. This made Chunjie extremely confused. What the hell is going on? Is Kaik testing me? When he thought of this possibility, Chunjie's mind immediately sobered up. It must be so. Otherwise, why would Kaik do such an illogical thing? When Chunjie thought of this, he quickly and respectfully pushed the document back to Kaik. He said carefully, Mr. Kaik, I am not a greedy person. You have already treated me well. How can I accept these with peace of mind? Ha! After listening to Chunjie's words, Kaik laughed twice and said, Don't worry, Mr. Chun. Since I want to give you shares, it is not a joke. I have thought it through carefully. As I said before, I know how you have treated me over the years. So you deserve these shares. But that's too much. After Chunjie listened to Kaik's words, he said doubtfully, Mr. Kaik, you know that I already owned 10% of the company's shares before. If I add this 41%, it will be more than half of the shares. But you are the company's chairman. Look at the document below. Kaik did not answer Chunjie's words directly, but motioned him to continue reading the document. Oh, Chunjie finished reading the share transfer document in his hand, then took out another document below. At first glance, he couldn't help but be shocked. Mr. Kaik, you want me to be the chairman? The second document in Chunjie's hand was the appointment document for Chunjie as the chairman. It seems that you're already very confused. Then, I will tell you the truth. Kaik smiled and said, originally, I thought you knew that I was leaving. Now it seems that you don't know. I made a mistake before. I do know that you're going back to China, but what are you referring to? Chunjie looked at Kaik in confusion. Now, there are some things that I don't have to hide from you. My true identity is actually the second heir of a big family in Europe, Kaik said. Previously, because there was a first heir before me, I had no hope of inheriting the position of the family master in this life. I didn't want to continue to stay in the family and fight with others. So, I came to China with the family's entrepreneurial funding to start a business. With the help of the family's power, the international trade business is doing very well. I originally wanted to stay here for the rest of my life, but I didn't expect that just a few days ago, I received an urgent report from the family. Something big happened to the family. Something big? Chunjie looked at Kaik in confusion. Yes, it's a big thing. Kaik nodded and said, our family's first heir actually died an unnatural death. As a result, I became the first heir. This time, I was summoned back as the country's master. What? You were going to be the family master? Chunjie's mind was full of thoughts. He quickly calculated the gains and losses and figured it out in an instant. It turned out that Kaik was going back to be the family master, so he definitely couldn't personally manage the business in China. So, he handed over the business to his most trusted confidant. Moreover, once Kaik became the family master, he probably couldn't always come to China. Moreover, compared to the position of the family master, this small business was probably nothing to the current Kaik. Thinking of this, Chunjie quickly congratulated. Congratulations, Mr. Kaik, for successfully inheriting the position of the family master. I didn't expect that I would actually become the family master. Kaik was very happy when he said this. After all, he had been living in the shadow of the second heir since childhood. How could Kaik be happy? After being suppressed for many years, he actually inexplicably became the first heir. The gap before and after was too big. It was good enough that he didn't become silly at that time. After knowing all this, Chunjie was relieved. He smoothly signed 2 documents and completed the handover with Kaik. As for the shares retained by Kaik, Chunjie didn't think about encroaching. He was even glad that Kaik didn't directly leave all the company's shares to him. Chunjie was not stupid. Kaik was going back to be the family master this time. Before becoming the family master, Kaik's relationship was enough to make the company's international trade flourish. Now that he was going to be the family master, wouldn't his relationship be even wider? He had always maintained a relationship with Kaik, so he didn't have to worry about not being successful in the future. Although giving all the shares to him seemed to be very cost-effective for a while, it was not a long-term plan after all. After sending Kaik away, Chunjie suddenly became the company's chairman. There was a saying that went, "Return home in glory." Chunjie felt that it was time for him to return to the Chun family village in Songjiang. His achievements were probably the most glorious in the Chun family village. So, Chunjie did what he thought. He called his elder brother, Chun Jifu, in his hometown and told him that he was going to fly back and treat all the famous people in the Chun family village to a meal. So, after Chun Jifu received a call from his brother, the first thing he did was call Chun Fei. Besides his younger brother, Chun Jie, the person who was doing the best in the Chun family village was Chun Fei, the chief of the Songjiang police station. However, at this special moment, Mother Chun Fangyu, picked up the phone. She was still wondering how Chun Jifu knew about Chun Mingyin's kidnapping. "Big cousin? What's the matter?" Chun Fangyu asked, puzzled. "It's like this. My brother, Chun Jie, is coming back to Songjiang tonight to treat the famous and successful people in our Chun family village." Chun Jifu said, "Brother Chun Fei is also one of the successful people in our Chun family village. So, I called you first. Are you free tonight? I see. Only then did Chun Fangyu understand the purpose of Chun Jifu's call. It turned out that it was not because of Chun Mingyan. Chun Fangyu was relieved. After all, this kind of thing was not a good thing, and Chun Fangyu didn't want to make it public. However, Chun Mingyan had just returned. She didn't know if she could participate in this kind of event, so she hesitated. Big cousin, I don't know if our family's old Chun has anything to do tonight. You know the nature of his unit. He works overtime all day. Chapter 1538. I know about this, but my dad and seventh grandfather are coming today. Brother Chun, Fei better come too. Chun Jifu said quickly. Although his brother Chun Jie was now worth hundreds of millions, he was only worth tens of millions. Naturally, he was very respectful to Chun Fei. He hoped that Chun Fei could also participate in this Chun family village banquet. I see. Seventh grandfather is coming too. Chun Fangyu was in a bit of a dilemma. Seventh grandfather was the old village chief of the Chun family village. He was also a person of virtue and prestige in the Chun family village. In the past, he was also the old patriarch of the Chun family village. So, if seventh grandfather came, Chun Fangyu and Chun Fei would have to participate. When Chun Fangyu and Chun Fei were young, they received many favors from seventh grandfather because of their parents' early death. They were able to successfully finish college, get married, and have children. Therefore, Chun Fangyu was very grateful to seventh grandfather. When she heard that seventh grandfather was going, Chun Fangyu couldn't refuse. Yeah, when the old man heard that my disappointing brother had finally returned to his hometown in glory, he was very happy. He insisted on joining in the fun, Chun Jifu said proudly. Especially when he was talking about his disappointing younger brother and returning to his hometown in glory, he deliberately emphasized the words. But it was no wonder. Who would not proudly show off to others when their relative had such achievements? Then I will ask my old Chun later. We will try our best to attend. Chun Fangyu hesitated and finally said, if seventh grandfather went, it would be a bit unreasonable for Chun Fangyu and Chun Fei not to go. As for Chun Jifu's father, Chun Fangyu didn't care. Chun Jifu's father, Chun Dai, was the current village chief of Chun family village. He didn't have a deep friendship with Chun Fangyu and Chun Fei. He became the village chief after Chun Fangyu and Chun Fei were admitted to Songjiang University. They didn't have many opportunities to meet over the years. Okay, sister, I will call you later. Chun Jifu smiled and hung up the phone. Chun Jifu sincerely hoped that Chun Fei and his wife would come. Before his younger brother became rich, Chun Fei and his wife were the most promising people in Chun village. Chun Fei was the chief of the Songjiang police station, while Chun Fangyu was a middle-level leader of a large state-owned enterprise. Both of them were considered to be successful in their careers. However, this time, he was much worse than his younger brother. His younger brother, Chun Jie, now owned a large trading company with assets of more than 1 billion. His personal assets were as much as 500 million. Chun Fangyu hung up the phone and shook her head helplessly. This matter had been delayed for a day, but there was no other way. No matter what, she still had to talk to Chun Fei. Otherwise, it wouldn't be good if Master Qi had any ideas. Mom, who's calling? Chun Mingyan felt that her mother's words were a little strange. It didn't sound like an ordinary phone call, so she asked curiously. It was your Uncle Jifu who called. Your Uncle Jie is coming back tonight and is holding a banquet in Songjiang. Your seventh great-grandfather is also coming. He asked me and your father to attend. Chun Fangyu explained to Chun Mingyan as she went to the kitchen to cook. Chun Mingyan frowned after listening to her mother's words. She remembered Chun Jie's son, Chun Xiaolong. When he was in high school, he pursued her for a while. Later, he transferred to the south. When she thought of Chun Xiaolong's actions, Chun Mingyan felt an unspeakable disgust in her heart. You just got out of danger. Your father and I should be at home with you. But this time, it's really not easy to refuse. Chun Fangyu said to Chun Mingyan, in a while, wait for your father to finish talking to Yangming. then asked him what to do. Chen Fangyu's previous resentment towards Chun Fei disappeared in the blink of an eye, as if nothing had happened. Chen Mingyan looked at her mother's appearance and shook her head. She thought, I have quarreled with Yang Ming many times. But didn't we reconcile after the quarrel? In the study, Chun Fei lit a cigarette and threw the remaining half of the pack of cigarettes to Yang Ming, indicating that he could get it himself. I'm not smoking anymore. Yang Ming waved his hand. Why? Are you still pretending in front of Uncle Chun? Chun Fei smiled and looked at Yang Ming. I'm not pretending. I've quit. Yang Ming said, Mingyan heard that smoking affects fertility and is not good for children, so I quit. Really? Chun Fei looked at Yang Ming in disbelief. He secretly admired Yang Ming's perseverance. Chun Fei had tried to quit smoking many times, but he still failed in the end. But Yang Ming actually quit smoking. Isn't this too amazing? You can ask Ming Yin in a while. Won't you know if it's true or not? Yang Ming did not explain. He shrugged and said, Okay. Chun Fei made a stop gesture and said, Let's talk about the operation this time. You're really bold. You dare to go to the Black Hawk Gang's headquarters alone. You're not afraid that they'll leave you there. Do you think they don't want to? Yang Ming shook his head and said, However, under absolute pressure, they don't dare to do so. Yang Ming did not lie to Chun Fei. Some things could only be deceived to Chen Mingyan and Mother Chun. There was no need to hide from Chun Fei. Even if he concealed it, he had to tell the truth to Xia Bingbao in the end. Yang Ming did not believe that with Xia Bingbao's power, he could not find out any information. So if Chun Fei knew that he lied to him, it would not be good. At least, Yang Ming felt that Chun Fei was a credible person. Even if he did not have the relationship with Chun Mingyan before, the relationship between the two people was already very harmonious. However, this time, although Yang Ming decided to tell the truth, he did not intend to say it all without reservation. I didn't expect your means to be so tough. You can make the Black Hawk Gang compromise. Chun Fei couldn't help but be moved after listening to Yang Ming's words, but he did not ask further. Chun Fei also knew that this might involve some of Yang Ming's own secrets. It might be the special ability that was valued by the Supernatural Investigation Bureau, so this kind of thing was kept confidential. Chun Fei was also a person in the system. He would not be so insensible and undisciplined to ask questions. Nicholas Shevich, you can rest assured that you will deal with it. Do what you need to do. Yang Ming said, Victor Rajiv also promised that from now on, he will never step into China again. Is that so? Chun Fei was already very surprised because Yang Ming easily brought back Chen Mingyan and Xia Xiaoluo. At this time, he heard that Yang Ming actually made an agreement with the Black Hawk Gang so that they would never set foot in China. This made Chun Fei's expression change dramatically. He looked at Yang Ming incredulously and nodded after a long time. Well done. Don't worry. I won't ask you about the details. I also know your confidentiality system. Some things are not convenient to say, so you don't have to explain. Yang Ming did not expect Chun Fei to say these words first. It saved Yang Ming the time to explain, so he showed an understanding smile. Uncle Chun, this matter ends here. Also, what I said to you today, you should keep it to yourself. Don't tell Xia Shui and Xia Bingbao. Don't worry, I will keep it a secret. Chun Fei looked solemn and quickly promised. The two chatted for a while about school and life. Chen Mingyan's voice came from outside the study. Dad, Yang Ming, the meal is ready. Are you coming out to eat? Coming. Chun Fei shouted outside the door, then stood up and patted Yang Ming's shoulder. Let's go, Yang Ming. Let's go out and eat something. You should be hungry for a long time, right? It's nothing. Yang Ming smiled. But I'm a little hungry after hearing what you said. After leaving the study, they came to the dining room. Chen Mingyan and Chun Fangyu had already prepared and were setting up the bowls and chopsticks. When Chen Fangyu saw Chun Fei come out, she said, Old Chun, Cousin Jifu called just now. He said that Jie is coming back to Songjiang tonight. He is holding a banquet in Songjiang. He invited the two of us to participate. Oh, Jie is back. Chun Fei was stunned after hearing Chun Fangyu's words. These two brothers have suffered a lot in the past few years. Later, After Hussein was executed, I heard that Jia made a big career in the South. This time, he is probably returning to his hometown in glory, right? Hee, it should be like this. Cousin Jifu also mentioned that he is returning to his hometown in glory a few times. Chun Fangyu didn't care. She and Chun Fei both had successful careers. Their in-law, Yang Dehai, had jumped from a worker to the chairman of a multinational group with a net worth of billions. Their family was not short of money, so she didn't envy Chun Jie and the others. Chapter 1539. Logically speaking, we should go at night. After all, we grew up together and played together. However, there is a special situation at home today. Yang Ming is also here. It's not good to go, right? Chen Fei thought about it and said, I think so too, but Cousin Jifu said that seventh grandfather will also come tonight, so it's not good for me to refuse. Chen Fangyu explained with some embarrassment. Seventh grandfather is coming too. Chun Fei didn't speak after listening to Chun Fangyu's words. He hesitated slightly and said, How about this? Let's go at night. It's not good to not go. Mingyan, you stay at home with Yang Ming? Okay. Chun Mingyan's face turned red for no reason. She couldn't help but think of the night when her father had a car accident. Yang Ming stayed with her at home. That was the first time that Chun Mingyan and Yang Ming were alone at home. This time, it would be the second time. But now, the relationship between the two was much closer than before. As they were talking, the phone rang again. Chun Fangyu quickly walked over and picked up the phone. Hello. Who are you looking for? Sister, it's me. Your brother Jifu. Chun Jifu's voice came from the phone. How is it? Have you discussed it with brother Chun Fei? And I just talked to my old Chun. Old Chun said that since seventh grandfather is here, we naturally have to go too. Chun Fangyu said, What time and where in the evening? At 6 o'clock in the evening, at the Songjiang International Hotel. The entire 6th floor has been booked by us. You and brother Chun Fei can come directly at that time. If you can't find it, call me again. Chun Jifu said happily when he heard that Chun Fangyu and Chun Fei would come. And that's good. We'll be there on time. Chun Fangyu promised. By the way, don't forget to bring your little Mingyan here. I haven't seen her for a long time. She didn't even come to see me when she was admitted to university. I didn't even give her the meal ticket money. Chun Jifu said with a smile. There was a custom in the Chun family village. That was, whoever child was admitted to university, the villagers would give the child a gift called meal ticket money. However, Chun Fei had just been promoted to the bureau chief, so it was not appropriate for him to hold a banquet. Otherwise, people would say that he was taking advantage of the opportunity to receive benefits. Therefore, Chun Mingyan's admission to university was not publicized in the Chun family village. However, for a reputable person like Chun Jifu, he would give a meal ticket money to the college students in the Chun family village. If he couldn't give it, he would feel embarrassed. In his opinion, it was an honor and glory for a successful person like him to sponsor the students in the village. Therefore, he must give a meal ticket money to Chun Mingyan when she was admitted to university. Little Yan. Chun Fangyu suddenly hesitated. Chun Mingyan had just returned home from the robbers. Mother Chun didn't want to torment her anymore. However, since Chun Jifu had brought it up, it was difficult to refuse. Seventh grandfather also wants to see the child. Besides, other children of the same age from other families will also go. It will definitely not be lonely if they come together. Chun Jifu said, It's settled then. Sister, I will call someone else. Okay. Chun Fangyu had to agree helplessly. What's wrong? Chun Fei asked when he saw Chun Fangyu's helpless smile. Cousin Jifu insisted that our little Yin go with him. I can't refuse. Chun Fangyu said with a wry smile. I thought that little Yin had just returned home and was exhausted. She should have a good rest. I didn't expect there to be a meal party. If that's the case, then let's go together. Chun Fei pondered for a moment and said, It just so happens that Yang Ming also comes along. Let seventh grandfather see that our Mingyan also has a boyfriend. Dad, Chen Mingyan suddenly felt a little embarrassed. A father and son were sitting in the first-class cabin of an Airbus 319 flying to Donghai Airport. They were the father and son, Chen Jie and Chen Xiaolong, who had returned to Songjiang from the south. Chen Jie's wife could not bear the hardships when he was away, so she left him and their child behind and eloped with a rich man. Only the father and son were left to depend on each other. Therefore, Chen Jie loved his son, Chen Xiaolong, very much. After he made a name for himself in the south, he brought his son from Songjiang. However, he heard that his son was a little reluctant because he had to be separated from a female classmate he liked when he transferred schools. At that time, Chen Jie did not take it seriously. After chatting with his son over the years, he realized that his son had always liked Chen Fei's daughter, Chen Mingyan. He thought that Chen Xiaolong's feelings would fade after a few years, and this matter would be over. Unexpectedly, Chen Xiaolong became excited again when he heard that he was going back to Songjiang. How could Chen Jie not understand his son's thoughts? However, he did not expect his son to be so infatuated. He was still thinking about a girl after so many years. However, Chen Jie did not say anything about his son because he felt that his son was very similar to himself. For so many years, although he was rich and had a status, he was still thinking about his ex-wife. He hoped that his ex-wife would change her mind one day. How could he blame his son for being like this? Are you still thinking about Chen Fei's daughter? Chen Jie glanced at his excited son and asked helplessly. Chen Xiaolong was stunned. When did I? Really? Then I guessed wrong. I originally planned to ask seventh grandfather to matchmake you two. Since that's the case, then forget it. Don't. Chen Xiaolong was shocked and said quickly, Dad, how did you know? A father knows a son best. Do you think I don't know what you were thinking? Chen Jie sighed. I really don't know what was in your head before. You only know how to like girls at such a young age. Chen Xiaolong suddenly looked embarrassed and lowered his head. Dad, are you playing with me? Okay. Do you think I don't know what you're thinking, kid? Chen Jie said, Now that you are in college, you will inherit my career in the future. It's not too early for you to fall in love. Dad will help you this time. Really? Chen Xiaolong was overjoyed after hearing his father's words. Dad, thank you so much. You were so kind. I just called your uncle and asked him to invite Chen Fei's family. I also told him to let Chen Fei bring his daughter. Chen Jie smiled. Are you happy now? Chen Xiaolong grinned. His face was full of smiles when he thought that he could meet his dream lover at night. Looking at his son's happy, silly look, Chen Jie shook his head. In his opinion, Chen Fei's daughter was no longer worthy of his son. He was now worth 500 million. His son would definitely inherit his career in the future. At that time, what kind of woman could he not find? Why is he still thinking about a high school classmate? However, after calling his elder brother, Chen Jifu, and hearing that Chen Fei had been promoted to the chief of the Songjiang City Police Department, and that Chen Fangyu was also a middle-level cadre in a state-owned enterprise, he reluctantly felt that they were a good match. He planned to help his son play matchmaker. Of course, although Chen Fei was the chief of the Songjiang City Police Department, Chen Jie didn't think that he would be of much help to him. After all, his career was in the south, not the north. The connections in the north didn't have much support for his career. He wanted to find a girl of equal social status in the south to introduce to his son. However, Chen Jie couldn't do anything about it because of his love for Chen Xiaolong. Since his son liked her, he would follow his son's wishes. Anyway, he had a big backer, Kaik. Kaik would soon become the heir of that big family. As long as Kaik became the family master of that big family, would he still have to worry about not having social connections? When the time comes, find a way to transfer that girl to the south to learn about economics. She can also be of help to your career in the future. Chen Jie thought about it and said, However, she has to be that material. If she is just a flower vase, then I won't agree to let her into our family. Chapter 1540. Yang Ming called home. He had just returned from Europe. He wanted to go home, but he didn't expect to encounter Chun Mingyin's kidnapping. He rushed to Russia and brought Chun Mingyin back. He had told his parents before that he was going to return to China yesterday. However, because of Chun Mingyin's incident, he didn't have time to say hello to his parents. Later, he wanted to call his parents to tell them that he was safe, but it was put on hold because his phone was wet. He planned to have dinner at Chun Mingyin's house in a while. Then he would take Chun Mingyin home to visit his parents. However, he didn't expect that Chun Fei would go out for dinner at night and bring him and Chun Mingyin. So Yang Ming called his father first. "Hello, how are you?" Yang Dehai was in a meeting. When he saw that the phone displayed the phone number of Chun Mingyin's house, he hesitated and picked up the phone. He made a gesture to the others to wait. Although Yang Dehai was the chairman, in order to restrain others, he also took the lead in refusing to answer the phone during the meeting. However, this phone call was from Chun Mingyin's house, so Yang Dehai finally picked it up. Yesterday, Yang Ming was supposed to come back, but when he heard that Yang Ming came back, he went to Russia to save Chun Mingyin. This made Yang Dehai shocked and gratified. He was shocked because Yang Ming's courage was really big. He dared to go to the underworld's nest alone. Wasn't he afraid of losing his life there? However, he was gratified because he felt that although Yang Ming's approach was reckless, it was the behavior of a responsible man. Yang Dehai was a straightforward and decent person. Otherwise, he wouldn't be unhappy with his elder brother, Yang Dashin. Although Yang Dehai had recently become the chairman, and his personality had changed a little, he had become more tactful, but the integrity in his bones hadn't changed. Therefore, he was particularly gratified that Yang Ming could stand up at this time. If Yang Ming didn't care or only sighed anxiously at home, Yang Dehai would feel that he was irresponsible and not like a man. This was also why after the incident with Lin Jiyun, although Yang Ming was a little annoyed, he didn't scold Yang Ming anymore after he knew the truth, and Yang Ming was brave enough to take responsibility. No one in the society knew that Chun Mingyin was kidnapped, and Chun Fei didn't want to make a big deal out of it. However, Yang Dehai was the future father-in-law of Chun Mingyin. If something happened to Chun Mingyin, Chun Fei should inform Yang Dehai. Therefore, when Chun Fei suddenly called at this time, Yang Dehai subconsciously thought that it was about Chun Mingyin, so he picked up the phone during the meeting. Even if it wasn't about Chun Mingyin, it should be about Yang Ming. "Dad, it's me," Yang Ming said. "I'm at Mingyin's house." "Yang Ming? What's the matter with you, kid? You're quite bold." "Where are you now?" "Oh, you're at Mingyin's house." Yang Dehai heard Yang Ming's voice and was suddenly happy. The worry in his heart was put down. He was so excited that he spoke incoherently. "Yang Ming, are you back or not?" "Dad, you know about it." Yang Ming was shocked and glanced at Chun Fei. He didn't want to tell Yang Dehai about these things, so that he wouldn't worry needlessly. But now, it seemed that he already knew, so there was no need to hide anything. "Of course I know." Yang Dehai snorted. "You kid, have your wings hardened now. You don't discuss things with your family. You start to make your own decisions. Well, let's not talk about this first. Are you back or not? How is Mingyin?" "Mingyin is fine. I have brought her back," Yang Ming quickly said with a smile. "Dad, I was afraid that you would be worried. So, I didn't tell you before. I thought that I would tell you when I came back and everything was safe." "Afraid that I would be worried? Aren't you making me more worried?" Yang Dehai said. "Have you learned to act first and report later?" Yang Ming could only respond to his father's question with a dry laugh. Although Yang Ming felt that his father's worry was unnecessary, he didn't propose any objections. After all, no matter how old he was always a child in his father's eyes. "You brought Mingyin back?" After Yang Dehai finished scolding Yang Ming, he thought of the key point of the whole thing. Yang Ming just said that he brought Chun Mingyin back. How did he bring her back? In this matter, let's talk about it later. Yang Ming smiled bitterly and glanced at Chun Fei. Chun Fei also smiled apologetically. He also understood that Yang Ming couldn't tell the truth about some things to Yang Ming. But since Yang Dehai knew about this matter, Yang Ming couldn't not explain it, so it became a troublesome matter. He didn't think so much at the time. Now that he saw Yang Ming in a dilemma, he was a little embarrassed. "Dad, Uncle Chan will take me and Mingyin out to attend a banquet in the evening. I originally planned to take Mingyan home, but I'm afraid I can't. If it's too late tonight, I can only go home tomorrow. Yang Ming put aside the previous topic and said, "Oh, you want to go out at night? Since Old Chen wants to take you out, it's naturally okay. But when you go home, you have to tell me in detail. How did you bring Chen Mingyan back?" Yang Dehai was very puzzled in his heart. How did his son do this thing that seemed to be difficult for the police? Chun Fei was also troubled for a long time because of this. In the end, Yang Ming solved it by going there. Although Yang Dehai gradually knew that his son was definitely not an ordinary person. Wasn't this too unexpected? Okay, definitely. Yang Ming quickly promised, but he was thinking about how to explain it to his father. Speaking of it, Yang Ming really didn't want to lie to his father. Ever since he fought with Jean Gang in high school and his bicycle was smashed, Yang Ming had been feeling uncomfortable in his heart since he lied to his parents. Therefore, Yang Ming didn't want to lie to his parents unless it was a last resort. However, he couldn't say anything about the King of Assassins. If he really couldn't do it, he could only choose the identity of the Supernatural Investigation Bureau to talk about it. He thought that his father would believe it. Yang Ming hung up the phone and looked at Chun Fei helplessly. While Chun Mingyan and Chun Fengyu weren't paying attention, he whispered, "Uncle Chun, you can really find trouble for me. Now my dad is asking me a lot. He is a little suspicious of me. I didn't think so much at the beginning." Chun Fei shrugged helplessly. "If you really can't do it, you can selectively tell old brother Yang about the Supernatural Investigation Bureau. Anyway, there is no system that must be kept secret from the family. That's the only way." Yang Ming nodded. With Chun Fei's status, he naturally had a special car to commute to work, but there was no need to use the public car to attend this kind of private party. It was not that there were no other cars at home. It would have a bad impact on Chun Fei if someone saw it. Yang Ming's car was parked downstairs, so Chun Fei didn't need to find another car. Beforehand, Yang Ming had asked Victoria to go back to the hotel first. Originally, Yang Ming and Victoria had some things to say, but because of Chun Fei's dinner party, he had to let Victoria leave first. In theory, Victoria was Yang Ming's slave, so Victoria obeyed all of Yang Ming's orders. Only this time, Yang Ming felt that although Victoria did not hesitate to agree to his request, there seemed to be a trace of emotion in it. "Where are we going?" Yang Ming sat in the driver's seat, while Chun Mingyan sat in the passenger's seat. Chun Fei and Chun Fengyu sat in the back of the car. Songjiang International Hotel. Chun Fei pursed his lips and glanced at Yang Ming with a smile. "It's your property." Yang Ming listened to Chun Fei's words, and a strange expression appeared on his face. "Uncle Chun wants to be vain in a while. Let's wait and see." Uncle Chun did not speak, but Mother Chun said, "If Chun Jie is not bragging, then it's fine. If he is bragging, we can't let him get it right. Don't talk nonsense." Chun Fei pulled Chun Fengyu's sleeve and said, "How am I talking nonsense?" Mother Chun snorted and said, "I analyzed it carefully just now. Only then did I understand why cousin Jifu wanted to drag the two of us along. We were the most promising people in the Chun family village before. Now that Chun Jie is back, cousin Chun Jifu naturally wants to use us as a comparison to show off. How can he do this? Aren't we all relatives? It's just a meal together. Why are there so many thoughts?" Chun Fei waved his hand generously, indicating that Chun Fengyu should not make wild guesses. Chapter 1541. After Yang Ming listened to Mother Chen's words, he sneered in his heart. Mother Chen probably guessed it correctly. It should be like this. It's just that Chun Fei is an upright person and doesn't think so much. Yang Ming naturally remembered the class reunion held by Sui Guanqi. In many cases, such gatherings were initiated by successful people from the same village. Most of the initiators had a certain level of achievement. It seemed that they cared about their past relationships and invited their former classmates and friends together. In fact, it was nothing more than a show off their strength. Chen Jie, This name sounds familiar. I seem to have heard of it before. Yang Ming hesitated and asked. After all, this person was an old friend of Chun Fei and Chen Fangyu. It was impolite for Yang Ming to mention it so hastily. Chun Xiaolong's father. Chun Mingyan whispered in Yang Ming's ear. It's him. Yang Ming's face suddenly became gloomy. Yang Ming was not unfamiliar with this name. On the contrary, he was very familiar with it. This Chun Xiaolong was Yang Ming and Chun Mingyan's high school classmate. However, he transferred to the South in the first semester of his second year of high school. However, this person's previous actions made Yang Ming very unhappy. The main reason for this person's transfer was also because of Yang Ming. At first, Chun Xiaolong was really low-key for a while because of his father's matter. But later, because Hu San was defeated and his uncle Chen Jifu also made a name for himself, Chun Xiaolong began to do things unscrupulously. This Chun Xiaolong was one of Chun Mingyan's suitors. However, with the advantage of knowing Chun Mingyan since childhood, he spread rumors in class and school that Chun Mingyan was his childhood sweetheart. He even had a physical relationship with her. He made it sound so convincing that many people who didn't know the truth believed it and treated Chun Mingyan as his girlfriend. At that time, Yang Ming was also one of the victims. He really believed Chun Xiaolong's words and was sad for a while. This was actually one of Chun Xiaolong's methods. He first created a seemingly established fact for everyone. That was, he spread the news and let everyone believe it. At this time, even if Chun Mingyan was unwilling under the rumors, she might really become his girlfriend over time. This kind of method was actually very common, but Chun Xiaolong used it well. After all, he had the advantage of being born in the Chun family village at the same time as Chun Mingyan. His parents were longtime friends. These things could not be disbelieved by others. If it were a girl who was not determined, she might have compromised. However, Chun Xiaolong's trick failed. Chun Mingyan had never thought about finding a boyfriend during high school. So no matter what Chun Xiaolong did, Chun Mingyan would not easily agree to be his girlfriend even if she liked him, let alone not liking him. This was also the direct reason why Chun Xiaolong's method failed. This kind of method could deceive for a while, but it could not deceive for a lifetime. Over time, flaws would naturally be exposed. A lot of people could see that Chun Xiaolong was just trying to be passionate. Chun Mingyan didn't care about him at all. Not to mention a girlfriend. He wasn't even an ordinary friend. Seeing that this guy actually dared to spread rumors to hurt his dream lover, Yang Ming was naturally unwilling. Yang Ming was a famous bad student in school, so Chun Xiaolong's tragic life began. Yang Ming would find an excuse to beat this guy up every 2 to 3 days. Anyway, Yang Ming never needed a reason to beat people up. Chun Xiaolong could not guess why Yang Ming wanted to beat him. After begging for mercy several times, he could only avoid Yang Ming. Although it was because of Chun Mingyan that he taught Chun Xiaolong a lesson, Yang Ming also knew his own weight. Chun Xiaolong was not worthy of Chun Mingyan. Yang Ming felt that he was not worthy at that time. If he hastily expressed his feelings, it would be even worse. It was better to hide it in the bottom of his heart and vent his anger on Chun Xiaolong by beating him up. On one hand, he continued to fiercely pursue Chun Mingyan, but on the other hand, he had to be on guard against Yang Ming looking for trouble at any time. Chun Xiaolong asked Yang Ming more than once how he had offended him, but Yang Ming was too lazy to tell him. So Chun Xiaolong continued to be beaten up in confusion. Of course, this was only what happened in the first semester of the first year of high school. At the end of the second semester of high school, Chun Xiaolong did something that made Yang Ming extremely angry. After the end of the final exam, Chun Xiaolong blocked Chun Mingyan in a small alley near the school. After a few words with Chun Mingyan seemed to want to reject something. In the end, Chun Xiaolong wanted to forcefully kiss Chun Mingyan. How could Yang Ming tolerate this? Yang Ming was furious at that time, but after hesitating, he let Li Dagong take action while he hid at the side. As a result, Chun Xiaolong was tragically beaten half to death by Li Dagong again. Only Chun Mingyan inexplicably escaped danger. She wanted to thank Li Dagong, but Li Dagong turned and left after beating Chun Mingyan. He did not give Chun Mingyan a chance to speak at all. This made Chun Mingyin feel inexplicably relieved that she was saved, but she also felt a little depressed. Other heroes would try their best to attract the attention and favor of the beauty when they saved the beauty. This person was different. After beating up Chun Xiaolong, he turned around and left. What kind of person is this? However, Chen Mingyin was not a love-struck fool. Naturally, she would not like Li Dagong because of this incident. She only paid a little attention to this person in the following days. After asking around, she suddenly found out that Li Dagong was also a well-known delinquent student in the school. He was the underling of Yang Ming, the fighting king in her class. After knowing that Li Dagong was Yang Ming's underling, Chen Mingyin was a little surprised, but this matter quickly faded with the arrival of the summer vacation. Yang Ming, after knowing that Chen Mingyin actually inquired about Li Dagong after the incident, suddenly regretted that he did not stand up for her. It had to be said that at that time, although Yang Ming seemed to be very powerful in school, he still had some cowardice and inferiority in his bones. The impact of Suya's incident made Yang Ming's heart not so easy to untie. However, Yang Ming did not regret it. He knew that even if he saved the beauty, Chen Mingyin would at most be a little grateful to him. She would not have any other inappropriate actions, and she would not become his girlfriend. So, he might as well do a good deed without leaving his name. After 3 years of high school, after graduation, everyone would go their separate ways. The past would also disappear with the wind. On the other hand, the unlucky Chun Xiaolong, although he was madly in love with Chen Mingyin and was reluctant to leave, after inexplicably provoking the school's #1 ruthless person, Yang Ming, he actually provoked the second ruthless person, Li Dagong. His days would not be good in the future. This made Chen Xiaolong suddenly think of the miserable situation when his father was forced to leave by Husan. Although Yang Ming and Li Dagong were not as ruthless as Husan, who could stand being beaten up every day. So, Chen Xiaolong simply gritted his teeth and transferred to the south. After this, as this person disappeared from Yang Ming's sight, Yang Ming also gradually forgot about this person's existence. However, at this time, Chen Mingyin mentioned this person again, which made Yang Ming's face suddenly become ugly. Tonight, he's going to? Yang Ming took a deep breath and tried to control his emotions. He didn't know why, but after Chen Mingyin mentioned this name, Yang Ming's body, which had been suppressed and calm, began to jump again, making Yang Ming once again have the impulsive and hot-blooded pleasure of a little gangster's fight. Should be, Chen Mingyin also hated this person and frowned. Chapter 1542. I haven't beaten him for a long time. I kind of miss the feeling of that time. Yang Ming's face showed a wicked smile. Thinking of the past, he felt a little fascinated and nostalgic. Beat him? Chen Mingyin was slightly stunned. She suddenly remembered that Yang Ming did beat Chen Xiaolong up for no reason. She didn't feel anything at first. Later, this matter gradually faded away. Now that she heard Yang Ming mention it, she seemed to realize something. I remember. You were looking for trouble with him every day. Was it because Chen Mingyin originally wanted to say, because of me, but her parents were sitting behind? Although Chen Mingyin knew that her voice might not be heard by her parents, she was still a little embarrassed. Her face turned red, and the words that were about to come out of her mouth stopped. She believed that Yang Ming could understand what she meant even if she didn't say it completely. Sure enough, Yang Ming smiled and said, "Of course, it was because of you. That guy spread rumors that he seriously injured my dream lover. Of course, I won't let him have it easy. But you can't just beat people up." Chen Mingyin rolled her eyes at Yang Ming, but she was not angry. Although she didn't like Yang Ming to use violence casually, Chen Xiaolong's behavior at that time was too abhorrent. So, when Yang Ming beat Chen Xiaolong, Chen Mingyin felt that she had vented her anger. He was like this even after I beat him up. If I didn't beat him up, he would have gone up to the roof to tear the tiles off. Yang Ming smiled. However, I guess that he may not know why I beat him up until he transfers to another school. Chen Mingyin couldn't help but laugh after listening to Yang Ming's words. Even I don't know why you beat him up. How would he know? But why didn't you show anything at that time? At that time, the gap between you and me was too big. Even if I expressed my feelings, I probably wouldn't end up any better than Qin Xiaolong. Even Wang Jitao was rejected. Naturally, I wouldn't dare to casually try to confess, Yang Ming said matter-of-factly. Chen Mingyin didn't expect Yang Ming to be so straightforward. She blushed. So you're not far behind now? Now, Yang Ming laughed. To be honest, Yang Ming's wonderful life came entirely from that pair of magical glasses that could see through things. Although the glasses could only provide him with certain conveniences and a golden finger in life, it increased Yang Ming's self-confidence to an unprecedented peak. This was also the reason why Yang Ming was determined to pursue Chen Mingyin. Otherwise, if he didn't get this pair of glasses, Yang Ming would probably be walking on another path now. He would be mediocre and go to a third-rate private university or technical school, or he would have gone out of work. Everything would change. His parents would be laid off, and he would fail the college entrance examination. Where would Lin Jiyun be? Where would Zhou Jiajia be? Would Zhao Ying continue to teach in number 4 high school? Would Chen Mingyin accept Wang Jitao's pursuit after college? Would Wang Shifan still have an accident and go to jail? If he didn't have a relationship with Chen Mingyin, would he still know Lan Ling during the quarrel? Would he meet Xiao Qing during the date? If he didn't go to college, would he still go to the party with his cousin, Yang Li? Would he still meet Sun Jia? Without his special ability, during the days in the detention center, would Yang Ming give up and lose confidence in life because of self-abandonment? Would he still be accepted by Fang Tian as his last disciple? Would he still have an intersection with Wang Xiaoyan? All of this would become a variable. A slight difference could lead to a loss of 1,000 miles. Perhaps it was only a step away. These people were destined to be missed and never meet again in this life. The most important thing was that if he wasn't accepted by Fang Tian as his last disciple, there wouldn't be a trial on the Alice. He wouldn't have met the big star, Suya. Would the fate between him and Suya be broken? After a few years, would the ruthlessness of time change the infatuation of a young man? Yang Ming would meet an ordinary woman in the struggle of an ordinary life, then get married and have children. The infatuation for Suya, the fascination for Chen Mingyin, and the youthful budding for Zhao Ying would all disappear and become an old album in his memory. It would only be in a dream of a certain year, month, and night. Perhaps he would miss, and perhaps he would pay tribute to that period of youth. The pure Suya, the sunny Chen Mingyin, the kind Zhao Ying. Thinking of all this, Yang Ming had a feeling as if it was a lifetime ago. The mysterious old man gave him a gift that could change his life. Not only did it change him, but it also changed the people around him. Although danger and happiness existed together, Yang Ming liked the feeling of standing at the top. Such a life would not be lonely and dull. What are you doing now? Why aren't you talking? Chen Mingyin saw Yang Ming was silent and looked at him strangely. Nothing. I just thought of some past events. Yang Ming sighed softly, and then his expression changed back to the previous teasing. He said with a smile, "However, if Qin Xiaolong comes today and sees the two of us together, I am afraid he will understand something." You're still talking about it? Chen Mingyin glared at Yang Ming. If I knew at the beginning, I would have stopped you. Then, if you knew that I liked you, would you accept me? Yang Ming asked back. At the beginning, Chen Mingyin hesitated slightly, but shook her head. I don't know. Sometimes I feel that this thing is really out of control. Although I told myself very strongly that I would never fall in love in high school, before the college entrance examination, you and I still had some ambiguity in it. Chen Mingyin was a very principled person, but since the two of them watched a movie, they had an inexplicable relationship. Yang Ming knew this in his heart, and so did Chen Mingyin. It was just that no one pointed it out. It seems that I am quite lucky that you didn't insist on your principles. Otherwise, I would be in a tragedy. Yang Ming shrugged and said with some luck. Oomph. Chen Mingyin snorted and didn't answer. Yang Ming's words were really difficult to answer. Right, that time, Li Dagong suddenly appeared. What happened? Li Dagong. Yang Ming was slightly stunned. He remembered what Qin Mingyan was referring to by Li Dagong. What happened to Li Dagong? When Li Dagong's matter was mentioned, Yang Ming blushed a little. Wasn't I a little too cowardly at that time? I obviously had the opportunity to be a hero saving the beauty, but I didn't dare to show it. Therefore, Yang Ming was not willing to let Qin Mingyan know the truth of his shame. Don't say that you don't know. Li Dagong and I don't know each other, and he has no grievances with Qin Xiaolong. Why did he come to beat up Qin Xiaolong when I was being bullied and then turn around and leave after that? Ugh, you even found out? Seeing that Qin Mingyan had guessed the general idea of the matter, he didn't hide anything. That was my order. Sure enough, Qin Mingyan nodded thoughtfully. Thinking back, Li Dagong was Yang Ming's follower. If it was Yang Ming who ordered it, then it would make sense. Otherwise, there was only one possibility, which was that Li Dagong suddenly beat up Qin Xiaolong for no reason. Yang Ming was a little guilty. Seeing Qin Mingyan's thoughtful expression, Yang Ming thought that Qin Mingyan had guessed the reason. He had to brace himself and explain. At that time, I was afraid that if I showed that I liked you, you would feel conflicted in your heart. It would be difficult to get close to you, so I let Li Dagong do it. After listening to Yang Ming's explanation, Qin Mingyan was stunned. Then, she looked at Yang Ming with a strange expression. I didn't ask you this, but you confessed first? Chapter 1543. Yang Ming was also stunned. Didn't you already guess it before? Qin Mingyan couldn't help but smile. What did I guess? I'm not as complicated as you think. You are the one who confessed to me. In this regard, Yang Ming could only smile bitterly. It seemed that he was really superfluous. The car slowly drove into the parking lot of the Songjiang International Hotel. After the renovation, the Songjiang International Hotel was almost full every day. Every time it was mealtime, the parking lot was full of cars. There was even a trend of not enough. Last month, Bao Sanli had just applied for approval for the construction of the underground parking lot. It would start at the end of the month. The popularity here was beyond Yang Ming's expectation. Although the level of Wang Shifan's management wasn't low, it wasn't as prosperous as it was now. Yang Ming's car was too eye-catching. The security guards in the parking lot of the International Hotel didn't recognize it. When they saw Yang Ming's car, the security captain, Little Wang, ran directly to the side of Yang Ming's car. When he saw that the driver was Yang Ming, he smiled and said, Mr. Yang, the parking lot is full. Can you park in the internal parking lot in front? Yang Ming looked at the congested parking lot in front. He glanced at Qin Mingyan, Chun Fei, and the others. Let's get off here. Let Little Wang park the car. Chun Fei and Chun Fengyu also saw the congestion in front. Even if they went to the internal parking lot, they had to pass through the external parking lot to enter. They couldn't enter in a short time, so when they heard Yang Ming's words, they nodded and got off the car. Yang Ming let Little Wang get in the car. Little Wang was very excited. Yang Ming came here last time and asked for his surname, so he remembered it. Little Wang was excited that Yang Ming could still call out his surname. He happily got in the car and said, Mr. Yang, where should I send the car key later? Just leave it in your hand. You can give it to me when I finish eating. Yang Ming thought about it and said, there would definitely be a lot of people going up to eat later. It would be difficult for Xiao Wang to find him. Yang Ming also gave the key to Xiao Wang without worry. Okay, don't worry, Mr. Yang. If I'm not at the door, you can find any of the security guards and ask them to call me through the walkie-talkie. Little Wang was very happy with Yang Ming's trust. Yang Ming and the others got out of the car and walked through the parking lot towards the hotel. Before they had taken 2 steps, they saw a stout, middle-aged man yelling at a parking lot security guard. Yang Ming and the others didn't care, but Qin Mingyan had sharp eyes. After glancing at the middle-aged man, she said to Qin Fei with some doubts, Dad, do you think that person is Uncle Jifu? Although there were lights in the parking lot, It was hard to see the person opposite if one did not pay attention. Chun Fei did not pay attention before. When he heard Chen Mingyin's reminder, he looked over. That person was indeed Chun Jifu. "Where's your captain? Go find him. We came here to spend money. Why'd you ask me to park my car on the side of the road?" Chun Jifu pointed at the little security guard and scolded him. "My car is a Mercedes-Benz. What if it gets scratched on the side of the road? Will you pay for it?" "This, sir, you also saw the parking lot. There is no parking space. We can't do anything about it." The security guard was scolded until his face turned green. He carefully apologized. "Our boss has applied to build an underground parking lot. It should be ready for use in the second half of the year." "Second half of the year? Do you mean that I have to wait until the second half of the year to eat?" Chun Jifu glared and yelled at the security guard. "No, sir." The security guard was shocked and quickly explained. "Now the parking lot is limited in size. Those who come first have parking spaces, and those who come later can only park on the side of the road." "Bullshit. Do you know who I am?" Chun Jifu patted his car door and said, "Do you know who booked the entire 6th floor of your hotel tonight?" The security guard smiled bitterly and didn't know what to say. He couldn't say that he knew, but he couldn't say that he didn't know either. "Today, my brother came back from the south. I booked the entire 6th floor of your hotel. You can't even get a parking space? Someone from our village will come in a while. Now, go find your captain. I'll give you 1 minute. Ask him to give me a parking space. Look at that broken bun over there. You let him park here too? And that broken Jeep. The driving school doesn't even use that car anymore. You still let him park here? Their cars are not afraid of scratches. You let them park their cars on the side of the road." Chun Jifu pointed to the few worn-out cars around him and instructed the security guard. "This, sir, aren't you making things difficult for us? Those who come here are all guests. They came first. We have no reason to let them leave, right?" The security guard said awkwardly. Chun Fei frowned. He couldn't stand it anymore. This Chun Jifu is making things difficult for a little security guard here. What kind of ability is this? He walked over quickly, Jifu. Chun Jifu was still venting his anger when he suddenly heard someone calling his name. He was slightly stunned. When he turned his head, he saw that it was Chun Fei. He immediately suppressed his anger and turned it into a smile. "Chun Fei, your family is here first." "Why are you here first?" "Wait for me. I'll take you up." Chun Jifu understood that although Chun Jie was rich, he was still his younger brother, not himself. So, he didn't dare to be too careless when it came to Chun Fei. "What's the matter?" Chun Fei nodded, glanced at the little security guard, and asked Chun Jifu. "It's all because of this little security guard. He made me so angry." "Brother Chun Fei, since you were here, you can call their boss and ask him to solve my parking space." Chun Jifu saw Chun Fei as if he had seen his savior. That motherfucker. He's just a little security guard in a hotel. Look at how arrogant he is. I think the hotel owner needs to be taught a lesson. Brother Chun Fei, if this matter isn't solved, you can find a reason to teach them a lesson. I don't believe that there are no dirty things in any hotel. Chun Fei was slightly stunned after hearing Chun Jifu's words. He knew what Chun Jifu was talking about. It was nothing more than a surprise inspection to see if there were any pornography in the hotel. But in this hotel, there really wasn't. Chun Fei glanced at Yang Ming strangely. The owner of this hotel is Yang Ming. Let Chun Fei teach Yang Ming a lesson? Yang Ming shrugged innocently and looked at Chun Fei with a smile on his face. "Jifu, this hotel is the property of a security company affiliated with our bureau. I can't say anything. Just park the car on the side of the road and let the security guard take care of it for you. There won't be any problems." Chun Fei coughed and explained. Chun Jifu was stunned after listening to Chun Fei's explanation. He didn't expect this hotel to have such a background. He originally thought that this was just an ordinary private hotel. Chun Jifu was not stupid. Chun Fei had already said so. If he continued to make trouble, he would not be giving Chun Fei face. Chun Fei was here to attend his brother's banquet. Chun Jifu didn't want him to turn around and leave because of such a small matter. Since Chun Fei had spoken, Chun Jifu no longer insisted. He threw the car keys to the little security guard and smiled. You see, we are all family. The flood has washed over the Dragon King's temple. I was a little angry before. Little brother, don't take it to heart. After parking the car, just send me the keys to the 6th floor. The little security guard was relieved after hearing Chun Jifu's words. Why would he take it to heart? This kind of thing was very common. He glanced at Chun Fei gratefully, took the keys, and said to Chun Jifu, Okay, sir. Don't worry. There won't be a problem with parking the car on the side of the road. I will ask the people over there to take care of it carefully. You're welcome. Chun Jifu waved his hand. He could be pretentious in front of the little security guard. If he continued to be pretentious when Chun Fei was here, it would be a little degrading. So, he pretended to be generous and ignored the little security guard. He turned to look at Chun Fangyu and said enthusiastically, Sister Little Yu, I haven't seen you for a few years. You are still so young. What young? My daughter is 20 years old. I'm already an old lady. Chun Fangyu smiled. Although she knew that Chun Jifu was being polite, she was still very happy. Yeah, Mingyan is so old in the blink of an eye. Chun Jifu turned to look at Chun Mingyan. He took out a prepared red envelope from his pocket and handed it to Chun Mingyan. Mingyan, Uncle Jifu gave you the meal ticket money. This. Chun Mingyan glanced at her parents with some embarrassment. She had a bad impression of Chun Xiaolong. Her impression of Chun Jie was also not so good. Especially after seeing the scene just now, she felt that Chun Jifu was a vulgar nouveau riche, so she was even more unwilling to accept his things. Chapter 1544. Uncle Jifu is giving it to you. Just take it. Chun Fangyu had heard Chun Mingyan mention this matter on the phone before, so she didn't let Chun Mingyan refuse at this moment. Thank you, Uncle Jifu. Since her mother said so, Chun Mingyan had to take the red packet handed over by Chun Jifu. It was heavy in her hand. She didn't know how much money was in it. Chun Mingyan couldn't open it on the spot. She knew that there must be a lot of money in it. She didn't want to owe this favor, but it was even more inappropriate to return it at this moment. She had to keep it in her bag. When Chun Mingyan took the red packet, Yang Ming glanced at it with his special ability and frowned immediately. There was at least 10,000 yuan in this red packet. It was a thick stack. Yang Ming didn't believe that Chun Jifu gave so much meal ticket money to every child who went to school. This 10,000 yuan was enough to spend for more than a year on food. If it was a frugal student who only ate in the school cafeteria, it would be enough for 4 years of university meal ticket money. Although Chun Jifu was a distant relative of Chun Mingyan, he was not a real relative after all. What did he mean by giving so much money at this time? Yang Ming didn't quite believe that it was a bribe for Chun Fei. Since Chun Jifu grew up with Chun Fei, it was impossible for him not to know what kind of person Chun Fei was. How could he bribe Chun Fei? Moreover, for a person like Chun Fei, even if he didn't get any benefits, they were all relatives. He would still help them. So in this way, there was a hint of abnormality in this matter. There was only one possibility left. That was Chun Jifu's money was originally for Chun Mingyan. He also wanted to give it to Chun Mingyan. As for the reason, Yang Ming couldn't figure it out for the time being. If it was because of Chun Xiaolong, Yang Ming didn't quite believe it. It had been almost 4 years. Was Chun Xiaolong still infatuated? But in any case, although such a large amount of red packet was not worth mentioning in Yang Ming's eyes, it was enough to sentence him if it was 5,000 yuan. Who knew what Chun Jifu was thinking? Did he have good intentions? Would it bring any trouble to Chun Fei? Thinking of this, Yang Ming directly reached out and stopped Chun Mingyan from putting the red packet into her bag. He took the red packet in his hand and pushed it back to Chun Jifu. Uncle Jifu, this amount of money is too big. How is this meal ticket money? We can't accept this. Chun Jifu had seen Yang Ming before, but he didn't care. He thought that Yang Ming was Chun Fei or Chun Fangyu's driver. For people like Chun Fei or Chun Fangyu, it was not unusual for a driver to follow them when they went out. Therefore, even if they saw Yang Ming, They would never think that Yang Ming was Chun Mingyin's boyfriend. However, when Yang Ming suddenly spoke at this time, Chen Jifu immediately realized that he had mistaken Yang Ming's identity. This person's identity should not be Chun Fei's or Chen Fongyu's driver. But even so, Chen Jifu's face still fell. In his opinion, even if Yang Ming was Chun Fei's relative or nephew, he spoke first before the adult spoke. This was simply uneducated and rude. So Chen Jifu glanced at Yang Ming coldly and snorted, "This red packet is for Chun Mingyin, not for you. Brother Chun Fei, whose child is this? Why is he so rude?" Chun Fei did not expect that Yang Ming would suddenly stop Chun Mingyin from receiving the red packet. He was a little embarrassed. However, with his understanding of Yang Ming was definitely not the kind of person who would make trouble out of nothing. He must have his purpose and deep meaning. At this time, he was in a dilemma and did not know what to say. "I am Chun Mingyin's boyfriend." Yang Ming didn't want to make things difficult for Chen Fei, so he simply introduced himself. "I'm not rude, but there's at least 10,000 yuan in your red packet. Is this still the meal ticket money? If it was 1,000 or 2,000, it would be acceptable. But isn't this too much?" How do you know?" Chen Jifu's expression froze. He did not expect Yang Ming to directly say the amount in the red packet. As a matter of fact, he had racked his brains in order to give this 10,000 yuan to Chun Mingyin. He deliberately found a gift shop to buy a small gift box and made a packaging for the red packet. This way, even if Chun Mingyin had doubts in her hands, she would not think that there was so much money in the gift box. This was because from the outside of the gift box, it was just a small gift box. The amount of money could not be seen. "Uncle Jifu, although you wrapped a gift box, how heavy can the gift box be? You can know with a little estimation," Yang Ming said faintly. "Otherwise, why don't you open it and take a look?" Chen Jifu was angry in his heart. He glared at Yang Ming with resentment. He did not expect Chun Mingyin to have a boyfriend. She was only in her first year of college, right? Previously, his younger brother, Chun Jie, called and said that his nephew, Chun Xiaolong, liked Chun Fei's daughter, Chun Mingyin. He asked him to prepare first. Chen Jifu did not understand why Chun Xiaolong liked Chun Mingyin. Even if they were classmates, they had not seen each other for a few years. How could there be any feelings and thoughts? But since his younger brother had said so, Chen Jifu could only help. In his opinion, although Chun Fei was the bureau chief, his position was not lifelong. After retirement, he was no different from an ordinary person. His younger brother was a billionaire. Chun Xiaolong would inherit his business in the future. In this way, Chun Mingyin could be considered to be climbing up the social ladder with his nephew, Chun Xiaolong. Chen Jifu objected, but since his younger brother had nodded, what else could he do? He just had to do his best. Therefore, Chen Jifu tried every means to let Chun Fei bring Chun Mingyin to the banquet in the evening. He also prepared 10,000 yuan for the meal ticket. It was considered to be for his niece-in-law, so it was not a big deal. In Chen Jifu's opinion, which woman did not love money? He could show his financial resources in front of Chun Mingyin. When the time came, his nephew could save a lot of effort in pursuing her. That was why Chen Jifu was so generous. Otherwise, if it were an ordinary child from the Chun family village, Chen Jifu would at most give 1,000 yuan as a token. How could he give so much? If he was not afraid that Chun Mingyin would not dare to accept so much, he wanted to give 50,000 yuan directly. He wanted to use money to knock Chun Mingyin out so that his nephew could get the beauty that night. However, there was a sudden change in his beautiful plan. In his plan, Chun Mingyin was single. How did a boyfriend appear out of nowhere? It was not that Chen Jifu felt that Chun Mingyin should not have a boyfriend. He felt that even if she had a boyfriend, she had just met him in college. It was impossible to bring him to such a family gathering, right? At that time, under the attack of his and his nephew's money, he was not afraid that Chun Mingyin would not have a change of heart. What was a college boyfriend? It was just that he did not expect that Chun Mingyin would bring her boyfriend along. It seemed that he had already met Chun Fei and Chun Fengyu. The two had also tacitly agreed to their relationship, and they seemed to be very harmonious. This made Chen Jifu somewhat unsure of what to do for a while. Chen Fei's upbringing should be very strict. How could he allow Chen Mingyan to have a boyfriend so early? However, even if he had other thoughts, he couldn't say it directly at this moment, since Yang Ming could appear here with Chen Fei and Chen Fangyu. It meant that Chen Fei and Chen Fangyu had already acknowledged Yang Ming's identity. It would be a bit wrong for him to make irresponsible remarks here. Why did you give the child so much money? Chen Fei was shocked when he heard that there were tens of thousands of yuan in the red packet. He quickly said, Jifu, this is a bit too much. Even if you give a meal ticket money, it would be at most 1 or 2,000 yuan. Why would a child need so much money? The reason why Chen Jifu made a gift box to put the red packet in before was that he was afraid that Chen Fei would reject it directly with so much money in a red packet. Now that Yang Ming, this little brat, had pointed it out, he couldn't continue to give it out. He was extremely angry in his heart, but he could only continue to smile and say, I was just thinking, are we all relatives? Hee, since it's too much, then 1,000 will do. As Chen Jifu spoke, he took out his wallet from his pocket, counted out 1,000 yuan, and handed it to Chen Mingyan. Here, is this enough? Chen Mingyan hesitated, took the money, and said, thank you, before keeping it in her bag. Chen Jifu casually threw the previous red packet into his bag. He glared at Yang Ming bitterly. He thought to himself, I really have to think of a reason to humiliate you, little brat, so that you will know how to back off. Chapter 1545. However, before that, he had to figure out the background of this little brat first. Chen Jifu was not a reckless person. He looked like a nouveau riche, but in fact, he was a very shrewd person. Otherwise, he would not have been able to run the agricultural products company so well in just a few years. Chen Jie's investment was one of the reasons. There were many people who had the ability to attract investment, but not many were really successful. This proved that Chen Jifu was a smart person. Just like how he could quickly change his attitude after learning that the Songjiang International Hotel was actually an affiliated company under Chen Fei. This also showed that Chen Jifu was a person who was good at changing the rudder according to the wind. Therefore, Chen Jifu felt that since Yang Ming could become Chen Fei's son-in-law and get the approval of Chen Fei and Chen Fangyu, it meant that Yang Ming's family background was definitely not ordinary. At the very least, they had to be well-matched. Otherwise, with the dignity of Bureau Chief Chen Fei, it was impossible for him to let his daughter marry an ordinary boyfriend. Because of this idea, Chen Jifu did not act rashly and turn hostile on the spot. He had to investigate Yang Ming's background first before making a decision. Even if they wanted to find trouble with Yang Ming, it would be Chen Jie and Chen Xiaolong. He did not need to be the bad guy who offended Chen Fei. Therefore, it would be better to leave the confrontation between Chen Xiaolong and Yang Ming later. In Chen Jifu's opinion, even if Yang Ming's family background was good, there was still a big gap compared to his nephew Chen Xiaolong. At that time, this kid would probably still withdraw in shame. Let's go. Let's go together. Chen Jifu suppressed the anger in his heart and said to Chen Fei and Chen Fangyu. He did not look at Yang Ming again. Chen Fei also saw that Chen Jifu was not happy, but he thought that it was because Chen Mingyan did not accept the big red packet. He could not think of other reasons, so he did not mind. After all, 10,000 yuan for a child's meal ticket was indeed a little too much. Even though Yang Ming's refusal was a little disrespectful to Chen Mingyan, Chen Fei felt that Yang Ming did nothing wrong. If he knew that there was nearly 10,000 yuan in the red packet, he would also ask Chen Mingyan to refuse. It was really not a good thing to accept this money. Chen Fei didn't know that Chen Jifu was pleasing Chen Mingyan for Chen Xiaolong. He felt that Chen Jifu was giving this money to him, so Chen Fei couldn't accept it. On the contrary, he was very glad that Yang Ming discovered this in time and stopped it. Otherwise, if he received the money and found it at home, He could neither keep it nor return it. Chen Jifu took 2 steps forward. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. He scolded Yang Ming, this little bastard, 10,000 times in his heart. He felt that there was a nameless fire that could not be vented. It made him very unhappy, as if he was about to explode. After taking 2 more steps, Chen Jifu couldn't hold it in anymore. When had he been ordered around by a junior? He thought about it again. Although he couldn't deal with Yang Ming directly, he could take a step back and make things difficult for him in other ways. Soon, Chen Jifu came up with an idea in his heart. He was also the kind of person who was full of bad ideas, so he didn't have to think much. The bad idea directly came to his mind. Right, Brother Chun Fei. This gathering is our Chun family village's gathering. We don't bring outsiders. This kid is not from the Chun family village. Chen Jifu thought, I can't mess with you in front of you, but I have to do something behind your back. You can be cocky in front of me. Can't I just not let you attend the banquet tonight? I don't care if you're Chun Mingyin's boyfriend. As long as you're not there, my nephew, Chun Xiaolong, will have a chance. Chen Jifu's words made Chun Fei suddenly stunned. Although he didn't think of the deeper meaning of Chen Jifu's words, he probably knew that Yang Ming's previous actions must have offended Chen Jifu. Chen Jifu lost face. Since he was there, he couldn't scold Yang Ming. So, he thought of such a trick to make things difficult for Yang Ming. Thinking of this, Chun Fei couldn't help but smile bitterly. He had to say, Brother Jifu, this Yang Ming is not an outsider. He is Mingyin's boyfriend. He spoke without thinking before. Don't lower yourself to the same level as a child. Although Yang Ming might not be willing to attend this gathering, Chun Fei couldn't just let Yang Ming leave like this. Even if Yang Ming agreed, he couldn't face Yang Ming in the future. Brother Chun Fei, what are you talking about? What happened before is in the past. Why are you still mentioning him? Chen Jifu smiled and said, I'm just saying what my brother meant. Jie specifically said before that this is an internal gathering of our Chun family village. There are no outsiders. Otherwise, with Jie's identity, maybe the mayor of Songjiang City will come to the banquet. Chun Fei didn't know what to say because of Chen Jifu's words. Although he understood in his heart that Chen Jifu was still angry with Yang Ming because of the previous incident, Chun Fei couldn't do anything since Chen Jifu didn't admit it. Moreover, the other party's current reason was dignified and irrefutable. Dad, Mom, since this is the case, then I will go back with Yang Ming first. When you are done, we will pick you up again. How about it? Chen Mingyin was not very willing to come here. When she heard that Chen Jifu insisted on letting Yang Ming leave, she was even more annoyed. She simply didn't want to participate and planned to leave with Yang Ming. Chen Mingyin's words made Chen Jifu's heart tighten, and he was shocked. At this time, he couldn't let Chen Mingyin leave. It must be known that inviting Chen Mingyin to the banquet was specifically instructed by his brother, Chen Jie. With such a special instruction, if he, as the elder brother, didn't do it well, wouldn't it seem too incompetent? Moreover, Chun Xiaolong would resent his uncle for not knowing how to do things. So since this was the case, then this Yang Ming would reluctantly let him attend the banquet. At that time, Chen Xiaolong would be forced to leave with shame. Why should he do this? Mingyin, what are you doing? Chen Jifu said with a smile. I'm just joking. Since Yang Ming is your boyfriend, he is considered half a member of our Chun family village. In that case, let's go together. Let's go together. Huh? Okay, Mingyin, you see Uncle Jifu is joking. Let's go. Chen Fei quickly mediated and was relieved. Although Chen Fei was usually very dignified as the bureau chief, he was really helpless in front of these relatives. Especially since Chen Jifu was also a capable person, it was even more difficult to say anything. Since he took the initiative to compromise, Chen Fei also went with the flow. Oh, Chen Mingyin followed reluctantly. Yang Ming, who was at the side, frowned again. Previously, he felt that Chen Jifu seemed to have an ulterior motive for Chen Mingyin. It could be seen from the red packet incident. The scene just now was even more obvious. After he offended Chen Jifu deliberately did not want him to attend the banquet. When Chun Mingyan expressed that she would not attend, Chen Jifu immediately changed his attitude and directly compromised. What did this mean? At least it proved that Chen Jifu wanted Chen Mingyan to attend the banquet. He even did not hesitate to let him go with her. Although there may be an element of politeness in this, if Chun Mingyan also left, then Chen Fei might turn hostile on the spot. After all, it was barely acceptable to let Yang Ming leave because of Chun Jie's excuse. However, if Chen Mingyan also left, what would Chen Fei think? Chen Fei would probably turn around and leave, right? It was fine if he did not attend this banquet. Of course, Yang Ming keenly felt that there must be another meaning in this. Chen Jifu is hostile to me. Is it just because I stopped him from giving the red packet? Or is there another reason? Is it really because of Chun Xiaolong? Yang Ming was a little confused. Chapter 1546. If it were Yang Ming with his temper, he might have pulled Chun Mingyan away and left. He would not give Chen Jifu any face at all. What was he in Yang Ming's eyes? What qualifications did he have to point fingers? Did he really think that he could be high and mighty in front of everyone because he had a billionaire brother? Not to mention him. Even if his brother, Chun Jie, came in person, Yang Ming would still ignore him. More than 1 or 2 billionaires had fallen in his hands. From the beginning, Wang Shifan, the drug lord Dorsk, the Ouyang family, to General Houghton and the Lancer family, all of them were wealthy people. But what was the result? Moreover, Yang Ming was not weaker than Chun Jie in terms of wealth, so there was no need to give him any face. But now that Chun Fei was here, Yang Ming could not give face to Chen Jifu, but leaving with Chun Mingyan was not giving face to Chen Fei. Whether Chun Fei was Chun Mingyan's father or not, he was a person whom Yang Ming admired from beginning to end. Even if there was no relationship with Chun Mingyan, Yang Ming still remembered his initial acquaintance with Chun Fei and Chen Fei's help to him. How could Yang Ming not give face to Chun Fei in public? He sighed secretly and followed Chun Mingyan to the entrance of the hotel with Chen Jifu and others. Yang Ming lowered his head, afraid that the lobby manager would recognize him. With Chun Jifu, a person with ulterior motives, Yang Ming had to be on guard. Who knew what Chen Jifu would do later? So he could not reveal his identity first and let Chen Jifu be prepared. In Yang Ming's opinion, Chen Jifu must have a motive for doing so many things. He also tried to drive him away. His intentions and purpose were even more strange. Yang Ming would not be stupid enough to reveal his details. However, even if Yang Ming had already lowered his head, how could the hotel lobby manager not recognize Yang Ming? Normally, it would be fine if he didn't pay attention. But today, the security captain, Little Wang, had specially used the walkie-talkie to inform him that Yang Ming was coming. How could the lobby manager not be prepared and pay extra attention? Seeing Yang Ming enter, the lobby manager smiled and walked towards Yang Ming. Yang Ming felt a chill in his heart. He thought to himself, this lobby manager's eyes are too crafty. Did he just call out his own people? Yang Ming was a little helpless, but he couldn't scold him. He could only give the lobby manager a look, indicating that he shouldn't come over and not reveal his identity. How astute was the lobby manager? When he saw the look in Yang Ming's eyes, he immediately realized something. In the past, there had been a similar situation. When it was inconvenient for Yang Ming to reveal his identity, he would give the lobby manager a look. So the lobby manager immediately understood Yang Ming's meaning. However, since he had already walked over, it would be too abrupt if he stopped. Just as he was in a dilemma, the lobby manager suddenly saw Chen Jifu and Chun Fei beside Yang Ming, and suddenly showed a smile again. Chief Chun, President Chun, both of you are here together. Your presence brings light to our hotel. The lobby manager walked in front of the two people with a smile, but he didn't look at Yang Ming anymore. The previous enthusiasm seemed to be completely directed at these two people. President Liu, isn't this our Chun family village's gathering today? Brother Chen Fei is also from our Chun family village. You still don't know, right? Chen Jifu cleverly pointed out his relationship with Chun Fei. When he knew that this was the unit of Chun Fei's affiliated company, he had this thought. After he pointed out his relationship with Chun Fei, the senior management of the Songjiang International Hotel would know that he had a relationship with Chun Fei. In this way, it would be more convenient for him to order food or do other things in the future. They would probably give him face. Oh, it turns out that Chief Chun is also from the Chun family village. I really didn't know this. President Liu said with a smile. It seems that the Chun family village is really a place where talents come out in large numbers. Haha, it's not bad. Chen Jifu listened to President Liu's words, and his face suddenly bloomed with joy. He accepted President Liu's words and said without blushing at all, "However, I'm not a talent. Chun Fei and my brother, Chun Jie, are the talents." President Chun is joking. Even in Songjiang, you are one of the top few. President Liu smiled flatteringly. Chun Jifu only felt comfortable all over. The unhappiness that Yang Ming had brought to him before had disappeared. However, when his gaze swept over Yang Ming, he still frowned. He thought in his heart, why is the gap between people so big? Well, President Liu, I still know what I'm worth. Anyway, I'm not good enough, but I'm good enough. Chen Jifu waved his hand and said, Right, President Liu, how many of our Chun family village's guests have arrived? A lot have arrived. I have arranged for the waiter to take them upstairs first. President Liu said, President Chun, when will the dishes start serving? This is not urgent. Let's wait until my brother comes. Chen Jifu thought about it and said to Chun Fei, Brother Chun Fei, why don't you take the big sister and the child up first? I'll wait for my brother here. He will be here soon. His flight is at 4:30 in the afternoon. He should be here soon, including the drive. Oh, then let's wait together for a while. Chun Fei heard that Chun Jie would be here soon, and it was not good to go upstairs alone, so he decided to wait together for a while. It just so happens that I haven't seen Chun Jie for several years and his son, Chun Xiaolong. I remember that he seemed to be classmates with Meng Yan at that time, right? Yeah, Xiaolong is a good kid. He is excellent in both character and academics. He is now admitted to South A University. He is a top student. Chun Jifu boasted for his nephew. In fact, how could Chun Xiaolong be admitted to South A University? It was just that Chun Jie spent a large amount of sponsorship money to let Chun Xiaolong go to the United College of South A University. However, it was said to be South A University. The so-called United College was a school established by the cooperation of formal universities and private enterprises. However, there was still some gap in the graduation certificate. It was similar to the branch of Songjiang Industry University that Zhang Bin studied at that time. So, I have to prepare some meal ticket money for Chun Xiaolong in a while. Chun Fei smiled and thought that he could take this opportunity to return the previous 1,000 yuan favor. Yeah, now that you mention it, I just remembered that Xiaolong hasn't been back for so long. I haven't given him meal ticket money yet. I will give it to him in a while. Chen Jifu did not show the slightest inappropriateness because Chun Fei wanted to give him meal ticket money. In his opinion, Chun Fei could only show the closeness of the two families if he could give Chun Xiaolong meal ticket money. Chun Mingyan frowned at the side. Yang Ming was expressionless. He watched Chun Jifu's performance there, but there was a hint of mockery in his eyes. Yang Ming could now basically confirm that the whole thing tonight was probably related to Chen Mingyan. Although Yang Ming felt a little strange that Chun Xiaolong still had thoughts about Chun Mingyan after such a long time, Chen Jifu's words were almost all related to Chen Mingyan and Chun Xiaolong. This could not help but explain the problem. However, Yang Ming was not afraid of what tricks he could play. Whether it was Chun Jifu or Chun Jie, Yang Ming did not really care about them. Although Yang Ming could not kill them in public, he could still teach them a lesson, especially Chun Xiaolong. Of course, Yang Ming's mocking eyes were not noticed by Chen Jifu. On the contrary, Chen Mingyan was very sensitive to Yang Ming's every move. She noticed the disdain in Yang Ming's eyes and immediately felt relieved. With Yang Ming by her side, Chun Mingyin also had some confidence. Otherwise, Chun Mingyin was really afraid to face Chun Xiaolong because of what happened in the past. Chun Mingyin did not tell her parents or others about what happened in the past, except for Yang Ming and Li Dagong. Only Chun Mingyin himself knew about it. This incident left a psychological shadow on Chun Mingyin for a long time. Although it was very faint now, it was difficult to guarantee that she would not have any negative emotions when she saw Chen Xiaolong again. However, with Yang Ming by her side, Chun Mingyin was not afraid. Chen Jifu and Chun Fei were casually talking about Chen Jie and Chen Xiaolong. Suddenly, the hotel door was opened. Two young men in black suits rushed in quickly and held the curtain. This scene shocked the people in the hotel lobby. Those who did not know the situation thought that they had encountered robbers. However, the security guard at the door had clearly checked the identities of these people. Otherwise, they would not have been allowed to enter. So after the lobby manager, Chief Liu, was slightly shocked, he returned to normal. Although this kind of scene was not common, it had never happened before. Some of the top rich people, big shots, and celebrities would have bodyguards to clear the way when they went out. Chapter 1547. This situation meant that a big shot had arrived. Sure enough, after the two bodyguards parted the hanging curtain, a middle-aged man in a white evening dress and a fashionable young man walked into the hotel side by side. Seeing the person, Chun Jifu was taken aback at first, but then his face was full of joy. He ran over quickly. Jie, Xiaolong, you are here? That's great. Big brother. This middle-aged man in a white evening dress was indeed Chun Jie. Looking at his dressing, he was no different from the celebrities in the upper class. Even his walk had a trace of majesty and style. The young man beside him was naturally Chun Xiaolong. Chun Xiaolong's dressing was very fashionable, just like the fashionable people nowadays. His whole body was branded from head to toe, and his hair was styled. People could tell at a glance that he was a rich young master. Uncle. Chun Xiaolong saw his uncle whom he had not seen for many years and quickly greeted him. However, after greeting him, his eyes began to drift around the hotel lobby, looking for something. Previously, Chen Jifu had secretly sent him a text message, telling him that Chun Mingyin was also waiting for them in the lobby. So, as soon as Chun Xiaolong came in, he began to look for Chun Mingyin. Suddenly, a hint of joy flashed in Chun Xiaolong's eyes. He found Chun Mingyin. After not seeing her for many years, he found that Chun Mingyin had become more and more beautiful. Compared to her previous naivety, the current Chun Mingyin was like a blooming flower, delicate and beautiful. Chun Mingyin. Chun Xiaolong ignored his father and Chun Jifu beside him and walked quickly toward Chun Mingyin. But while walking, he struck a pose that he thought was very handsome. Speaking of Chun Xiaolong, he was actually not bad looking. Especially after deliberately dressing up, he gave off a cool vibe. In addition, he was dressed in famous brands from head to toe. When he was in the South, he attracted the attention of many girls. Speaking of girlfriends, Chun Xiaolong had changed a lot over the years, but it was just for fun. In his heart, he had a soft spot for Chun Mingyin. Perhaps the things that could not be obtained were always the best. The more beautiful Chun Xiaolong was surrounded by beauties, the more he wanted Chun Mingyin. Therefore, when he returned to Songjiang this time, he was like a demon. He vowed to pursue Chun Mingyin. When he saw Chun Mingyin at this time, his eyes were fixed on her. Chun Xiaolong sighed in his heart. The women he had played with over the years were really too tasteless. Mediocre women. Compared to Chun Mingyin, it was like heaven and earth. This was the perfect candidate for a girlfriend. As for those trashy girls from before, they could all go to hell. It would be impossible for him to even look at them in the future. Chun Mingyin, I haven't seen you for a long time. You are getting more and more beautiful. Chun Xiaolong walked in front of Chun Mingyin and made a style that he thought was very tasteful. He said, to Chen Mingyan leisurely. Then, he took out a small gift box from nowhere and handed it to Chen Mingyan. This is a gift for our first meeting. Please accept it as a sign of respect. Chen Mingyan was disgusted with Chen Xiaolong. No matter how handsome his style was, in Chen Mingyan's eyes, he was a very annoying person. She would not look at him if she could. Even if he was dressed in famous brands, Chen Mingyan did not care about it at all. She even felt that it was a little showy. Seeing that he gave her a gift as soon as they met, Chen Mingyan's brows suddenly frowned. Chen Xiaolong, I can't accept the gift. We are not familiar with each other. So, I appreciate your kindness. Please take back the gift. Chen Mingyan replied coldly, but she did not reach out to take the small gift box. It's okay. It's just a little thing. It's not worth it. Chen Xiaolong said as he reached out to grab Chen Mingyan's hand and stuffed the gift box into her palm. It's just a watch that costs tens of thousands. It's very ordinary. Chen Xiaolong took it for granted that Chen Mingyan would gladly accept it after hearing the value of the gift. Because in his opinion, most girls loved money. Chen Mingyan was obviously no exception. Although Chen Fei was the bureau chief, his identity was just more honorable. His family could not have much money. So, Chen Mingyan would definitely be moved when he gave this watch. This was also his experience of picking up girls for many years. Many girls he liked in bars and schools. As long as he made a move, there were few who would not compromise under the influence of money. So, this successful experience made Chen Xiaolong think that he was already a master in the field of love. Dealing with Chen Mingyan was already a piece of cake. Mingyan has a watch. You should take this back. If you can't give it away, give it to a charity. Yang Ming reached out and blocked Chen Xiaolong's hand from grabbing Chen Mingyan. He said to him coldly. Chen Xiaolong was shocked when he heard Yang Ming's words. Only then did he notice Yang Ming next to Chen Mingyan. Previously, all his eyes and thoughts were attracted by Chen Mingyan. He did not pay attention to the people next to Chen Mingyan. Chen Xiaolong felt that this voice was a bit familiar, but he could not remember where he had heard this voice. Frowning and looking up, Chen Xiaolong looked for the source of the voice. Suddenly, he saw the owner of the voice. Chen Xiaolong was obviously stunned. Yang Ming? You are Yang Ming? Chen Xiaolong looked at Yang Ming in amazement. He was somewhat incredulous. Why are you here? Chen Mingyan is my girlfriend. Why can't I be here? Yang Ming glanced at Chen Xiaolong coldly. There was a hint of warning in his words. So, you'd better be honest. Chen Mingyan will not accept your things. Under Yang Ming's threat, Chen Xiaolong subconsciously took 2 steps back. The shadow that Yang Ming gave him before was too serious. He spent almost the entire first year of high school being beaten up. However, Chen Xiaolong soon woke up. No, why should I be afraid of him now? Now that everyone is an adult, the school fighting won't work at all. In this era, it's about who has money and who has power. You, Yang Ming, are just a little gangster. How can you compare to me? I am a rich second generation. My father is Chen Jia. So what if he can fight? I have bodyguards. Even if he can fight, I will let 2 bodyguards fight 2 against 1. Won't you be beaten to a pulp? Thinking of this, Chen Xiaolong suddenly became confident. He glared at Yang Ming. Yang Ming, who do you think you are? Chen Mingyan will decide whether she wants my things or not. What does it have to do with you? Are you your boyfriend? I'm not afraid to tell you that many girls who have boyfriends take the initiative to throw themselves at me. Yang Ming heard Chen Xiaolong's words and almost laughed out loud. Is this guy an idiot? How can he say this? Not to mention that Chen Mingyan will never like you. Even if she is tempted by your watch, it is impossible for her to say anything after you say this. I have a watch. I don't need yours. Is that okay? Chen Mingyan glanced at Chen Xiaolong in disgust. She was tired of even saying one more word, but she could not say anything at this time. Chen Mingyan reluctantly explained. You have a watch? How much is it? 10 yuan? 20 yuan? Chen Xiaolong glanced at the watch on Chen Mingyan's wrist. This watch is only a few hundred yuan. Won't you lose your value by wearing this watch? Yang Ming was a little speechless. He guessed that Chen Xiaolong's way of picking up girls would only be able to pick up some bad celebrities who worshipped money. Those who were slightly more high-end would not be interested in him. Chen Xiaolong, after so many years, have you forgotten the pain of being beaten by me? Yang Ming glanced at Chen Xiaolong and said faintly, or do you think that I don't dare to beat you now? Beat me? Ha ha! Chen Xiaolong seemed to have heard the funniest thing. You dare touch me? Do you think we're still in school? If you dare to touch me, I will let my father's bodyguards kill you. Chapter 1548. Bodyguards. Yang Ming looked at Chen Xiaolong's so-called two bodyguards with some contempt. Although these two people seemed to be from a formal security company, they could only deal with ordinary people. Not to mention Yang Ming, they couldn't even deal with people who had a little bit of Sanda skills. For example, many of the security guards in the Songjiang International Hotel were strictly trained by Ho Junhan and Bao Sonli. Their skills were not inferior to some professional Sanda players. It was a simple matter to deal with these two bodyguards. This was also the reason why they had allowed the two bodyguards to break in so easily. They had absolute confidence that they would be able to take down the two people in an unexpected situation. How is it? Are you scared? Chen Xiaolong saw Yang Ming's thoughtful expression and thought that Yang Ming was shocked by him. He couldn't help but be a little proud. He pointed at Yang Ming while the iron was hot and said, "How about this? You apologize to me and then disappear from my sight immediately. I will let bygones be bygones. Otherwise, Speaking of this, Chen Xiaolong's eyes flashed with a look of resentment. At this point, he finally understood why Yang Ming would find trouble with him all the time for no reason. Why every time he pursued or flirted with Chen Mingyan, he would be beaten black and blue. Originally, he just thought that Yang Ming saw that he was easy to bully, so he deliberately found trouble with him. After all, during the school period, there were often some overbearing students who bullied the weak in order to show their strength. Therefore, Chen Xiaolong felt that he was unfortunate to become the weak tool for Yang Ming to show his strength. For so many years, he didn't think much about it, but at this moment, Chen Xiaolong suddenly woke up. He finally understood why Yang Ming beat him up. It was because Yang Ming also liked Chen Mingyan. Judging from the situation of him being with Chen Mingyan now, his guess should be correct. He just didn't know what means Yang Ming, this punk student, used to get Chen Mingyan. This made Chen Xiaolong very depressed. In his opinion, Chen Mingyan was a very rational girl. It was impossible for her to worship some punk youth. That was something that only delinquents would do. Chen Mingyan should consider the overall situation. Appearance and character were certainly part of it. But what was the most indispensable thing in life? That was money. Chen Xiaolong didn't believe that Chen Mingyan would not consider this. And now, Chen Mingyan and Yang Ming had indeed become a couple. Chen Xiaolong had to maliciously guess whether Yang Ming had used some despicable means. For example, Chen Xiaolong. Chen Mingyan was a girl. Chen Mingyan was Chen. She was a girl who cherished her reputation. Chen Mingyan was a girl. Chen Mingyan, B. It must be like this. Thinking of this, Chen Mingyan had already been taken by Yang Ming. Chen Xiaolong's hatred for Yang Ming in his heart deepened. In his eyes, Chen Mingyan was his goddess. Except for himself, no one was allowed to blaspheme her. Chen Mingyan was probably not a virgin. This made Chen Xiaolong extremely unhappy. But since he liked Chen Mingyan to the bone, he could only grit his teeth and accept this matter. As long as Yang Ming was completely gone, he would not think about this kind of thing in the future. Chen Xiaolong was gauging the heart of a gentleman with his own mean measure. He had such thoughts before. That time, he planned to force a kiss. Chen Xiaolong thought that if he kissed Chen Mingyan first, then with Chen Mingyan's character, she would definitely not make a big fuss about it. He could only swallow it. Maybe Chen Mingyan could only accept her fate and follow him. Then, his goal would be achieved. Since he had such a plan, he thought that Yang Ming must have used similar means. Because in Chen Xiaolong's opinion, Yang Ming was not better than him in any way. Although Yang Ming's appearance was more masculine than his, Chen Xiaolong did not think that a man's appearance could be used to make a living. Everyone had grown up. How was it still the era of who was handsome and who was loved? Money was the king. So in comparison to Chen Xiaolong, Yang Ming had no money and no IQ. He was just a brute. How could such a person get Chen Mingyin's favor? In this way, the only possibility was that Yang Ming used some underhanded means to make Chen Mingyin have no choice but to be with him. Thinking that his means were used by Yang Ming first, Chen Xiaolong was depressed. At the same time, he hated Yang Ming to the bone, especially when his first plan failed in the association. Li Dagong suddenly appeared and beat him up. Now that he thought about it carefully, it must be Yang Ming's interference that led to all this. Who was Li Dagong? He was Yang Ming's follower. It was impossible that Yang Ming did not exist in this. Yang Ming must have been inspired by his forceful kiss this time. Then, he did something similar to a forceful kiss and made Chen Mingyin be with him. Are you sick? Yang Ming looked at Chen Xiaolong up and down. Uncle Chen is here today. I don't want to make things difficult for him, so you should go. Don't stand here and be crazy. Fuck. Chen Xiaolong was furious with Yang Ming's words. He thought, if it weren't for Chen Fei's presence, I would have asked the two bodyguards to take Yang Ming out and beat him up. How can I let him leave peacefully? Did this brat not know how to read the situation? Does he think that this is the time when I was the boss when I was in school? Yang Ming understood Chen Xiaolong and Chen Zhifu's intentions. He did not have the intention to dawdle with them anymore. Now, Yang Ming no longer had the competitive spirit of the past. In the beginning, because Zhou Ruoguang had an ulterior motive toward Chen Mingyin, he found by high to beat Zhou Ruoguang up. Now, he just regarded Chen Xiaolong as a joke and did not really take it to heart. All right, Yang Ming, you better remember this. When there's a chance later, don't blame this young master for not reminding you. When the time comes, you'll lose all your face. Don't regret it. Chen Xiaolong saw that his father, Chen Fei, and others had turned their heads to look at this side. It was not good to continue to entangle. After leaving a few words, he turned and left. At this moment, although Chen Xiaolong was still a little brainless, he also knew that if he made things difficult for Yang Ming now, not only would it make Chen Fei angry with him, but it would also make his father and uncle lose face. Therefore, he did not mind letting Yang Ming go for the time being. When the banquet was over, he would find an opportunity to humiliate Yang Ming and make him ashamed. Why, Xiaolong? Do you know the little friend beside Chen Mingyin? Although Chen Jie had exchanged pleasantries with Chen Fei and Chen Zhifu before, his peripheral vision had never left his son. Although he did not hear clearly what his son said to the young man beside Chen Mingyin, he could feel the smell of gunpowder between the two sides. Moreover, it was easy to guess that the relationship between the man beside Chen Mingyin and Chen Mingyin was not shallow. It was possible that he was Chen Mingyin's boyfriend. Chen Jie was also very surprised that Chen Mingyin had a boyfriend. He originally thought that with his current identity and status, being in-laws with Chen Fei was already giving Chen Fei a look. But now, Chen Mingyin actually had a boyfriend. This matter was difficult to handle. What was even more difficult was that Chen Mingyin's boyfriend seemed to have been recognized by Chen Fei. In this way, wouldn't my son have no chance? Thinking of this, Chen Jie's face became a little gloomy. This time, he returned to Songjiang to show off his return to his hometown. It was true, but the more important thing was his son, Chen Xiaolong's matter. Chen Jie had noticed that his son had frequently changed female companions over the years. But at first, he just thought that his son had developed the habit of playing with women because he was with those rich kids. Anyway, those women were not good people, so Chen Jie did not care. He thought that when his son grew up, he would introduce him to a permanent girlfriend. But after his son went to university, Chen Jie introduced a few daughters of his business partners to his son. Their family backgrounds and looks were not bad, and they could be considered to be a match for his son. However, when Chen Xiaolong heard that he was talking about a formal girlfriend, he immediately shook his head and refused. He did not even meet them. Even if he reluctantly met them, it was perfunctory. After that, there was no follow-up. You're tuning into the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.